Tabling of documents. Dépôt de
Introduction of government bills.
déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Brown, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, Conservation of National Historic Sites Account. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce my private member's bill, An Act to Amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, Conservation of National Historic Sites Account. And this is a bill that I had introduced in the previous Parliament, and this came forward from some of my constituents. And what this bill will do is it will permit National Historic Sites operated by Parks Canada to maintain a separate account for donations that will earn interest, and that interest can be used for restoration and preservation of that site. And in my riding, I have a number of National Historic Sites, including the Delta Mill, the Battle of the Windmill National Historic Site, Fort Wellington, and of course the Rideau Canal. These are all National Historic Sites that could benefit from this bill passing this Parliament. Thank you very much.
Mr. Brown, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
For York Simcoe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As part of the Liberals' ongoing war on history, the government's taking the absurd position of not including Confederation or history as a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation. This petition originates from Niagara region. It's been organized by members of the Bertie Historical Society, and they know a thing or two about history, as their turf includes places where great battles in the War of 1812 took place, as well as the Battle of Ridgeway, which was the result of a Fenian raid and one of the driving impetus events for Confederation itself. They are calling on the government to reverse the decision not to have Confederation as a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation, and to actually make, believe it or not, Confederation a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation.
For Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to present the following petition regarding a national senior strategy for Canada. This petition calls on the government to appoint a minister for seniors and to develop a national strategy for seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition signed by many constituents who are calling on the government to support Bill 237, the Candidate Gender Equity Act. The constituents point out that women still only hold 26% of the seats here in this place. And we're ranked 64th in the world, if you can believe it, Mr. Speaker, in terms of gender representation in our legislature. So my constituents will like this passed, and they'll have a chance tomorrow night when we vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today on a national strategy for Canadian seniors. This is a huge issue in my riding, and it is brought up often that our seniors are very concerned that they have a voice in our government. So they are calling upon Parliament to appoint a minister for seniors and also to develop a national strategy for seniors. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Second reading, debate of Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code.
Madame Wilson-Raybould, appuyée par...
Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. McCollum, moves that Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud that on May the 17th, we introduced Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code. The bill addresses a fundamental issue of equality and human rights, the discrimination and hate crimes experienced by trans and gender-diverse Canadians. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to table in both official languages a potential charter impacts statement for Bill C-16. I would first like to acknowledge the efforts of colleagues in bringing this matter before previous parliaments. The member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, the member from Vancouver Centre, and the member from Burnaby Douglas, Mr. Bill Siksay. Their hard work on this issue helped start an important national conversation on gender identity and expression. I thank them all for their leadership. Canadians know that trans people make the same important contributions to Canadians as everyone else. Yet their life journey is often more challenging as they have to overcome misunderstandings, prejudice, and hostility because of their gender identity or expression. With this bill, we unequivocally say that Canada can do better. As the Prime Minister has said, Canada is stronger because of its diversity, not in spite of it. Bill C-16 reflects our commitment to this diversity and provides for equality and freedom from discrimination and violence for all Canadians, regardless of their gender identity. With this bill, we say loudly and clearly it is time to move beyond mere tolerance of trans people. It is time for their full acceptance and inclusion in Canadian society. Bill C-16 would bring us closer to this goal by amending two statutes, the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code. Two statutes that play a central role in affirming the basic equality rights of all Canadians and reducing their vulnerability to harm. It will improve legal protections for trans and gender-diverse people by updating the laws against discrimination, hate propaganda, and hate crime. It would promote inclusion and respect for trans people who have so often been relegated to the margins, struggling for full recognition and participation in our society. Some of the words and concepts used in the discussion on Bill C-16 may not be familiar to all Canadians. For this reason, I would like to elaborate on some of the terminology being used. In terms of gender identity is a person's internal or individual experience of their gender. It is a deeply felt experience of being a man, a woman, or being somewhere along the gender spectrum. Gender identity is a profound matter of self-identity. It shapes one's self-understanding. Conversely, gender expression is how a person publicly presents their gender. It is an external or outward presentation of gender through aspects such as dress, hair, makeup, body language, or voice. Trans and gender-diverse persons are among the most vulnerable members in society. As parliamentarians, we have the opportunity to make their lives safer and freer. Bill C-16 presents an opportunity to ensure that our laws provide clear and explicit protection to those who need it the most. I will begin by discussing the proposed amendments to the Canadian Human Rights Act. Parliament enacted this Act in 1977 to promote equal opportunity in federal workplaces and in access to goods and services. As the Act says, quote, all individuals should have the opportunity, equal with other individuals, to make for themselves the lives that they are able and wish to have, and to have their needs accommodated, consistent with their duties and obligations as members of society, without being hindered in or prevented from doing so by discriminatory practices, end quote. Canada has a long history of laws that recognize and seek to address harmful discrimination. Over the course of this history, a theme has emerged, one of greater awareness of the barriers to opportunity that exist in our society. When legislatures across this country came to understand the pervasive harm done by discrimination against women, They prohibited discrimination based on sex. Later, legislators expanded the laws again to legally protect persons with disabilities. Other prohibited grounds of discrimination are now common in human rights laws throughout the country, such as family status and sexual orientation. Today, we are at a point in our history where we must act again. We must renew our commitment to equal opportunity and further extend legal protection to vulnerable Canadians who experience discrimination. In recent years, many legislatures in Canada have acted to protect the rights of trans and gender-diverse persons. We can now see these legal protections are not just symbolically important, they are absolutely necessary. Significant Canadian surveys paint an alarming picture. In 2009 and 2010, the Trans Pulse Project studied the experiences of approximately 500 trans persons in Ontario. They reported significant employment barriers, including 13% having been fired and 18% having been refused employment because they were trans. Given these barriers, it's not surprising that trans persons are significantly underemployed, with a median income of $15,000 per year, despite generally high levels of education. In fact, 44% of trans persons in Ontario have a post-secondary degree. Tragically, more than half of trans people in Ontario have symptoms consistent with clinical depression. A shocking 43% of trans adults in Ontario had a history of attempting suicide, including 10% having made an attempt within the past year. The difficulties faced by trans persons are significant and deserve our attention. The experiences of trans and gender-diverse youth are especially troubling. In 2011, EGAL Canada conducted the first national climate survey on homophobia, biphobia, and transphobia in Canadian schools, collecting information from over 3,700 lesbian, gay, bisexual, and trans high school students. Results showed that 23% of trans students reported hearing teachers use negative gender-related or transphobic comments weekly and even daily. The study also indicated very high levels of verbal, physical, and sexual harassment. Specifically, among trans students, 74% reported verbal harassment, 49% reported sexual harassment, and 37% reported physical harassment linked to being trans. Not surprisingly, 52% of trans youth reported feeling unsafe in both change rooms and washrooms. This is completely unacceptable. Too many trans and gender-diverse persons are being deprived the opportunity to contribute and flourish in our society. These figures reinforce the need for Bill C-16, through which we as parliamentarians can do our part to address this shocking reality. It should go without saying, Madam Speaker, that discrimination is a matter of public concern. When a person loses the opportunity to work or faces persistent discrimination, we all lose potential contributions to our society, to our workplace, and the Canadian economy. Depriving individuals of freedom to make for themselves the lives that they are able and wish to have undermines their ability to participate in society. By adding gender identity as a prohibited ground to the Canadian Human Rights Act, C-16 aims to ensure that people of all gender identities are protected from discrimination. We have heard from trans and gender-diverse persons that their gender expression is often the basis of the discrimination they face. Gender norms are reinforced by our society, and yet they do not fit all of us. There is great diversity in how Canadians dress and speak, in their appearance and behaviour. No one should be disadvantaged solely because they do not conform to someone else's gender-based expectations. It is also important to understand that these amendments to the Canadian Human Rights Act, what these amendments would mean. The Act defines a number of discriminatory practices, such as refusing to hire or promote an employee or refusing to serve a customer based on the prohibited grounds of discrimination. By adding gender identity or expression to the list of prohibited grounds, it will be clear that practices that discriminate on these grounds will not be permitted. People suffering discrimination can make a complaint to the Canadian Human Rights Commission. The Commission then investigates complaints and attempts to mediate between the parties to resolve the dispute. If the Commission believes that the dispute should be given a hearing and an authoritative decision, it may refer the complaint to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. If the tribunal determines that discrimination occurred, it may order a range of remedies, such as the reinstatement into a job, an order that the discrimination shall cease, or monetary remedies. The purpose of the Act is to end and correct discriminatory practice. The Canadian Human Rights Act already provides some protections for trans persons. Tribunals and courts in several jurisdictions in Canada have found that discrimination against trans persons is a kind of discrimination based on sex, which is already a prohibited ground of discrimination. But it is not enough to leave the law as it is. Canadians should have clear and an explicit statement on their rights and obligations. Equal rights for trans persons should not be hidden, but plain for all to see. The legal clarity will provide two areas of tangible benefits. First, people who are subject to discrimination on the basis of gender identity and expression will be able to make their case in precisely those terms. Making a formal claim of discrimination can be an intimidating process. Explicitly including gender expression or identity in the Canadian Human Rights Act will make it easier to interpret those who have suffered this kind of discrimination, instead of forcing them to explain how the law of sex discrimination covers their situation. Second, these amendments would also raise awareness of the protections of the Act and the obligations under it. Bill C-16 does not define gender identity or expression. This is consistent with the majority of prohibited grounds under the Act. There are good reasons to continue with this approach. Many of the grounds, such as race and religion, cannot be captured in a single definition. There are more subtle and complex concepts that evolve over time and reflect the particular cases the Act deals with. That does not mean that they are vague or obscure. Gender identity and gender expression are increasingly common terms with enough settled meaning to allow the Commission and the Tribunal to interpret them. Gender identity is now found in 8 provincial and territorial human rights codes. Gender expression is found in 5. In none of these are the terms defined by statute. The Canadian Human Rights Commission is also able to provide detailed guidance on how to comply with the law. The Commission has an important policy and education mandate, which includes interpreting the Act and promoting compliance with it. The Commission will continue to perform its role of assisting employers and service providers in understanding and complying with the law. Next, I turn to the amendments proposed in Bill C-16 to the Criminal Code. Trans people in Canada face a significant risk of violent crime. While official data from police services is scarce, 20% of respondents in the TransPulse survey have been physically or sexually assaulted, although many did not report these assaults to police. A recent report of the National Aboriginal Health Organization indicated that Aboriginal LGBTQ youth are twice as likely to face attacks as heterosexual youth. The Criminal Code has specifically prohibited hate propaganda since 1970. There are criminal offenses for advocating or promoting genocide against an identifiable group, for inciting hatred by communicating statements against an identifiable group in a public place that is likely to lead to a breach of the peace, or for willfully promoting hatred other than in private conversations against an identifiable group. They are found in sections 318 and 319 of the Criminal Code. All 3 offenses protect identifiable groups. Until recently, this was defined by the Criminal Code as, quote, any section of the public distinguished by color, race, religion, ethnic origin, or sexual orientation. The list has been expanded over time to include national origin, age, sex, and mental and physical disability. Bill C-16 proposes to amend the Criminal Code to add gender identity or expression to this list. As a result, this bill, if enacted, will extend protections to groups identifiable on the basis of gender identity or expression that, to date, have been left out of the protection provided by hate propaganda offenses. It would provide long overdue equal protection under the law. Finally, the bill proposes to amend paragraph 718.2 sub A sub 1 of the Criminal Code, which directs judges to consider as an aggravating factor in sentencing any evidence that an offense was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate based on race, national or ethnic origin, religion, color, sex, language, age, mental or physical disability, sexual orientation, or other similar factor. While the term any other similar factor is open-ended, the purpose of this protection is to denounce crimes motivated by hatred. By adding gender identity and expression to the list, we will send a clear message that there is no place in Canadian society for crimes committed out of bias, prejudice, or hate based on gender identity or expression. In Canada, we celebrate inclusion and diversity. All Canadians should feel safe to be themselves. When I introduced this bill back in May, Charlie Lothian Ricard, an amazing young activist who I'm pleased to say is in the chamber today, was here and very publicly stood beside and was proud with the introduction. And she stated in the press conference that she now feels safer because of the legislation that has been introduced. Charlie is not alone in feeling this way. Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, is an important step. It reflects Canada's commitment to equality and freedom from discrimination and violence. It affirms the basic equality of all Canadians and provides explicit protection, legal protection, to one of the most vulnerable communities in our society. It is time for Parliament to ensure that our laws provide clear and explicit protection to trans and gender diverse Canadians. I very much look forward to the dialogue, and I very much look forward to all members in this House supporting Bill C-16. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her heartfelt speech. And I certainly do support protecting all Canadians from discrimination. But my understanding is that these freedoms are already protected in provincial law as well as in the Charter. And in the Status of Women Committee, we've heard of the difficulties and the discrimination that trans people experience. But is it that the law is missing, or is it a lack of enforcement of the existing law and a lack of public education that's really the issue? I wonder if the member could comment.
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. Certainly, we have many protections in our country, including within the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. What we're talking about here is explicitly recognizing the need to protect gender identity and gender expression within the Canadian Human Rights Act. This is something that advocates in the Trans Society have been moving forward and pressing for some time. It clearly places it as a prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act, providing more clarity in terms of that discrimination for when potential cases arise. And this is a piece of legislation that will protect all Canadians in terms of their daily lives and to ensure that all Canadians can feel safe to be themselves.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for leading off the debate on this government bill to protect transgender Canadians. And I do thank her for acknowledging the work that others have done in the House before, in particular the MP Bill 6A, who really started this debate. But I know she would join with me in congratulating the trans community across the country and those very brave trans people who stepped forward to demand that they receive the same rights and dignity that all other Canadians already enjoy. So my question to the minister is, will the government join with me and others on this side of the House in moving this bill expeditiously? This bill first passed a House of Commons 6.5 years ago. My own bill passed more than 3 years ago, and it's really time for us to act.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I very much appreciate the question from my honourable colleague across the way, and again would echo the acknowledgement of the tremendous amount of work that you and Mr. Sixay, I think I mispronounced his name when I was speaking.
Comments to the chair.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, acknowledge the work of members in this House and past members in this House, and without question would underscore the acknowledgement and the hard work of the trans population in this country to bring us to this place. I, without question, would support moving Bill C-16 forward as quickly as possible so we can ensure that there is a recognition and protection of gender identity and gender expression in the Canadian Human Rights Act. And
questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues bringing forward the bill today and the passion she spoke in delivering her speech. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering, you know, at the beginning of her comments, she made reference to the importance of how discrimination, whether it's against individuals of mental, physical disability, discrimination against women, and then here we're spending a great deal of time now talking about discrimination against trans persons. How important is that we recognize that as a House of Commons that we continue to look at ways in which we can encourage the importance of freedom, of equality, and those attributes that Canadians hold so close to their hearts, and that this is just a piece of legislation that continues to move Canada forward. And if you can just kind of provide some comment on that.
The Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for the question. And I would echo his comments in terms of equality, in terms of the importance of the legal framework and the basis upon which we live as Canadians. I feel that as Canadians, we are most confident when we know we live in a caring and compassionate society under a legal and political framework that will protect us, regardless of our race, regardless of our gender, regardless of our gender expression or faith. And it is in that endeavor that we are introducing Bill C-16 to ensure that there is equality across the country, to ensure that people have the freedom to be themselves, and to ensure that there is no barriers in the way of people achieving what it is that they want to achieve if they work hard, that the protections will be there for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister for her comments, and certainly I want to indicate that for many of the comments that she made, I'm in 100% agreement. No one in this House, myself included, would endorse any kind of hate crimes or hate speech or bullying or violence of any behavior. However, Madam Speaker, there are groups in our country, immigrant groups and faith groups, who may be at a slightly different place in their understanding of this issue. And my question is, will these groups have the freedom to teach their children and practice their beliefs without being accused of hate speech or being accused of a human rights violation? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Well, I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. We live in a country where there are rights and freedoms, and fundamental to each individual Canadian is the right to be themselves and to be protected in being themselves. Certainly in terms of any willful promotion of hatred that could potentially exist as against trans individuals or people that have a different gender expression. This is why we are instituting or introducing Bill C-16 as upheld by the Supreme Court of Canada in terms of its constitutionality. I recognize the freedom of religion. It is important to ensure that we respect those freedoms and the rights attributed in our Constitution, but to ensure that everybody has the ability to feel safe to be themselves and to be able to express who they are and to succeed as all Canadians do in this country.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saint-Suc.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, I thank the Minister for her fulsome responses to the questions in this House. And I understand that there are concerns about the impact of this legislation, but I'm more concerned about the impacts of the lack of legislation. And I know the Minister is familiar with the situation of trans people who often end up homeless, and in particular Aboriginal transgender people who are some of the most discriminated against people in our entire society. And so I would ask the Minister again if she would join with me in suggesting to people in this House who are concerned that there are very real concerns on a daily basis for the most marginalized in our society.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question and would further commit and underscore the importance of recognizing those among us that are more marginalized, more vulnerable, and to ensure that we do everything we can within our power to protect those people and provide for those individuals. In the drafting and in thinking about Bill C-16, we engaged with many stakeholders in the trans community and many organizations and individuals who have been marginalized and sought their important feedback. And if and when this legislation passes and becomes law, this will be a conversation that will continue in terms of how we operationalize this in the most appropriate ways and how we as a government and as a country need to ensure that we move forward with it in an appropriate way that recognizes the interests, the needs, and the concerns of those marginalized populations.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask for unanimous consent for me to be able to split my time with my colleague, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Does the member have unanimous consent? So be it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this morning to speak on Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act by expressly including gender identity and expression as prohibited grounds for discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act. Let me say at the outset that over the last number of years there has been increased awareness about issues concerning transgendered Canadians. And as a result of that increased awareness, there is greater understanding and sensitivity to transgendered persons. There is no doubt, Madam Speaker, that it wasn't long ago in Canada that it was difficult to be transgendered. And I would submit, Madam Speaker, that there are many, many challenges that transgendered Canadians face today. And quite frankly, I think that the vast, vast majority of Canadians stand in opposition to discrimination against transgendered persons. I can say, Madam Speaker, that I certainly oppose discrimination against transgendered persons. And so in the context and in the spirit of opposition towards discrimination against transgendered Canadians, I support the underlying intention behind Bill C-16. That being said, while I support the underlying intention of Bill C-16 and will in fact be supporting Bill C-16 so that it can at least get to committee, I would acknowledge that there are legitimate questions about whether Bill C-16 is necessary from a legal standpoint. And I want to emphasize from a legal standpoint, because I'm not suggesting and I'm not talking about discrimination against transgendered persons, because I think we are all opposed to that. But rather, I'm talking about more broadly whether Bill C-16 adds anything substantively at law to protect transgendered Canadians. And I would suggest that the answer to that is likely not. Madam Speaker, sex and sexual orientation are prohibited grounds of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act and under various provincial human rights codes. Sex and sexual orientation have been broadly interpreted by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, broadly interpreted by provincial human rights commissions, and broadly interpreted by the courts. As a result of that broad interpretation, today in Canada, discriminating against transgendered Canadians constitutes a prohibited ground of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act. So, in that regard, Madam Speaker, Bill C-16 doesn't add anything, it doesn't take anything away. Really, at law, it maintains the status quo. The fact that transgendered Canadians are protected under the Canadian Human Rights Act is demonstrated by a number of decisions from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. When I speak of decisions from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, I'm talking about Kavanaugh and the Correctional Services of Canada case. I'm talking about Montreux and the Canadian National Bank case. I'm talking about Montreux and the Canadian Forces case. I'm talking about the Nixon case out of the British Columbia Court of Appeal that upheld a ruling of the British Columbia Human Rights Commission in 2005. In the three Canadian Human Rights Tribunal cases, all three cases dealt with alleged discrimination on the basis of gender identity. All of the cases were in the context of federally regulated workplaces and therefore engaged the Canadian Human Rights Act. And in all three cases, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal determined that sex, which constitutes a prohibited ground of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act, included transgendered Canadians. And so, as I say, Bill C-16 does not really add anything substantively at law. Therefore, it begs the question, what does Bill C-16 actually do? Well, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that Bill C-16 is symbolic, and I recognize that that is important to a number of people. I certainly know that for some in the transgendered community, they would say that words have meaning, and they take comfort by the expressed inclusion of gender identity and expression in the Canadian Human Rights Act. And so I acknowledge that. But while I acknowledge it and am sympathetic to it, I would also state that legislating on the basis of symbolism is not a good way of going about crafting legislation. And what's more, I would submit, Madam Speaker, that Bill C-16 is frankly inconsistent with the way that human rights legislation has been drafted across Canada. Human rights legislation, in terms of the broad prohibited grounds of discrimination, are crafted broadly. They are broad terms. We're talking about prohibited grounds such as sex and sexual orientation, which I've already discussed, age, disability, race, and ethnicity. There are many groups and subgroups that could fit into any one of those expansive terms. But we do not list every single group or subgroup. We don't do that because it would be impractical to do so. It would be legally unnecessary to do so because those groups and subgroups are already protected by those broad categories. And, Madam Speaker, in some cases it might even be legally problematic with there being potentially unintended consequences to creating a laundry list of various groups. So, again, Bill C-16 is not consistent in that regard in terms of how human rights legislation has been drafted. That being said, Madam Speaker, I reiterate my earlier point that there are many in the transgender community who say that this would be meaningful to them, and from the standpoint that I oppose discrimination against transgendered Canadians, and to the degree that the inclusion of gender identity and expression would remove any ambiguity that potentially exists. And I don't believe there is any ambiguity, but to the degree that there is, I, Madam Speaker, am prepared to support Bill C-16 because I support Bill C-16 in principle so that we can get it to committee. And as a member of the Justice and Human Rights Committee, I look forward to the opportunity to look more closely at Bill C-16 when it gets to committee stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments made by the member, and I thought it was interesting. He talked about the underlying intentions of Bill C-16 as being something in which he, representing the Conservative Party, could appreciate and understand why it's important that sense of commitment on that issue is so critically important. And my question to the member is that, and he somewhat makes reference to it, he talks about symbolism. I would argue, and the minister who spoke before him put forward, I thought, a very strong case that this is more than just symbolism. And if the member, and I understood that he said that the Conservatives would in fact be supporting the bill passing to committee stage, and I applaud that as the member. And the question I have for the member is that if he believes that this legislation goes beyond symbolism, does he then see himself and the Conservative Party then supporting it going through both the committee and third reading?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for the question. Let me just clarify that on our side there will be a free vote and members will have an opportunity to look at the bill and make a decision. But on the broad question of whether Conservatives oppose discrimination against transgendered persons, I can say that Conservatives are united in our opposition to discrimination, as are the vast majority of Canadians. I believe that the bill is well-intentioned, but it's important that there be careful study and review. And I understand there has been this has been debated before, but we need to look very carefully at the bill and what all of the implications of the bill would be to make sure that, in fact, it does what the minister says it will do and that there are not any unintended consequences. I certainly have heard from members of the transgendered community who have spoken in strong support of this legislation, and I take their sentiments very seriously, which is why I want to support this bill so we can get it to committee stage for further study and review.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech in support of the bill in principle, and I do respect the sincerity with which he's offered his comments. He's made the argument that the bill is really unnecessary, which we've heard each time it's come before the House. And I wonder whether he's familiar with the position of the Canadian Human Rights Commission and the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, which have both said repeatedly that there are gaps in the current legislation and that there are good legal reasons for amending the Criminal Code hate crime section and the Canadian Human Rights Code to make sure that transgender Canadians are explicitly covered. So there are those legal arguments they have both made. He also says that doing things symbolically in the Criminal Code is not a good idea. However, the previous Conservative government spent a lot of time saying it was important for the Criminal Code to denounce unacceptable behavior in our society. And I would submit that this bill is very similar to lots of the legislation introduced by the previous government, which sought to label certain behavior as not acceptable in our society.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Esquimalt, Bondafuka, Suk for the question and for his leadership on this issue. Certainly, the question of gaps under the criminal code is, and in terms of existing law, is something that the Justice Committee will have to study very carefully. But based upon my review of the cases that have been adjudicated by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and cases that have gone to levels of court across the country, including the British Columbia Court of Appeal, I believe that the existing language does protect transgendered Canadians. But certainly the question of potential gaps is something that the Justice Committee will have to look at very closely should the legislation pass, which I anticipate that it will.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak to Government Bill C-16. In its current form, Madam Speaker, I cannot support this bill for a number of reasons. Let me assure you and assure all of my colleagues in this House, and yes, indeed, assure all Canadians, that I do not oppose this bill because of any hatred for, nor any fear of, nor any malice toward anyone who is dealing with questions of gender identity. Before I outline my concerns about the potential negative outcomes of Bill C-16, allow me to say clearly that I am supportive of any initiatives that will protect persons from hate speech. I am supportive of the need to guarantee equal rights. I also agree that there can be no tolerance for bullying or violence of any kind or for any reason. Parliamentarians and all Canadians have a duty to prevent bullying, hate speech, and violence or any such behavior. But, Madam Speaker, I am wary of the demands of any government-imposed value systems which will change fundamental definitions and principles of society. The imposition of fundamental value system changes of this magnitude must be viewed with some degree of skepticism. Too much is at stake for us to proceed without caution if we proceed at all. Madam Speaker, I am supportive of equal rights for all, but in my opinion, this bill goes far beyond equal rights into the territory of granting extra rights or special rights for some, and in the process of granting those extra rights for some, we automatically diminish and deny the legitimate time-honored rights of many others. As it relates to C-16, I have a number of concerns. Some of the concerns address immediate potential negative repercussions, while others relate to the potential for long-term effects and outcomes of the enactment of this bill. My concerns lie in 4 areas. I am concerned that this bill will cause fear for many Canadians, fear that they will not be able to even discuss public policy issues such as this one, on which they may disagree with the government-imposed agenda. I am concerned about the potential harm to innocent children and youth as a result of the possible invasion of their privacy. I'm concerned that terms gender identity and gender expression are very subjective terms, far too subjective to be used in the context of legal documents, particularly in the Canadian Human Rights Act or the Criminal Code of Canada. And finally, I am concerned that when government adopts dramatic changes to public policy as it relates to gender identity and sexuality, with minimal research or support, that the results could be harmful for all members of society, but especially for those we are actually trying to help, that is, transgender children or youth. Let me address these points in reverse order. Will this bill inadvertently harm those whom we are trying to help? There have been many eminent scholars, medical practitioners, psychologists, psychiatrists, professional organizations who have raised legitimate concerns about the current treatment of the transgendered person and are especially concerned about long-term negative effects of hormone treatment and reassignment surgery. The American College of Pediatricians urges educators and legislators to reject all policies that condition children to accept the life of chemical and surgical impersonation of the opposite sex. They point out that the biological medical dangers associated with the use of puberty-blocking hormones and the follow-up use of cross-sex hormonal medication, testosterone and estrogen, which are needed in late adolescence, these are known to be associated with dangerous health risks, including, but not limited to, high blood pressure, blood clots, stroke, and cancer. There's another sobering statistic, Madam Speaker, and that is the increased suicide rate. During my 10 years here in Parliament, possibly the one issue that has received most of my attention, has been suicide prevention. Motion M388, dealing with internet predators, and Bill C300, an act respecting a federal framework for suicide prevention, were private members' business initiatives which I tabled and worked diligently on for many years. The research is clear that the suicide rate for adults is 20 times higher for those who have used cross-sex hormones and undergone sex reassignment surgery, and that is even in Sweden, which is among the most LGBTQ-affirming countries. Madam Speaker, at the American College of Pediatricians states that, quote, conditioning children into believing a lifetime of chemical and surgical impersonation is normal and healthful is child abuse, end of quote. They continue, quote, endorsing gender discordance as normal via public education and legal policies will confuse children and parents, leading more children to present to gender clinics where they will be given puberty-blocking drugs. This, in turn, virtually ensures they will choose a lifetime of carcinogenic and otherwise toxic cross-sex hormones and likely consider unnecessary surgical mutilation of their healthy body parts as young adults, end quote. Research reported by the American Psychiatric Association in Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition, clearly shows the large majority of boys and girls who experience gender dysphoria will not experience the persistence of these feelings following adolescence. I also urge my colleagues to listen to Dr. Ken Zucker, professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Psychology at the University of Toronto, and Dr. Susan Bradley, psychiatrist-in-chief at the Hospital for Sick Children, head of the Division of Child Psychiatry, and professor emeritus at the University of Toronto. They state, quote, it has been our experience that a sizable number of children and families achieve a great deal of change. In these cases, the gender identity disorder resolves fully and nothing in the children's behavior or fantasies suggests that gender identity issues become problematic, end quote. So, Madam Speaker, in light of the input from these groups and experts in psychiatry and psychology, at the very least, it is important that government does not legislate ideological conformity on this issue. We need to take a stand for good public policy as it relates to gender and sexuality, and to base our decisions on scientific research that will help protect against devastating, lifelong negative consequences. Another major concern for me in Bill 16 is the issue that terms gender identity and gender expression are very subjective terms, far too subjective to be used in the context of legal documents. Will policies protecting people on the grounds of gender identity and expression merely provide safety and protection, that is, provide a shield against abuse, or will they be used to drive a broader agenda? As legislators, we are simply trying to protect the sexual minority from verbal and physical abuse, or are we also intending to impose a cultural shift in our very understanding of human sexuality and gender expression? What will the impact be on immigrant groups and faith groups, the majority of which are at odds with gender fluidity concepts? Will they have the freedom to teach their children and practice their beliefs without being accused of hate speech or being accused of a human rights violation? For myself and millions of other Canadians who acknowledge the supremacy of God, as the first words of our charter affirm, there is the reality that our faith journey is the foundation of our worldview. If freedom of religion is to be embraced, then it is of paramount importance that C-16 does not infringe upon that fundamental freedom. It's important that government clarify the nature of the protection being afforded and how they expect terms such as gender identity and gender expression to be interpreted. The implications are too unpredictable. Far too much is left to interpretation that would result in unnecessary accusation of human rights violations, as well as litigation and endless court cases to further tie up our court system. Another concern is the potential harm to innocent children. As I stated earlier, Madam Speaker, I am in total support of equal rights. So the question needs to be asked, where are the equal rights? Is it equal rights to have the rights of the boy or girl or the young man or woman who expects to find only those of their same gender in their change room? Is it fair to have their rights trampled upon by this imposition of extra rights for some? Common sense dictates that the potential for abuse of this new freedom to self-identify with a change room of one's own choice could very well lead to bullying, harassment, and even sexualized violence in these public spaces. One of the pitfalls of C-16 is its failure to recognize the potential that heterosexual predators who, while not transgendered themselves, will take advantage of the protection of this bill to hide behind their predatory pursuits. Yes, I am concerned for the safety and well-being of young children and youth who deserve their right to privacy. Finally, Madam Speaker, I am concerned about the fear this bill may cause for many Canadians. Fear they will not be able to even discuss public policy issues such as this one, on which they may disagree with the government agenda. Any law that limits legitimate discussion and debate of closely held beliefs presents a danger to freedom of expression, a fundamental value held dear by people across the political spectrum. The right to disagree must be viewed as sacred in our society. It is the lifeblood of both new ideas and age-old protections. I am simply asking that those who support this bill respect my right and the rights of millions of Canadians not to be charged with human rights violations because we make our views known or because we disagree with you. We can and must respect each other even in spite of holding opposing views. It is my hope that we can openly disagree without labeling each other. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I first say I had the privilege of succeeding Bill 6A as the MP for Burnaby South, who has worked on this issue for many, many years. And of course, also had the great privilege of seconding this bill when my friend from Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke, put forward this bill in the last Parliament. So this is an issue that's very important to me, and as it is to many members in this House. And I'd like to ask the member if he actually knows any trans people and if he's actually sat down and spoken with them about their day-to-day struggles and how much this bill would help alleviate these day-to-day struggles. I look forward.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, Madam Speaker, as I indicated in my remarks, I do not expect that all people in this chamber, or in fact all Canadians, will agree with my perspective on this bill. Yes, I do know trans people, and yes, I have spoken to people who have these issues to deal with. But, Madam Speaker, as I outlined in my comments today, it's my concern that if we're really trying to help people who are struggling with these issues, that we are open and honest with them about some of the potential dangers that they may face. Famous biblical statement says, "The truth will set you free." And, Madam Speaker, I believe it's up to us in this chamber, especially where Parliament should hear the views from all perspectives, that we hear and respect the views from all sides. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are many people of many faiths in this country who have a belief that gender identities are male and female. And where there's freedom, it should be okay to believe in various gender identities, and it should be okay to not believe that. Is the member concerned that this legislation will weaken the protections for freedom of religion in this country?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I outlined in my comments a number of potential concerns that may need to be addressed in the future. And I know for a fact, having spoken to many people, even in the last weekend, that there are groups who are very concerned about the potential impact this will have on faith communities, on immigrant groups who, by and large, are not open with this idea of gender fluidity. So it's my concern that if, as a faith group leader, as a parent in a faith group, that I need to have and we need to have the freedom to share our beliefs with our children, with our grandchildren, and not be afraid that not necessarily going along with this government-imposed agenda, that we will somehow be accused of hate speech or of violating some Charter of Rights and Freedoms points. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to say first off that the member from Kitchener-Conestoga has always treated me with great respect despite his reservations about my own identity as a gay man. But I would like to point out that I think he's in error when he says that faith communities in their majority reject transgender people. In fact, the vast majority of faith communities in this country have made clear expressions of their support for this bill, and that was made very evident in the last Parliament. So I think raising the question of religious freedom and freedom of speech is something that could be raised in every context. And this bill does nothing to restrict people's freedom to their own beliefs or to teach their own children. What it does is try to protect the expression of hatred in public and the kind of discrimination in public that takes place each and every day against transgender Canadians.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to clarify what I think I heard my colleague say. I did not say, I don't believe I said, that the large majority of faith groups or immigrant groups are opposed to transgender people. They are certainly not. We are welcoming of them as persons. We simply may disagree with the points of C-16 here when it comes to the subjectivity of the term gender expression and gender identity. And certainly I will stand in this place, and I hope all my colleagues would agree with me, that we oppose any forms of discrimination that were based simply on gender identity or sexual identity, but that we do not necessarily endorse all of the implications that this bill may bring forward down the road. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to begin by asking for the unanimous consent of the House to split my time in the opening round of debate with the member for Hochelaga.
Have unanimous consent? Therefore, you have unanimous consent. You can start your speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in support of Bill C-16, and I'm pleased this time to be supporting a government bill to guarantee the same rights and protection to transgender Canadians that the rest of us already enjoy. I thank the Minister of Justice for adopting my original private member's bill as a government bill and for inviting me along to her press conference. But I also want to thank her for reaching out to the trans community before the bill's introduction and consulting with those who are at the heart of this debate. Yet I have to say I can't help but be disappointed to be still standing here today, more than 5 years after I introduced my private member's bill, Bill C-279. I know that many of us continue to feel frustrated at the delays in seeing this bill become law. It is an important bill in that it will fill the largest remaining gap in Canadian human rights legislation. Over the past 5 years, I've had the privilege of having my name associated with this legislation, but I want to make it clear that the progress that has been made is a result not of my efforts, but of those from the trans community who've stepped forward to demand that they be treated with the same dignity and respect as all other Canadians. Over the past 5 years, I have learned much, and it does bear restating that gay men have not always been the best friends of our trans brothers and sisters. I learned a great deal from a First Nations sister, a trans woman who traveled a very rocky road, but is now a successful small business owner in Vancouver. I learned much from a trans man who became a distinguished therapist, now working with others facing transition issues. I learned from a trans woman who had to rebuild her career as a concert pianist after transitioning. I learned from a friend who now holds the first chair in transgender studies at UVic, home of the world's only transgender archives and the first transgender studies program. I learned a great deal from my friend and political ally who is a tireless community activist in Toronto. And I learned from many others, including students, consultants, office workers, factory workers, sex workers, and street kids. While this proposed legislation has been languishing before the federal parliament, some progress has still been made. And while I would like to think that the debate here provokes that progress elsewhere, it's clear that we've lost the chance in this Parliament to be a leader on the question of equal rights. In the meantime, 7 provinces have adopted corresponding provincial human rights legislation: Ontario, Manitoba, and Nova Scotia in 2012, Newfoundland and PEI in 2013, Saskatchewan in 2014, and BC and Quebec this year, 2016. The issue of trans rights is not a partisan issue, thank goodness. Amendments to protection against discrimination on the basis of gender identity were proposed by NDP governments in Manitoba and Nova Scotia, a Liberal government in PEI, and Conservative governments in Saskatchewan and Newfoundland. And those amendments passed with all-party support in Ontario and British Columbia. Nor are trans rights an issue restricted to the Canadian context. Now, more than 18 countries have explicit protections of the kind proposed in Bill C-16, and the list may surprise you. Argentina has been a world leader in the protection of the rights of transgender citizens, but the list also includes Uruguay, Bolivia, Spain, France, Ireland, Estonia, Croatia, Montenegro, Albania, Israel, Cyprus, Nepal, Australia, and New Zealand, among others. In the United States, 16 states, plus the District of Columbia, provide explicit protections for transgender residents. But unfortunately, some states also specifically allow discrimination against the trans community. most recently with new legislation in North Carolina. In Canada, some public institutions and private companies have chosen to act without waiting for legislation. The Canadian Labour Congress has produced guides for transition in the workplace for use by all its affiliates to ease transitions in unionized workplaces. Others have also moved forward, including the big banks like the Toronto Dominion Bank and the Royal Bank. But now let me return to Parliament. This bill was first introduced by former NDP MP Bill Siksay in 2005, again in 2007, and again in 2009. In the spring of 2010, on his third attempt, Bill actually saw his bill passed by the House, only to see it die in the Senate when an election was called. My bill, C-279, was passed by this House in March of 2013, and before the 2015 election, it had passed through all stages in the Senate, bar one. So I'm urging the House today to deal with this legislation as quickly as possible. I'm confident the bill will pass second reading for the third time today, and I'm hopeful that it will return to the House quickly for final approval. This will be possible if the Justice Committee agrees that it is unlikely to learn new things about the bill in yet another set of hearings. Between 2013 and 2015, 3 separate sets of parliamentary hearings were held, with 17 witnesses appearing before the House Justice Committee and 18 witnesses before 2 different Senate committees. In fact, if we judge by previous experience, new hearings in this House and the other place will only risk providing a platform for transphobia. This is especially true when it comes to the most significant red herring concerning transgender rights, the question of bathrooms and change rooms, which we heard raised here earlier today. I'm hesitant to even mention this issue, but it continues to surface, even after it's been shown to have no basis in fact. I frankly believe its persistence is a sign of the very transphobia we are trying to address in this bill. We all know that in the real world, the only ones at risk in bathrooms are trans people who are almost always perceived to be in the wrong place. We need to pass Bill C-16 as expeditiously as possible if we are to avoid allowing opponents of the bill to use media sensationalism to promote hatred against the trans community for their own political purposes. We have only to look south of the border to states like North Carolina to be reminded that this risk is very real. The time to add gender identity and gender expression to the Canadian Human Rights Code and the Criminal Code is long past due. While some have argued on technical grounds that this bill is unnecessary, we have heard clearly from the Canadian Human Rights Commission and the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal that it is needed, both to fill technical gaps and also for the purpose of denunciation. Passing Bill C-16 will say clearly that discrimination and violence against the trans community is not a part of our Canadian values. In reality, of course, the proof that this legislation is needed is the ongoing discrimination suffered by transgender and gender-variant Canadians. We do not have comprehensive statistics on the trans community in Canada, partially, of course, precisely because of their exclusion from human rights legislation. But the one study done some time ago in Ontario, which the minister referenced in her speech earlier this morning, demonstrated what we can all see if we choose to look. Unemployment rates for trans Canadians are more than double the average, and the poverty rate for trans Canadians is among the highest of any group, with just over half the transgender community earning less than $15,000 per year, despite high levels of education. When it comes to marginalization and homelessness, again, good stats are missing, but we know that among homeless youth, up to 40% identify as LGBTQ, and many of those as gender variant. When it comes to violence, we know the stories, if again the official statistics are not often collected. Police on the street will tell you who are the most vulnerable to violence, and that is the trans community. And within the trans community, those who are also visible minorities or Aboriginal. In the United States, we know that so far this year, 20 trans women have been murdered, 80% of them black. The Trans Day of Remembrance organization reports that worldwide, 269 trans people have been murdered over the past year, including one death in Canada, that of a young Somali trans woman in Toronto. The need to act is urgent, and while most provinces have done so, there are significant areas of federal responsibility, whether that is in providing better protection against hate crimes, whether that is in addressing the dangerous federal corrections policy that places inmates in the wrong institution and thus at great risk of violence, whether that is in ending discriminatory and humiliating Transport Canada screening processes, or whether that is in making appropriate identity documents like passports easier to obtain. In fact, in most of these areas, there is no need for the federal government to wait for a bill to do the right thing. Nothing prevents government agencies from doing the right thing when it comes to trans rights, but we've seen these initiatives stall at the federal level. Passing this bill will ensure that that stalling ends. Over the past year, there could have been much more done to address the ongoing epidemic of hate crimes against trans Canadians, and in particular against those most marginalized in our society, like Aboriginal people and sex workers. Over the past year, there should have been more progress in changing discriminatory government policies. Right now, some of the most innovative work is being done by school boards and at the community level. I want to recognize the work done by organizations like Gender Creative Kids in Montreal and the Montreal Children's Hospital Child Development Program, Gender Variance Program, and the work of organizations like PFLAG. And finally, I want to recognize the many courageous parents who are standing by their trans kids and fighting for the supports that they need to succeed in this country. What Bill C-16 calls for is for us to act to provide the same rights and protection to transgender and gender-variant Canadians that the rest of us already enjoy. No more, no less. I'm asking that we join together to do so expeditiously. PEI passed its legislation in 3 weeks, British Columbia in a single day. There can never be a better time for the passage of inclusive legislation that all Canadians can be proud of. No better time than now. As I asked in closing the debate in the House of Commons on C-279 some 3 years ago, if not now, then when? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for York Centre.
I want to thank the honourable member for not just his work on this bill, but his long-time position on this issue and the work that he's done on it. I want to ask him for young Canadians like Charlie Lothian Rickert that's sitting up there and that stood with...
We can't talk about the people that are in the audience, so...
For young Canadians that are struggling and that have faced prejudice and discrimination, and the up to 20% of Canadians that are transgender that have been either physically or sexually assaulted, what difference is this bill going to make to them moving forward?
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
I thank the honourable member for the North South for his kind words and for his support for this bill. An anecdote that I can relate today is that each year I've been sponsoring a brunch for the International Day Against Homophobia. And at the last brunch, we had parents who brought their kids. And they were looking for a place where their kids could be accepted and a place where they could find the supports they need. And this bill is important not just symbolically, but realistically in making sure that all our government programs make a place for those kids to have a successful future in this country.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable member for his speech. I agree with the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, that C-16 doesn't actually add anything to the legal framework, but it doesn't take anything away either. One concern I have is that even with the existing laws that we have in the provinces and federally, we continue to see discrimination and persecution of transgendered people. Does the member believe that implementing C-16 will really fix this problem?
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I know her great sincerity in addressing this issue before the House. And I guess the simple answer is, of course I do. It's not the total solution. Passing laws never solves everything. But passing a law like C-16 is an expression of our collective will as Canadians to do better, and our collective will to make sure that we are, in fact, an inclusive society that leaves no one behind.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Burnaby, Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I just wanted to say how honored I've been to sit beside my friend here as he's put all this effort into what has been a great cause, and really would like to thank him for all his efforts. And maybe if he could go through again and tell us a little bit of what he's done to get to this place today, and then how he sees this moving forward after this bill is passed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the member for Burnaby South for his seconding my previous private member's bill and for his work on this issue. But I want to say once again, it's not my work that's brought us to this place. It's the work of very brave transgender Canadians who stepped forward to fight for their rights in public, to take cases to court, and to demand that organizations and institutions make way for all Canadians. And so it's not my work that we're here to celebrate today, nor the work of the Minister of Justice, nor the work of the House of Commons, but the work of the transgender Canadians in stepping forward to be who they are. And the famous quote by Oscar Wilde talks about that people should be who they are because everyone else is already taken.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Témiscamingue. Thank you very much. My question concerns the process. Would it not have been better to have seen this bill passed much earlier? And I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the parliamentary process, which, despite the fact that the House adopted his bill in the previous Parliament and that it had passed a third reading, that we're still back here today. Would it not have been better to have seen this passed earlier so that we could be debating other issues instead of continually coming back to the same issues because of the parliamentary process?
A brief answer from the member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
I thank the honourable member for her question. And obviously, she is correct that I have been working on this for 5 years. This was first passed by the House 6.5 years ago. And if there's a villain in this story, it is the unelected Senate, which has twice failed to pass this law so that it could already be in place in this country. Now, I hesitate to do a great attack on the other place today because I have no idea how they'll deal with future government bills, but I hope that they will deal with this expeditiously and respect the will of the House and make sure this becomes law as soon as possible.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Well, good morning, Madam Speaker. That's a boy, that's a girl. Easy, no? Well, no, actually, it's not. It's a little bit more complicated than that. It's not that simple. For example, genetically speaking, we say that somebody's a woman when they have 2 X chromosomes, and that a person is a man if they have 1 X chromosome and 1 Y chromosome. But some people have only 1 X chromosome. Others have 3. Some have 2 or 3 X chromosomes and 1 Y chromosome. Some have 2 Y chromosomes and 1 X chromosome. So as you can see, it's far from simple. In Bill C-16, which we're debating today, well, we're not talking about genetics, but we're talking about a subject that's just as complicated: identity and gender expression. As early as the 1950s, it became clear that it was not possible to define a person simply by their physical sexual characteristics. It was at that time that we started to make a distinction between the terms sex and gender. And in 1994, Justice Antonin Scalia of the United States Supreme Court wrote in an opinion,
"The word gender has acquired the new and useful connotation of cultural or attitudinal characteristics, as opposed to physical characteristics, distinctive to the sexes. That is to say, gender is to sex, as feminine is to female, and masculine is to male."
If I were to translate what I just said myself, the word gender has acquired the new and useful connotation of cultural or attitudinal characteristics as opposed to physical characteristics distinctive to the sexes. That is to say, gender is to sex as feminine is to female and masculine is to male. And what Justice Scalia said clearly was that sex and gender are 2 different things. A transgendered person is a person whose sexual identity doesn't correspond with their secondary sex characteristics that they developed after birth. They literally don't feel like they're in the right skin or the right body. She may feel feminine, but physically she's male, or he may feel masculine, but physically he's female. So it's easy to imagine, based on that, the kind of discrimination, prejudice, harassment, and violence that transgender people may be victims of. A shy teenage girl is often harassed, a man of slight stature, a kid of above average intelligence. Imagine a transgendered person. The statistics are also telling about the discrimination that transgendered people face. In Ontario, for example, 71% of transgendered people have an annual income under $30,000. According to EGAL Canada, 90% of transgendered students report having been victims of intimidation or bullying every day, every week. In addition, a few months ago, a Montreal medical clinic that performs gender reassignment surgeries was firebombed. So prejudice and violence are a very real thing, a fact of life. And that's why NDP members have for years been presenting bills in the House of Commons of Canada to defend the rights of transgendered people and protect them against discrimination. Those bills would have integrated into the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code protective measures based on gender identity and expression. And that's why in 2005, the NDP member for Burnaby Douglas, Bill 6A, presented a bill. He attached a lot of importance to this issue, and twice he presented private members' bills to the House of Commons in 2006 and 2008. And because this cause is so important to NDPers, my colleague for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke took up the charge and almost managed to get his bill passed. The Green Party, the Bloc Québécois, and a number of Liberals and Conservatives supported that bill, but the Senate, the non-elected, unaccountable Senate, saw fit to let the bill die on the order paper. The very bill that had been approved by duly elected members of Parliament, elected by Canadians. So there's still no protection after over 10 years of debate for these people who are too often victims of harassment and violence. So we're delighted here in the NDP to see this government present Bill C-16. We've been calling for this for a long time, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid that this is all for show. I'm an optimist, so I want to believe that the government genuinely intends to protect this vulnerable portion of the population. After all, the last time round, all Liberal members present for the vote voted in favor of Bill C-279, which had been put forward by my colleague for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke. But this time the context is different. Today the Liberals form a majority. They are the government here in the House of Commons. And so they have it in their power to ensure that Bill C-16 is passed at second and third reading. So I challenge them to do it. This bill was already passed twice by the House. And the government can make sure that this bill is quickly adopted through all the stages of the legislative process. And then there will remain an important step, a step that we would do without here in this party, but because the Senate is still around, we have to deal with it. So I challenge the Liberals to speak to their colleagues in the Senate, those who the Prime Minister excluded from Liberal caucus, but who still feel like they are Liberals deep down. I challenge Liberals here to convince Liberal senators of the appropriateness of these changes to the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code under C-16, and to convince them of their importance for trans people. As for my Conservative colleagues, when this vote was held in 2013, 18 Conservatives supported the bill, a similar bill, put forward by my colleague, including some cabinet ministers. Recently, other members, including their interim leader, have said that they would support C-16. So I like to think that others will join them to make sure that this bill is ultimately passed. I also hope that Conservatives and Liberals alike will be convinced of the well-foundedness of this cause and will work together with their Senate colleagues to make sure this bill doesn't die on the order paper once again in the Senate. In my opinion, it would be a shame. It would be shameful for this country if this bill wasn't passed. C-16 would integrate gender, identity, and expression into the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination under Section 2 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. It would also amend the Criminal Code to integrate gender, identity, and expression into the list of distinctive characteristics protected by Section 318 and aggravating factors that have to be taken into account in sentencing under Section 718.2, which deals with hate crimes. Since 1970, 948 trans people have been murdered around the world. The number is, in fact, probably much higher, but most countries, including Canada, don't identify trans people in their statistics on violence. But the evidence is clear. Trans people are victims of discrimination, prejudice, harassment, and violence. So yes, it would be shameful to abandon trans Canadians once again. Trans Canadians and non-binary people have been waiting far too long for equal rights in Canada. Let's join together around this humanitarian cause and make sure Bill C-16 passes through the House of Commons quickly, through committee quickly, and just as quickly through the Senate, and to see this bill become law, a law that all Canada will be able to be proud of. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I've had the opportunity to listen to a number of speakers on the legislation thus far, and it's really encouraging when we hear comments such as the member has made across the way, and we recognize that over the years there has been a greater sense of transgender identity by all Canadians, and we see that as a very encouraging sign. We hear individuals talk about zero tolerance or no tolerance for issues of bullying, hate speech, and discrimination, and the importance of the equality of rights. And I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way will provide her thoughts in regards to how we have seen a significant shift over the years towards a better understanding of that idea of equality of rights for all.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. I think the fact that the Conservative Party leader intends to support this bill is an indication that people's thinking has actually changed for the better over time. But we need to help it along a little bit. So that's why we have to amend legislation, because legislation is subject to interpretation. So we need to make our legislation a little less vague to make sure that people end up actually being protected by it. Canadians in general don't necessarily know a lot about the difficulties of trans life. As I said before, 90% of trans students face daily and weekly problems. That's a lot still. So we need to keep the ball moving forward so that people have a better understanding.
Mayor Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her speech and definitely support the need to eliminate discrimination against transgendered people. But I also share her frustration with this Liberal government and their tendency to talk a good story and then not take any actions. So I wonder if the member could say what actions she would like to see once C-16 is enacted to make sure that it's most effective in eliminating this discrimination.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. All kinds of things come to mind, Madam Speaker, but one of them is the fact that it's very difficult. We were talking about trans poverty earlier. It's very hard for a man who wants to become a woman or vice versa to be able to afford that kind of operation. So among other things, financial support for medical services would be a big help. we're talking about $7,000 to $20,000, if not more. So if a person's only earning under $30,000 a year, how are they supposed to be able to afford a $20,000 operation? So that right there would be one way the Government of Canada could I forget the expression, but put their money where the mouth is, or walk the talk. That would be a good way of making sure that trans people not only have rights, but can also live out their lives more easily. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend my colleague on her work on this issue for a number of years. I think it's really unfortunate that we have to vote again on this issue, but as a new member, it'll be an honor for me to vote in favor of this bill. The member for Hochelaga, my colleague, mentioned in her speech that the Liberal government could act quickly, could act swiftly on this file. So I'd like her to explain to me what that means. What is swift action when it comes to a bill like this? A quick answer for from the member from Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, they could refer it immediately to committee. The committee could study this very, very quickly. Just a day would probably be enough. We've already had lots of studies. We've already heard lots of witnesses. We know the facts. So it could be sent to committee quickly, come back for third reading, be quickly sent to the Senate. And the trick here is to convince the Liberals and the Conservatives in the Senate to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. The Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member from Edmonton Centre today.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to take part in this debate on Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code.
Designed to support and facilitate the inclusion of transgender and other gender-diverse people in Canadian society. Diversity and inclusion are values that are important to us as Canadians. And yet we have heard repeatedly from trans and gender-diverse Canadians that they still do not feel safe or fully included in Canadian society. Social science research also shows that many transgender and other gender-diverse Canadians are not yet able to fully participate in our society. They face negative stereotypes, harassment, discrimination, and sometimes violence. We know that discrimination and violence have significant impacts on social participation and an individual's sense of safety in the public sphere. Research conducted by the TransPulse survey found that approximately 2/3 of trans people in Ontario had avoided public spaces or situations because they feared being harassed or being perceived or outed as a trans. The survey also indicated that the majority of trans Ontarians had avoided public washrooms because of these fears. Trans Ontarians also avoided traveling abroad, going to the gym, shopping at the mall, and eating out in restaurants, all commonplace, everyday activities and pleasures that many of us are able to enjoy comfortably. But for many trans people, these activities can be fearful because of their previous experiences of harassment and discrimination. The research also shows that transgender or other gender-diverse people face significant obstacles in obtaining employment. And this is not due to a lack of qualifications. In fact, the TransPulse survey results I mentioned earlier showed that 44% have a post-secondary degree. But trans people are significantly underemployed, with many having been fired or turned down for a job because they are trans. Others felt that they had to turn down a job that they were offered because of a lack of trans-positive or safe work environment. It's clear that too many transgender and gender-diverse people are being deprived of the opportunity to contribute to flourish in our society. This is important not just for trans people, but for us all. When a person loses an opportunity to work or is too fearful to go out shopping or to eat in a restaurant, we all lose a potential contribution to the workplace, to the economy, and to our collective social life. Discrimination is a matter of concern to us all. It both undermines that individual's freedom to make the life they are able and wish to have, and it deprives us all of their participation in our society. This bill is just the beginning, but it's an important beginning. It's another step towards greater acceptance and inclusion. By adding the grounds of gender identity and gender expression to the prohibited grounds of discrimination listed in Sections 2 and 3 of the Canadian Human Rights Act, we will protect the freedom to live openly. The amendments proposed by this bill will make it clear that discrimination in employment against trans people is unacceptable and a violation of the Canadian Human Rights Act. An employer cannot refuse to hire or promote a qualified individual simply because that person is trans or gender diverse. These amendments will make it clear that federally regulated employers and service providers will need to provide accommodation for transgender and other gender diverse individuals when required and treat them in a manner that corresponds with their lived gender. Explicit recognition will also serve to promote understanding and awareness about trans people and their rights. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I now want to address one of the amendments that this bill proposes to make to the Criminal Code, which is to expand the hate propaganda offenses in the Criminal Code to protect those who are targeted because of their gender identity or gender expression. To put this proposal in context, it's useful to give some of the history of these offenses. There are 3 crimes of hate propaganda. They were created in 1970. These are now found in Sections 318 and 319 of the Criminal Code. And these offenses are advocating or promoting genocide against an identifiable group, inciting hatred against an identifiable group in a public place that is likely to lead to a breach of peace, and breach of the peace, and willfully promoting hatred other than in private conversation against an identifiable group. As you can see, a key element for all of these offenses is the term identifiable group. When the hate propaganda offenses were first created, and for many years afterwards, the definition of identifiable group was very limited in scope. It was defined in the Criminal Code to mean a section of the public that was identifiable on the basis of race, color, religion, and ethnic origin. In 2001, the then Member of Parliament for Burnaby Douglas introduced in this House Bill C-415, later reinstated as Bill C-250, and entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Hate Propaganda. This bill proposed to add sexual orientation to the definition of identifiable group in the Criminal Code. He quoted in support of his bill a statement made by the Supreme Court of Canada in the 1990 case of R versus Keegstra, which upheld the constitutionality of the hate propaganda offense of willfully promoting hatred against an identifiable group. The Supreme Court said, "The harms caused by hate propaganda run directly counter to the values central to a free and democratic society, and in restricting the promotion of hatred, Parliament is therefore seeking to bolster the notion of mutual respect necessary in a nation which venerates the equality of all persons." In 2004, Bill C-250 became law. As a result, the definition of identifiable group was expanded to include sexual orientation as an identifiable group for the crimes of hate propaganda. I will now fast-track to 2014, when Bill C-13, the Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act, received royal assent. One section of that bill amended the definition of identifiable group for the hate propaganda offenses by adding more groups to that definition, specifically the criteria of national origin, sex, age, and mental or physical disability. As we've seen, the definition of identifiable group has been expanded considerably since 1970. This expansion reflects a commitment to equality and the desire of Canadians to protect more and more vulnerable groups in our society from the serious harms to human dignity that flow from the type of vicious hate speech prohibited by these Criminal Code provisions. Bill C-16 proposes to add 2 new terms to the definition of identifiable group: gender identity, and gender expression. Such an expansion is eminently justifiable on two grounds. First, this expansion will extend to those in our society who are identifiable on the basis of gender identity and gender expression, the same protections already afforded to other groups in Canadian society, such as those identifiable on the basis of their sex and sexual orientation. This helps to promote equality before the law and throughout Canadian society for trans people. Second, this expansion will explicitly recognize that those who are identifiable on the basis of their gender identity and gender expression are in need of protection by the criminal law. For example, the TransPulse survey I mentioned earlier indicates that trans people are the targets of specifically directed violence. 20% had been physically or sexually assaulted for being trans, and another 34% had been verbally threatened or harassed but not assaulted. Here in Canada, we criminalize hate propaganda in part because it undermines the dignity and respect of the targeted group. It undermines their sense of belonging and inclusion in society. Adding gender identity and gender expression to the list will send a clear message that hate propaganda against trans and other gender-diverse individuals is not acceptable. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members of this chamber to support this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Minister for her speech and for her very important work on the elimination of violence against women and against transgendered people. In our Status of Women Committee, we've heard a lot of testimony about how even where adequate laws exist, they don't eliminate violence alone. What additional steps does the member believe the government needs to take to eliminate violence against transgendered people?
The Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an excellent question, and I think that legislation is the leadership that we need to demonstrate to our country that these rights are inalienable and that people have the right to live safely in their community. But the honourable member makes a very good point that leadership is the first step. The next step is to bring Canadians along with us, to create a culture where we understand that diversity is our strength, that we're stronger because of our diversity, not in spite of it, that when people have an opportunity to thrive and live in their communities and contribute to their economies, that in fact all of Canada is stronger.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her speech. We heard her earlier during this debate. The House has been studying this issue for several years now. Witnesses were heard from at committee, and my question is the following. Does she think that the Liberal government should, because this is the third time, if it's passed, that it will be passed by this House, will the government have to ensure that it moves forward quickly? That is, that it be studied quickly, perhaps during a single day at committee, and that it come quickly back to the House and take the necessary steps so that this time, after the two previous times that it has been rejected by the Senate, that this time it be adopted by the Senate, and that finally we will be able to move forward to respect these rights. The Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
Speaker, and thank you to your question. I think we all want to see this legislation move forward quickly so that people, trans people, people of different gender identity and expression have the same protections that other Canadians do. And so I cannot speak to the committee's schedule, but what I can say is it is this government's sincere desire to see this become law as soon as possible.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the things I think we should try to pick up on is the importance of Ottawa playing a strong national leadership on this whole issue. We know in terms of that the provinces also have a role to play. And by Ottawa taking action such as this, that we are in fact once again reinforcing, I would argue, not only a strong international leadership on such an important file, but we're also providing, I believe, the opportunity for provinces to look in terms of what is happening, because not all provinces are in fact the same. So it is in good part a leadership issue also, and ask if the Minister would provide comment further on that.
Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. In fact, this is an important signal of leadership. When elected officials gather together and determine that a group of people deserve the same protections as all other Canadians, that is a strong indication of leadership. But we're joining other provinces that have made movement in this regard as well, and that are taking steps to ensure that those of us that are the most vulnerable, including people that are that have a different gender identity, have the right and the opportunity to live, contribute, and participate in their communities in fulsome ways. I think we're joining that work. But absolutely, the question of leadership is an integral one, and that is why we're so proud to be working on this issue today.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Let me give a specific illustration why I will not be supporting this bill in my question. There was a rape counseling group in the Vancouver area that was hauled into the legal system because they refused to take, as a counselor, a gentleman who had transformed into a lady. The organization says it violated their principles. They only wanted someone who was the entire life a woman to be a rape crisis counselor. Why should organizations like rape counseling organizations be discriminated against under legislation like what the government is proposing?
Brief answer from the Minister.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I think the premise of the question is wrong, and I think that what it does is it instills the kind of fear that in fact this bill is trying to combat, that we have a role to play in showing and demonstrating to organizations across this country that this can be done well. It's happening, in my province of Ontario. I am so proud of a province that has taken steps to mandate this in their provincial organizations, that accommodation is provided and that people are supported through their journey. So, Madam Speaker, I reject the premise of the question.
Reprise de débat.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Tuesday, May 17th, was an important day. It was the International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia. It was a day to recognize the efforts of everyone who has fought for equality, freedom, and respect for gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, intersex, non-binary, and two-spirited persons. It was a day to celebrate the achievements of advocates and their friends and supporters in making Canada a more inclusive place in which to live. And it was a day to look forward to a time when all societies embrace their diversity and draw strength and vibrancy from it. May 17th was also the day on which the Minister of Justice introduced Bill C-16 to the House of Commons. This legislation proposes to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act to add 2 prohibited grounds of discrimination: gender identity and gender expression. As a result of this amendment, it would be a discriminatory practice in matters of employment and the provision of goods, services, facilities, and accommodation in the federal jurisdiction to disadvantage people because of their gender identity or expression. This legislation also proposes to amend the Criminal Code. It would expand the list of identifiable groups that are protected from hate propaganda by adding gender identity or expression to that list. Finally, it would make it explicit that hatred on the basis of gender identity or expression should be considered an aggravating factor in sentencing for a criminal offence. These are very important amendments. The Canadian Human Rights Act advances the principle that all individuals should have an equal opportunity to make for themselves the lives that they are able and wish to have without being hindered by discrimination. Madam Speaker, all Canadians should be able to turn to this Act and see their rights and obligations spelled out clearly. But it is not evident from the current words of the Act that trans and gender-diverse persons have a right to equal treatment. It is true that the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal has interpreted the Act to prohibit discrimination against trans persons in some cases. But these interpretations are not easily accessible to the trans community, employers, or service providers who need to know who the Act protects. Moreover, these decisions concern particular individuals in particular situations. The full scope of protection for trans and gender-diverse persons is not clear, particularly in relation to gender expression. Gender expression refers to the ways in which people express their gender through choices such as clothing, personal appearance, name, use of pronouns, and other forms of expression. Adding this ground in the Canadian Human Rights Act will offer clear protection against discrimination by employers and service providers who would deny Canadians their dignity simply because they express their gender differently. Trans people who have discriminated against should not have to become expert in statutory interpretation or criminal law to advocate for their basic rights. It is not enough to hope that employers and service providers will look beyond the words of the Act. Parliament, as this bill proposes, should add these grounds to the Canadian Human Rights Act as well as the Criminal Code so that they will be in the statute book for all to see. Make no mistake, Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that trans or gender diverse persons face an elevated risk of violence at the hands of others. The Trans Pulse Project studied the experiences of approximately 500 transgender Ontarians, and that study concluded, and I quote, that trans people are the targets of specifically directed violence, that 20% had been physically or sexually assaulted for being trans, and another 34% had been verbally threatened or harassed. In 2011, a study by Egal Canada indicated very high levels of verbal, physical, and sexual harassment against transgender persons. Transgender Canadians are often discriminated against by their own family members. Mr. Speaker, no group of people should be exposed to that kind of daily threat. Given the high levels of violence and threats of violence against trans people, it is clear that our laws require measures to specifically denounce the violence and discrimination inflicted upon individuals because of hatred of their gender identity or gender expression. Notre devoir de
Our duty as parliamentarians goes beyond the maintenance of good order set out in legal texts. Canadians expect that we speak on their behalf, that we recognize their qualities and vulnerabilities, as well as affirming and protecting their fundamental rights and dignity. This bill, therefore, is not only an opportunity to reiterate our support for trans Canadians, but also an opportunity for this chamber to affirm to all Canadians that they may in future feel safe and free to be themselves. On May 17th, when I joined my colleague, the Minister of Justice, to announce this bill, we were accompanied by many people who are aware of the need for this legislation.
Saw in this bill a real sign of acceptance and unity. This bill says to every transgender and diverse gender person that they do not need to choose between being safe and being who they are. This bill says to young people in all parts of this country who are struggling to understand themselves, who are realizing that they are a bit different than their peers, that it is okay to be different, and that they are special, and that they are unique, and that they belong. This bill sends a clear signal to our transgender and gender diverse community that this government will not stand for discrimination, and that we stand with them shoulder to shoulder. To any members of this House who may be considering voting no on this important legislation, I must ask why. This bill is about equality. It is about respect for diversity. Even if you cannot fully understand the lives of our transgender community, surely you can understand that no group of people should live under such threat of violence in our country. Je m'adresse à chacune.
I am speaking to each and every one of my colleagues here and asking for your support for this important issue.
And gender diverse persons. And I call on this House to affirm their equal status in Canada, and I will fight every day to ensure they are protected and free to live their lives safely and free from fear. I do so as a member of this House who is a proud, openly gay man. I was able to earn a place in this House because of the hard work of those who stood to be counted before me. People who stood up to discrimination, who fought for individual rights, people who stood for inclusivity and acceptance, people who were bullied and for whom the law has discriminated against in the past. And so today, I and we stand shoulder to shoulder with the trans community to say no more, and that we will continue to fight and stand up for those who still need our protection. To conclude, Madam Speaker, the proposed changes to the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code sentencing provisions will help to create a better and safer Canada that is inclusive of all forms of diversity. I urge all members of this House to support the passage of this important bill. Merci.
Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent speech. The question I would ask in terms of actual law, or just even the importance of the symbolism of this debate and this law, in terms of affirming the rights of individuals to be protected from intimidation and violence. I was at a high school last week in Timmins talking with young people and they talked about transgendered rights in the school. And I was fascinated by that because I remember my high school years, and I remember the violence and the bullying and the shame and what we saw on a day-to-day basis against any young person who was considered to be potentially gay or wasn't manly enough or wasn't girly enough. The kind of abuse that young people were subjected to, and the people that I've known in my own community who've committed suicide from that kind of abuse. That what we are called to do in this Parliament is to affirm the importance of people and the importance of people making the choices that they need to make and should be able to make. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, beyond the actual legal implications of this bill, but the symbolism of the Parliament of Canada standing together and saying transgendered people will be welcomed, they will be loved, they will be affirmed. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks of this.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question.
A nation built around the rule of law. There is no higher deliberative or legislative body than this august chamber that decides on the laws of the land, that talks about and speaks to freedom and liberty, and that from the highest offices of the land says that people of all races, religions, creeds, sexual orientation, and soon, I hope, gender expression belong. I grew up at a time, Madam Speaker, when if the shirt I was wearing was a little bit too bright, I would walk down the halls of my university and it would be "Smells Like Gay." We would have a day where we would be supporting LGBTQ people on campus, and half the campus would make sure that they did not wear jeans that day, and it was the kind of jeans that they would wear every other day of the year. The world has changed. The laws in our country have moved forward. And to my honourable colleague's question, when this august chamber passed the laws to allow marriage equality, I knew that for the first time in my country, I belonged. What we do here matters. This bill matters. Transgender people matter.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The Honourable
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's comments and just the powerful way in which he expresses himself on such an important issue. I think that in picking up what he is commenting on is, as things have changed, one of the things that I have noticed over the years is the whole idea or concept of zero tolerance towards bullying and inappropriate behavior, and how important it is that we recognize that discrimination does exist today in a very real and tangible way. And I'm wondering if maybe my colleague could just add some thoughts in terms of how he has seen this change in terms of the Canadian tolerance towards seeing a more aggressive and stronger leadership on protecting the rights of all individuals.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Madam Speaker, the beauty of Canada is that we live in a pluralistic society. And I think if you trace our roots back to the founding peoples, the Indigenous peoples who welcomed European settlers here, and then the social contract that we built with English and French, and then later official bilingualism, which led to official multiculturalism and this amazing society we have here. We are a rights-based society. We are a human rights-based society. We've extended rights through LGBT community, but we still have more work to do on the T in that acronym, Madam Speaker. Transgender people are some of the most vulnerable, marginalized, misunderstood people in our society. And Madam Speaker, I would say to my honourable colleague, and I know he knows this, as do many here in this chamber, we are moving beyond tolerance to acceptance. That's why this law is so important.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré. Ile d'Orléans Charlevoix. It's quite the name, yes, and even in Quebec, Madam Speaker, we have a hard time remembering it. Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member for Thornhill. I rise today to speak to Bill C-16, which appears to me to be very important legislation to avoid all kinds of discrimination against all Canadians, whatever their color, their religion, their sexual orientation, or their identity or gender expression, and those who are transgendered. Many things have been accomplished in terms of progress and social acceptance over the years, and mentalities have changed. Things that seemed unimaginable 20 years ago are now an integral part of our daily lives. We are no longer simply focused on who we are. Rather, we need to now look at all of who we are. Society is made up of different people and different personalities. Allow me to use a very simple analogy to describe social progress. You might be familiar with a game we played as children, where something we called a plank race, very similar to a three-legged race. Well, social progress works the same way. If everyone works together and walks forward at the same time, the team moves forward. Every member in this House is different. Each of us has our own story and our own path. Each and every one of us has faced different situations, and each and every one of us has reacted differently in those circumstances. Our differences should never be something that stop us from moving forward. Rather, they should push us to move forward. Justice, to me, has primordial importance in my life, and that's why it seems to be very important that we have an open and respectful discussion on this subject. Generally speaking, I say live and let live. My personal experience has forced me to open my eyes to different realities, and this has led me to be very open to differences. Sometimes when you're confronted with something that you don't know how to react. But as time moves on, we learn, we try to understand, we don't judge. As my father always said, never judge someone unless you've walked a mile in their shoes. And he was right. And we were elected by secret ballot. We don't know the identity of those who voted for us. And this is yet another reason why we should legislate and govern for all Canadians by ensuring that respect and equality are the most important factors. Canada, our country, has always been a leader when it comes to progress and individual rights. I could not be more proud of my country, Canada, when it comes to social progress. Social acceptance and reducing hate crimes has progressed more than anywhere else on the planet. For over 100 years, and well, 100 years ago, under the Conservative Party and Prime Minister Robert Borden, women have had the right to vote. And people from every origin have been welcomed in our country for decades, and same-sex marriage has been legal in our country for over 10 years. Protecting minorities has always been a priority to facilitate their integration into our society. We need to protect those of every sexual identity so that they can play an important role in our society and contribute without limits caused by prejudice, hate crime, or intolerance. In 1982, the implementation of the Constitution Act guaranteed a number of rights. Among these, the right to vote, the right to equality, and legal guarantees, and guarantees for the following fundamental liberties: liberty of opinion, liberty of expression. Some will talk about freedom of expression by saying that it should take its full meaning. I agree, but we need to look at the meaning of each of these words. Expression, that means writing or saying what we think and what we feel. Freedom represents the absence of being prevented from acting the way we wish. But freedom does not mean the absence of barriers, limits, or borders. With freedom of expression, like every other freedom that we have, there need to be red lines that can't be passed. For example, we all have the right to drive, but that doesn't give us the right to speed and put at risk the lives of those around us. A second example, I have the right to smoke, but that doesn't mean that I can do it in a restaurant where I could be hurting the health of those who are around me. It's the same thing with other freedoms. We have the right, the freedom to do what we want, so long as that doesn't hurt those who surround us. And I admit that it's hard to put limits on freedom, given that it's not necessarily something that can be measured. It's not always black and white. And that's why it's very important that we are having this debate here in the House today. On behalf of equality and the individual rights of all, which must be respected, I will vote in favor of this bill. As a conservative, I represent those who are for order and respect for the law. I sincerely believe that in a world where we respect each other, we can better move forward as a society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague, my honourable colleague, for her speech. And my question to her is, well, I am an openly gay man. I'm from Alberta, and I know that Quebec's society is a very open and tolerant society, and so I would like to ask my honourable colleague from Quebec how she sees the connection between human rights with this extension of human rights, this major extension for transgender people. Why is it important for her and for us in this House to do that? The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. I would like to thank my colleague from Alberta. Well, for me, as the daughter of a prison director, prison guard, and granddaughter of a police officer, all Canadians have the rights to be respected for who they are. And it's not up to me to judge. All those who are in Canada should have the same rights, the same legal rights, and that's why I will be voting for this bill, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech, a speech full of openness, and I'd like to thank her for sharing her values and her experience, which has led her to the position she holds today. We know that this isn't the first time that the House of Commons has adopted a bill very similar to this. However, unfortunately, each time, previous bills have been blocked by the Senate. So my question for my colleague is, how will she work to convince a maximum of her colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, but especially to ensure that the Conservatives in the Senate will vote in favor of this bill? The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to respect my colleagues. We can have different opinions, different ideas, but we must do that respectfully. And that is why that I must say, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the NDP for asking that question. I hope that the Senate will have the same openness that we will have in this House. I know that there are certain people who will be voting against this bill, and that's all right. This is a democracy. But I hope that they will remember that the most important point we should be discussing in a bill like this is justice for all. And for me, this is extremely important, because when we're in Canada, to me, every person, whatever their sexual orientation, whether they be transgender, heterosexual, black, white, Asian, whatever, we should all have the same rights under the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre. A very brief question, please. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for my honourable colleague, because, well, there was a time when I was discriminated against by my own government, and by our country not that long ago. And we agreed to vote in favor of this bill. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, what can we do as MPs to make sure that people feel like they belong to our country, that they are at home here? In less than a minute, please, the honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Belleville, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Well, Mr. Speaker, it will be very difficult to answer in just one sentence, but I think that it's important to learn. Well, I was very intolerant in the past, but I've had different experiences in my life, and I believe we need to educate people about difference. And it's not because we're different that we're more or less than others. We're just different.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je voudrais remercier.
And I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech.
Rise today as well to speak to Bill C-16, which, as we know, is a government bill to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code. As the Minister's summary of the bill reads, this enactment amends the Canadian Human Rights Act to add gender identity and gender expression to the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination. The enactment also amends the Criminal Code to extend protection against hate propaganda set out in that act to any section of the public that is distinguished by gender identity or expression, and to clearly set out that evidence that an offence was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate based on gender identity or expression constitutes an aggravating circumstance that a court must take into consideration when it imposes a sentence. Now, colleagues will recall that these essential elements of this bill descend from the last Parliament, where they were essentially contained in Private Member's Bill C-279. And you will recall, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that that bill was passed on to the upper house, 149 votes in favour, 137 votes against. The bill died on the Red Chamber's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I voted against Bill C-279 on March the 20th, 2013, and I will vote against this successor legislation, Bill C-16, as well. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to explain why. Mr. Speaker, I am passionately in favour of the legal protection of all Canadians from discrimination in its many forms. I am passionately in favour of the legal protection of all Canadians from hate crimes. I am proud of the laws that have evolved over the years and the reality that Canada is recognized around the world for our recognition of diversity and equality under the law. I'm proud that the current Canadian Human Rights Act defends the principle, and I quote, that all individuals should have an opportunity equal with other individuals to make for themselves the lives that they are able and wish to have, and to have their needs accommodated, consistent with their duties and obligations as members of society, without being hindered in or prevented from doing so by discriminatory practices based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, age, sex, sexual orientation, marital status, family status, disability, or conviction for an offence for which a pardon has been granted, or in respect of which a record suspension has been ordered. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the Criminal Code as written today, which defines identifiable groups or group as any section of the public distinguished by color, race, national or ethnic origin, age, sex, sexual orientation, or mental or physical disability. As well, the Criminal Code provides in Section 718.2 that a court that imposes a sentence shall also take into consideration the following principles: that a sentence should be increased or reduced to account for any relevant aggravating or mitigating circumstances relating to the offence or the offender, on evidence that the offence was motivated by, again, bias, prejudice, or hate based on race, national or ethnic origin, language, color, religion, sex, age, mental or physical disability, sexual orientation, or any other similar factor. Now, Mr. Speaker, you may recall when the original version of this bill was debated in the previous Parliament, the then Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice, Mr. Robert Gauguin, eloquently explained the redundancy of the similar proposed amendments to include gender identity or expression. He reminded parliamentarians that the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal has already accepted and considered a number of complaints brought by trans persons on the grounds of sex. In fact, Mr. Gauguin argued the ground of sex in any discrimination law is interpreted broadly, having evolved over the years, and is usually understood to cover discrimination complaints not based only on sex, but on pregnancy, childbirth, and transsexualism. The examples of tribunal use of existing grounds already in the Act provided clear and consistent evidence that the existing Human Rights Act already recognizes that discrimination on the basis of transsexualism is discrimination on the basis of sex or gender, as well as discrimination on the basis of disability. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Justice Minister then said, and I'll quote here, Mr. Speaker, "For similar reasons, we may wish to ask ourselves whether it is necessary to add these grounds to the sentencing provisions of the Criminal Code. The section in question lists a number of deemed aggravating circumstances on sentencing, including evidence that the offense was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate, and again based on race, national or ethnic origin, language, color, religion, sex, age, mental or physical disability, or any other similar factor." Again, this list includes sex, and it also refers to any other similar factor. Consequently, judges are already able to impose longer sentences for hate crimes against transsexual persons in appropriate circumstances, end quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think it's clear that for all of the reasons cited today, I believe the amendments to both the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code are unnecessary. Let me stress again, Mr. Speaker, I am passionately in favor of the legal protection of all Canadians from hate crimes. I am proud of the laws that have evolved over the years and the reality that Canada is recognized around the world for our recognition of diversity and equality. I am proud of the work done by fellow colleagues in the House to respect and to protect and to improve the lot of trans persons in Canadian society. I believe firmly and sympathetically that trans persons facing discrimination in federally regulated workplaces and in accessing federally regulated services are, in fact, already protected by the current Act and the Code. But as I've explained, Mr. Speaker, I also firmly believe the amendments proposed in Bill C-16 are redundant and unnecessary. And I will, Mr. Speaker, respectfully oppose this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for his work on human rights and for his comments on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I can say as an openly gay member of Parliament from Edmonton Centre that having watched the marriage debate with great personal interest, that without the leadership of this House and without the leadership of civil society, I might still be waiting for the legal opportunity to marry the person that I most love in this world. And so the bill that is before us here today is not talking about redundancies. It's actually helping people see themselves be protected by the full extent of the law. And while the Honourable Member may think that it is a redundancy, transgender people certainly do not consider themselves to be redundant. And so my question to the Honourable Member is, where is the harm in extending these words in these codes and in the Act?
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I also respect the point of view and the circumstances over which he has prevailed, and I am delighted that the laws of Canada have evolved and come to respect equality fully across the sexes and sexual orientation. But I think that with regard, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but by my simple reading of the Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, I see therein that there are many grounds on which the Canadian government and the Human Rights Tribunal would find discrimination unacceptable, not only with regards to sex, which is a general ground, but with regards to race and religion. And with regards to race and religion, we know that some religions face greater discrimination, disrespect, and hate than others, but there has been no move to include specificity for those religions, or in fact, other races. Human Rights Tribunal, the courts of Canada, have proven time and again that the sex and sexual orientation grounds in the Human Rights Act and in the Criminal Code cover all of those possible grounds for discrimination and hate. And I think I'll end there. But essentially, I believe that in fact these improvements in the law, these amendments, are redundant and unnecessary.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for Thornhill with the seriousness and respect which he approaches all issues in this House, even though we quite often find ourselves on opposite sides. With respect, I would submit to him that he is missing a point here on the redundancy argument, and that is that some cases have indeed succeeded by arguing the discrimination that transgender people face is like sex discrimination or like a disability. But what the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and the Canadian Human Rights Commission both said is there is a distinct possibility of cases failing because they are not like sex discrimination or they are not like a disability. And I think it's easy for most of us to see that discrimination against, for instance, a trans woman is not the same as discrimination against a woman. There are many aspects in which this will be different. And so really what we heard from both of those organizations is that, yes, while some cases have succeeded, there is a gap, and in the future these cases might fail.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, again, I thank my colleague, and I must say that there is mutual respect for his contribution to this House and to human rights and to this particular issue. Mr. Speaker, I think that what we see here, and we have seen in the past, and we have certainly seen it with regards to the enforcement of the existing provisions of both the Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, very often both our police services and our courts need to be better educated to be able to identify and discriminate in a positive sense, between the offences that are covered in generality. And again, I'm arguing here, and when I argue on the grounds of redundancy and specificity, I think that we could create what is already a significant piece of both Criminal Code legislation and Human Rights Act content, a much heavier, a much more ponderous set of regulations and laws to protect all Canadians. And I would suggest that while society itself needs to be better informed broadly, that I think the courts themselves, human rights tribunals themselves, have to come to recognize exactly the points that you regarding the discrimination and hate against trans persons. Thank you.
I'm sure he meant the other member from Senator, not the Speaker, but I'm sure everybody understood that. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'll be spending my time with the member from Richmond Hill today. Mr. Speaker, I am very honored to stand here today to support Bill C-16, which aims to amend both the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code to add gender identity and expression to the list of prohibited grounds for discrimination. Canadians rightly expect their government and their laws to respect their fundamental values. It is something Canada does very well on so many fronts, but we all know that we can do better. I am very pleased to be here today to talk to you about why I believe this bill does a great service to Canadians, by bringing our current legislation more in line with some of the values we hold very dear. We as Canadians are so fortunate to live in a country that embraces diversity. We see diversity as a strength and are rightly proud to celebrate those from all walks of life who contribute to the Canadian tapestry and our society. We also know that diversity in the society did not happen by accident. The extension and protection of rights has been a work in progress for more than half a century. And the two items we are here to discuss amending today, the Canadian Human Rights Act and the hate speech section of the Criminal Code, are fundamental to that work. The changes proposed today are another step towards our goal of a society free from bias and discrimination, where every Canadian is valued and protected. The Canadian Human Rights Act, in conjunction with human rights legislation provincially and territorially, have played and continues to play a fundamental role in ensuring Canadians, regardless of sex, race, religion, sexual orientation, or other prohibitive grounds, can participate fully and equally in all aspects of Canadian life. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we know that trans and gender diverse persons have been and continue to be disproportionately impacted by discrimination and hate crimes. And this, Mr. Speaker, is quite simply unacceptable. We can and we must do more to ensure gender diverse Canadians are free from discrimination and protected from hate propaganda and hate crimes. Bill C-16 is critical in addressing the very real and dangerous discrimination faced by gender diverse and transgender individuals. I would first like to speak about the amendments this bill would make to the Canadian Human Rights Act. The Act is crucial in ensuring that Canadians have equal opportunity to live, work, and carry out their daily lives without discrimination. But it is not working for everyone. In a 2010 survey of 500 transgendered individuals in Ontario, 13% of respondents indicated that they had been fired, and 18 were refused employment based on their transgender status. Mr. Speaker, again, this is unacceptable. By adding gender expression and gender identity to the list of prohibited discriminatory grounds, we make sure that all Canadians, regardless of their gender identity, have equal opportunities to participate in every facet of Canadian life. Inclusion of gender identity as prohibited grounds for discrimination is much more than just words on paper. It provides individuals with a complaint access to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. It provides individuals with a fair and comprehensive process to ensure the protection of their rights and an opportunity to redress in cases where those rights were not respected. It is my steadfast belief that when we extend and protect the rights of some Canadians, we do a great service not just to those individuals, but to all Canadians. Respect for human rights is so fundamental to who we are as Canadians that whenever we can act to do better, to protect and enshrine rights in this country, we have a duty to do so. Bill C-16 also makes important amendments to the Criminal Code to add gender expression and identity to the list of distinguishing characteristics of an identifiable group and ensure greater protection from hate speech and crimes motivated by hate. The same survey that I referenced earlier found that 20% of transgender individuals who responded had been physically and sexually assaulted, with far too many of these crimes being reported to police. Mr. Speaker, violence and hateful propaganda must never be tolerated in a fair and peaceful country like Canada. But when those crimes are motivated by hatred of specific or identifiable groups of persons, it is incumbent upon us to do more to protect those targeted individuals and hold the people accountable for their actions. The amendments to the Criminal Code proposed in this bill provide increased protections for gender-diverse individuals and permit for longer sentences in cases where the crime has been motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate. Mr. Speaker, we are under no pretenses that the changes in this bill will end all discrimination against transgendered and diverse populations. But it is an important step, one which builds on the advocacy work of those in the LGBTQ+ community and allies, and they have done so for many years. So I am proud that the Government of Canada is now catching up. These changes put in place fundamental protections needed to ensure basic level protection. There is more that we can do, and we must ensure equity for gender-diverse Canadians, but it starts with ensuring their inclusion in the Criminal Code. Mr. Speaker, on a personal note, it is particularly important to me to speak today on this bill because as a Black person and as a woman, there have been periods in Canadian history when people who look like me were not viewed as persons. And during Women's History Month, and in particular today on Persons Day, it is important to recognize this. I am a generation removed from those fights, so I recognize that the privilege given to me to serve in this House requires me, again, is my duty to do all that I can to help extend those rights for all. Further, Mr. Speaker, I have 3 children at home, and everything I do, I cannot help but think about how it will affect their lives. So it is important to me that they know that they are growing up in a Canada where same-sex marriage is the law of the land, and this particular bill is a further extension of our values that we hold dear and values that my children, as young as they are, hold very dear. Mr. Speaker, I hope that in 20 years from now, there will be a generation of children for whom the idea of discrimination based on gender identity or any other discrimination is unthinkable. And Bill C-16 is critical in making that a reality. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Justice, for her hard work on this file. Her obvious commitment to diversity and inclusion is an example to all of us in this chamber. I want to thank you for your leadership, and I'm very proud to stand with you today in supporting this legislation, and I encourage my colleagues all through this House to do the same. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for her passionate speech. One of the concerns I have about the implementation of C-16 is based on testimony we recently heard at the Status of Women in our study on violence against women. In this testimony, we heard that in one location, 40% of the women who showed up at the police station claiming to have been sexually assaulted were turned away at the door. How will the government ensure that C-16, if supported, will be rolled out in a way that will take reports of discrimination or violence against transgendered people seriously?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for her question. And I would first like to say that violence on any level is unacceptable. And what this bill does is it ensures that in our legislation there are adequate protections for transgendered individuals. And, you know, I beg to say that when our diverse communities are empowered through legislation, Mr. Speaker, when they know that they have ground to stand on that is actually written in our codes and our criminal code and our Canadian Human Rights Act, they are empowered to be able to say that when they get to that door and they're turned away or they're not treated in a way that respectfully pays attention to their claim, to their injustice, that it allows them to say that they have grounds to stand on and to fight with others who are their allies to ensure that that never happens to anyone else in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Esquimalt, Saanich Suk, and Bill 6A, who led this fight many years before. Bill 6A taught me a lot because it was in the same-sex marriage debate that Bill 6A's speech on giving young queer kids a sense of hope really struck home. And it made me realize the importance of standing up to vote. And when I said I would stand up to vote for those rights, I was targeted. The diocese and the community region I represent told me that I'd be denied communion in the church that I worked in, that I helped the kids in, that I ran the choir in, that my children stopped going to church because of the attacks from the pulpit, that I was told a press release was sent out by the diocese that they'd have me defeated in the next election if I didn't change my vote. But I believe that the vote of standing up for individual rights was important. And I only tell that story, and I never talk about that time at all. But I tell it here because I have to say that what made me come through that period so strongly was so many religious people said, we believe in gender and gay equality. We believe in caring for each other. And I can say the priests who stopped their cars on the streets who came up and hugged me, the nuns who called me, the ordinary lay people who said, we can be better than being fearful. And I went back into my riding after that period expecting this supposed blowback, and it wasn't there. People said you did the right thing because when you stand on conscience, you always stand on solid ground. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what kind of message she thinks this bill will send to this next generation of young people who need to be affirmed, and that is the role of what we're doing in Parliament. We're standing up and saying these young people are valued, they're loved, they have a place, and they have a place that's in the heart of the Canadian society. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what she thinks about the symbolism of what we're doing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his testament and his question. And I first want to say that I empathize with him on some of the story that you related. I want to say that when I think about my own children in delivering the speech and standing here before this House and supporting this bill, I think about myself as a mom and the message that I want to send to them about inclusion and valuing people. We are all just people, Mr. Speaker, and when we start to say, well, some things are unacceptable for some people and some things are acceptable for others, but maybe I shouldn't, that's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. And today we take a step forward in making sure that these rights and protections are in legislation, and that sends a message to our young people that when it is time to fight for those who oftentimes cannot fight for themselves, we need to step up. And if we don't step up, I'll be doing a disservice to my own children, but to many other generations of children to follow. And I again, thank you for your question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take great pride in having the opportunity to participate in this debate and lend my support on such an important and much-awaited bill. Bill C-16, the Act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code. This bill proposes to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act to add gender identity or gender expression to the list of prohibited grounds for discrimination. It also amends the Criminal Code to add gender identity or expression to the definition of identifiable group for the purpose of the hate propaganda offenses and to the list of aggravating circumstances for the hate crime sentencing. And furthermore, it would allow longer sentences for criminal offenders motivated by hate based on gender identity or gender expression. In simple words, Mr. Speaker, this bill recognizes that trans individuals are equally deserving of protection from discrimination based on gender identity as are all Canadians are protected from discrimination based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, age, sex, sexual orientation, marital status, family status, disability, and conviction of an offense for which a pardon has been granted. I'm also proud that it is a Liberal government proposing this bill, just as it was a Liberal government in 1996 that amended the Human Rights Act to include sexual orientation in this list. It has been 20 years, Mr. Speaker, since that aspect of Canada's Human Rights Act was amended. It is now 2016. And it's time that we modernize our laws to truly reflect our society and our diversity. Of course, I strongly acknowledge and commend my NDP colleagues for their leadership in previous session for the promotion and raising awareness of these gaps in our legislation to this House. As has previously repeatedly mentioned, and is certainly a point worth reiterating, trans and gender diverse persons have been disproportionately impacted by discrimination and hate crimes. A survey conducted by TransPulse Project in 2010 showed that out of 500 transgender respondents in Ontario, 13% had been fired and 18% were refused employment based on transgender status. 20% had been physically or sexually assaulted. But unfortunately, not all of these assaults were reported to the police. It does not stop there. Trans individuals also face daily bullying at home, in school, in the streets, in malls, and in many other places. According to a large-scale survey of LGBTQ across Canada conducted by Eagle Canada, 68% of trans students reported being verbally harassed about their perceived gender identity. 49% of the trans students have experienced sexual harassment in school in the last year as of 2011. 90% of trans youth reported hearing transphobic comments daily, directed at them, but what is sad is that 20% of these reported hearing some of these comments were from the teachers. In passing this legislation, Mr. Speaker, we will not only show transgender diverse individuals that they do deserve protection, that they are recognized by our government, that our country's legislation does protect and represent all Canadians, regardless of their gender identity or expression, but also in enshrining trans and gender diverse individuals as a separate, recognized group in our law. It means that the law enforcement agencies will be better able to carry out their duties. Let me explain. As it stands, our law enforcement personnel are not properly trained to understand and respond to crimes related to gender identity, as they should. Furthermore, because there are no separate recognition of trans and gender diverse person in our legislation, it also means that we lack the appropriate data from our government to have a better understanding of the depth of the problem in our society. And without this understanding and without data, it will be difficult to appropriately address the issue. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the impact of the hate crimes and bullying does not end at the point at which the act has ended. The impact has far more severe ramifications on the mental health of the victims. In a survey conducted by TransPulse in Ontario in 2014, it was reported that those who have experienced physical assault, 56% have seriously considered suicide, and 29% have attempted suicide. In the same survey, 35% of those that have faced verbal abuse seriously consider suicide, compared to 8% of whom have attempted suicide. What is concerning, Mr. Speaker, is that 28% of the individual have seriously considered and 4% attempted suicide, even though they have not been subject to physical nor verbal abuse. What this suggests is that mental health issues are rampant among this segment of population in Canada, and that we must act now to address these issues. Today, we are taking the first step in introducing this legislation. However, in the future, further steps must be taken, and that will be facilitated by the passing of this bill. These steps would include providing adequate training to our healthcare providers to assess and quickly react to possible mental health trigger warning signs, to be able to identify the root cause of the mental health issue and assist victims in finding appropriate resources through the law. Next step would be promotion and advocacy campaigns that would raise awareness of these issues, that provide adequate training to all stakeholders in question, and that show trans and gender diverse Canadians that they are included, respected, protected, and cared for. I'm proud to come from a riding that has already enshrined gender expression and gender identity in its policy. For instance, in 2014, Richmond Hill, through its employment accommodation procedure, aligned its employment policy with the Ontario Human Rights Code and included gender identity and gender expression under the definition of protected groups, whereby individuals from the trans and gender diverse population can seek recourse for employment discrimination through this policy. Mr. Speaker, Ontario has adopted such a bill into legislation. Richmond Hill has adopted such a policy into its regulation. It is time for the federal government to follow suit. I look forward to being part of a society that is tolerant and inclusive, achieved by passing a bill that seeks to achieve just that. I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable, Hamilton, Regina, no, it's not Regina, I'm sorry. Burnaby South, yes. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to applaud my colleague for his speech. This is actually a very important day here in the House of Commons. I'm wondering if he could perhaps add some personal flavor to his speech and tell us of trans folks that he knows and some of the struggles that they've gone through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, and I thank the member across for asking the question. I do know a lot of members of our society that are in that process of self-identifying or being labeled as transgender. I've become familiar with that as part of some of my friends at the early stage of my upbringing, and I've also had friends during the high school as well as university who have struggled with that. But let me share you something that really brings the whole point of why we are doing this. It's of two serious points. One is the point of alignment. The other point, by making sure that those who are not sure about what stage in the process are feel protected, that they could come out and they could ask for help and they're protected. From an alignment point of view, as has been discussed, I think this is bringing the alignment at all levels. I talked about my riding Richmond Hill, how proud I am. I talk about Ontario, and I think it's time for the federal government to join that alignment. And as far as the process by which individuals feel comfortable, because it's about the transgender, it's because it's about a spectrum that an individual finds itself and needs to go through the process to settle in that become comfortable with it, we need to provide an environment that they feel comfortable and they feel protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank the member from Richmond Hill for his eloquent and detailed explanation of why he supports Bill C-16. At the end of his speech, he highlighted what was happening in Ontario and Richmond Hill in terms of legislation that they adopted. I was wondering if he can elaborate on what other provinces and territories in Canada have done to advance the cause for gender identity and gender expression through their legislation.
Honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague, and I commend my colleague in leading the issue of youth and mental health in many aspects, and I'm sure we'll have the pleasure of working with her very closely on this file and on this bill as well. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her important question. In my speech, I sought to highlight the fact that many other provinces and territories across Canada have adopted legislation that seeks to protect the right of trans and gender diverse persons in Canada. Most Canadian provinces and territories now list gender identity, and some have included gender expression among the prohibited grounds of discrimination under their human rights law. The human rights law in Northwest Territories, Manitoba, Saskatchewan prohibit discrimination based on gender identity, while the human rights law in Alberta, British Columbia, Nova Scotia, Ontario, Prince Edward Island, Quebec, including Newfoundland and Labrador, were the members asking the question in front prohibit this discrimination based on both gender identity and gender expression. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister has been quoted often as saying we are stronger because of our diversity. I could not agree more. What makes Canada great is our pluralism, our inclusiveness. However, what deeply concerns me is his statement that was made and echoed by the Minister of Justice this morning. That is, that we must go beyond tolerance of differences to acceptance. The reason I do not agree with this thinking is because it literally removes what makes Canada the great democracy it is, where we all have the right to think differently and make different choices and express contrary views without fear of repercussion. What we must do is accept all people. What we must not accept is a loss of respect for differences and views and choices. We must accept people while respecting various views and varying choices. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to mention that I will be splitting my time with the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Thank you. Today, we are asked to consider extending these protections to include gender identity and gender expression. As elected officials, we have a duty to our Canadian public to exercise the best judgment we can to ensure that we continue to protect those already protected under the law, while considering the needs of those asking for additional considerations. How does gender identity and expression differ from protection provisions already extended under the 1996 Canadian Human Rights Act to sexual orientation? Typically, a person's gender is consistent with their biological sex characteristics, resulting in an individual dressing and or behaving in a way which is perceived by others as within generally accepted cultural gender norms. Gender, we are told today, is no longer based just on biological sex characteristics. Rather, it is based on what you feel you are or what you identify with. Male, female, agender, genderqueer, trans man, trans woman, transgender, non-binary, even questioning or unsure are some of the options. The vocabulary is continuing to evolve for those seeking new roles or identities for themselves. Gender expression refers to the ways in which one may opt to manifest or express their masculinity or femininity. Sexual orientation can include heterosexual, straight, gay, lesbian, bisexual, asexual, pansexual, queer, questioning or unsure, same-gender loving, or others. If options for identifying yourself to extend to questioning and unsure, how do we protect that? How does an individual know if they fall in this category? How is an employer supposed to know if they fall in this category? What about our lawmakers and our enforcement services. With respect to the other provisions under the law, we provide our citizens, businesses, and service providers and our lawmakers with clear definitions, as we should. Will a new law protect people that have committed to and changed their identification, as well as those who want to change or think they want to change, or perhaps they've been thinking for the past couple of weeks that they may want to change, or in the last hour? It is a very broad spectrum we are asked to consider today, from "I feel like a woman today" to someone that has completely committed to the process and changed themselves and gone through transformational surgery and now want protection from discrimination. If, as a business owner, one of your employees who has been going to the men's washroom for 10 years suddenly decides to go into the women's washroom and you hear a scream from another woman, is it discrimination if you ask him to leave? Is the man just opting to put his toe in the water, so to speak, and now has the right to? Or are you possibly kicking a pervert out? Where does the onus of responsibility lie to determine what the true circumstances are? Is this not putting an inordinate amount of responsibility on our employers, businesses, and service providers? Clearly, the females in this instance have rights too, or do they? As do the businesses or service operators, or do they? As a small business owner in a small family community, we have respectfully indicated to a customer that we could not provide for them the service that they requested. Fortunately, they understood. Our consultation with a lawyer affirmed that we have the right to determine who our clientele is, as he also has the right to determine what cases he wants to take. Where the challenge exists is this, that tools are being used widely to promote a loss of diversity, not a growth in diversity. To think differently is being attacked with hate language and terminology that says, if you disagree with me, well then you hate me. And that in turn is impacting other people's freedoms and other people's choices. I've taught my children to know that what their values are and to make good choices based on those values. I've also taught them to value everyone, regardless of how their values and choices may differ from theirs. In the community we lived in until 6 years ago, there are mosques, gurdwaras, temples, and churches. Our church that my husband pastored had the Christmas story told in 13 different languages. There were 83 different people groups, and my children were the minority as white Caucasians in their school. They have friends of different faiths, ethnic backgrounds, and sexual orientation. They have relationships regardless of their differences. This is true diversity and true acceptance. I greatly respect the member from Esquimalt Saanich Sooke and the way that he reached out to the gay community of refugees coming to Canada. At the first briefing by the Minister of Immigration, the member asked how the gay community here could connect with the Syrian gay community coming into Canada, as they are routinely discriminated against, harmed, and murdered. I expressed my absolute support for his desire to help them make the transition to Canada a safe and a positive one. No one should be persecuted or discriminated against for their choices or beliefs. The same could be said of the Yazidis and Christians, who were one of the 4 most vulnerable groups identified by the United Nations, who also are not in the camps at all because they will be murdered there, and often don't make it there because they have been thrown overboard and drowned before they reach safety. So the question has to be asked, what is to be done when values and beliefs of individuals and faiths collide in Canada? Do we support one and attack another? This is what is happening, and I fear could happen on even a larger scale when claims are made to the Human Rights Commission. Coexistence is what makes diversity great, not an artificial inclusiveness that simply moves the markers and tosses that which doesn't agree out of the equation by defining a different view, belief, or right to share that perspective as hateful. As we start down this road, are we prepared to extend rights to every incarnation, and how many more are going to evolve? Should something as important as our Human Rights Charter and Criminal Code be this fluid? Mr. Speaker, I had also hoped to provide a definite number respecting how many individuals are requiring gender identity and gender expression protection. Unfortunately, like its definition, there are no clear hardcore numbers or studies readily available for reference. The gender identity and gender expression population is estimated to range from 1% to 3%. Every population is important and should not be discriminated against. Should the needs, though, of a small and broadly defined minority of 1 to 3% outweigh the concerns of the general population who equally have and share those rights? As discussed, the labels for this population are continually morphing and evolving, and the numbers that identify with this population are somewhat dubious at best. Yet in our zeal to want to be seen as fair and open-minded, we seem to have forgotten the faces of those whose equal rights also exist. If we are in fact prepared to pass this law and let everyone do whatever they want on any given day or whim, do we not have a responsibility to ensure that we are not now discriminating against the larger population's health, safety, and quality of life? Proponents of this bill would have no issue, I would think, with a grown man coming into a woman's locker room to shower, as this bill would allow a self-identifying or expressing man in this case to do so if he so chose. But aside from those that are comfortable with it, there is a large percentage of the population that is not. Women's restrooms and locker rooms are traditionally family changing rooms. By passing this bill, are we then saying that a person's need to express their gender or identity foreshadows the mother's need to also protect her child from seeing a naked man at, let's say, a YMCA children's swim class? Have we really gone this far in our society? Is this really where the majority of Canadians want to evolve or aspire to? With incidents of violence increasing against women and children, and yes, against men, and with incidents of sexual predators on the rise, child kidnappings and so forth, we see it all the time in our news. Is it prudent for responsible legislators to expand this umbrella so irresponsibly? To ask the majority of Canadians to give up their own rights to privacy and to gender identity and expression and bear the cost for the same is asking too much. I am confident that a good portion of our society agrees with this. For these reasons, I accept, embrace, and support the rights of all individuals to live without discrimination for their values, beliefs, and choices in Canada, and so cannot support C-16. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In listening to the member, one of the thoughts that come to my mind is to recognize that Ottawa has certain jurisdictional responsibility, and we're addressing that in this legislation that we're proposing today. There are provincial entities that have already accepted gender laws of a similar type of nature and have moved forward on it. And we're talking about more than one provincial territorial jurisdiction. And I'm wondering if the member feels or maybe could provide some comment in regards to, as Canadian values and understanding and appreciation for the whole idea of zero tolerance towards discrimination and acts of bullying and so forth, that provinces seem to have responded. Some provinces have seemed to responded. We've seen members from all political parties talk relatively positive of the legislation. Does she not feel that maybe there is the opportunity for Canada, the national government, to move forward on what is, in fact, a very important issue that other jurisdictions have already acted on, at least in part?
Honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. Quite honestly, you know, I use a lot of what I would consider common sense to guide me in trying to discern what is the appropriate response here. And to my children, I say, just because your friend jumped off the bridge, do you need to do that too? The reality is there's a lot of angst across Canada in a lot of areas, not with accepting people, but being put in positions where you have no choice but to change the dynamics of acceptance for other people who are recognized in the Charter when really we don't need to, because these people, all of us, should be protected under that Charter against discrimination, and we are. As far as bullying goes, I have an autistic grandson in school, and believe me, what's happening nowadays in schools to prevent bullying is huge in my mind. Seeing a precious young gal in my life come home crying in tears and asking me to pick her up from a home because the girls that she had been friends with all of her life to grade 6 now said she had to lose weight and style up to continue to be part of their group. This is an issue that transcends just the question of homosexuality and gender identification. These are all issues that actually impact all Canadians, and that's why I feel our Charter of Rights and Freedoms needs to reflect that people who have a different view than me have every right to live and have those freedoms in our country right alongside of me.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I want to assure my honourable colleague she doesn't have to worry about going to the bathroom. That's under provincial jurisdiction. Nobody's going to take that right away from her. I want to assure her that this bill is not about allowing people to do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want, as she claims. This is about protecting a very vulnerable segment of society. Now, she tells me that's just 3%. You know, and if we're protecting that 3%, what about the rest of the population? Aren't we somehow being mean to the majority? You know, I've heard that false argument from the religious community for the last 20 years, that the majority, you know, everything's okay with the majority and the minority can just get along. I remember what it was like for the minority, you know, when I was in grade 9 and my friend Terry, he had to run home every single day. We didn't have the word for trans then, but we knew what happened to them. Hey, but the majority, the football players, the jocks, the pretty girls, they all thought it was okay. What we're talking about is simple legislation to make sure those kinds of acts of violence are not allowed, that denying someone a job because they're trans is not allowed, that my colleague is a landlord. She might not like a trans couple renting at her place. It's not her place to tell them that they can't rent there. In the same way as she doesn't like a black couple renting or a gay couple, that it's not her right as the majority does not supersede their right to live their lives. This is a fairly simple piece of legislation, but when I'm hearing my honourable colleague, it sounds like Western civilization is coming to an end. And I'll tell you, Western civilization wasn't all that great for a lot of people who were bullied and victimized for year after year after year. And when I hear her talk about sexual predators coming into the washrooms, well, we saw the sexual predators that were loosed in our schools and our churches for decades because nobody was going to challenge them. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, why is she afraid of that 3% just being protected from harassment?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville in 45 seconds or less, please.
Oh, really? Oh, my. Thank you for that question. I agree with you that they should be protected. That is not the argument here at all. There is no way that those individuals should not be protected the way everyone else is under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But the concern is that their being entrenched in that charter gives unfair advantage in hate literature. You talk about playing both directions, sir. Believe me, I agree with you. Homosexuality is not a new thing. There are Christian churches that are gay communities, and I respect that. So that is not the issue. What we're talking about here is ensuring that everybody's rights and freedoms are protected.
Before resuming debate, I want to remind the honourable members that they are speaking through the speaker and not directly to each other. It just makes it a lot more respectable in the House and easier to manage. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to keep your last point in mind as I address my comments through you to this House. And of course, I'm also rising to speak to Bill 16, which is entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and Criminal Code. And Mr. Speaker, it's a bit of an innocuous title to a bill that is requiring parliamentarians to reflect on some personal and some fundamental values. It's also important to note that this bill will likely receive majority support, while we must acknowledge that for some of my colleagues and for many Canadians, they do have concerns about what this bill actually means. Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this bill at second reading, and I hope my remarks will help shape a thoughtful dialogue, especially for those who are less comfortable, and also to address some of the specific concerns that I've heard during the debate here today in the House. But first, I think it's important again to talk about the technical aspects of the bill. And it will make, C-16 is going to make 3 changes to the law. It will amend the Canadian Human Rights Act to prohibit discrimination on the grounds of gender identity and gender expression. This amendment will provide explicit protection to gender, transgender, and gender diverse persons. And that's from discrimination in areas such as employment, opportunities, and access to goods and services. The bill will also amend the criminal code in 2 ways. It will prohibit hate propaganda against groups that are identifiable based on gender identity or gender expression, and certainly an example is extremist literature that is targeting, especially targeting. And finally, it will amend the criminal code to clarify that sentencing for a criminal offense may be greater if the offense was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate. As stated by the Minister, the objectives of this bill are to recognize and reduce the vulnerability of trans and other gender-diverse persons to the discrimination, hate, propaganda, and hate crime, and to affirm their equal status as Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I think the statistics are irrefutable that transgender people face high levels of discrimination and also a high risk of violent crime. There's been some recent research by EGAL Canada that said 95% of transgendered students feel unsafe at school, and 9 out of 10 have been verbally harassed due to their gender expression. You know, I did some research, Mr. Speaker, as I was looking at my comments today, and I went to a document that the World Health Organization has put out, and I thought it was very interesting. And they talk about sort of gender identity versus sex, and they say how often we tend to sort of confuse and mix the two together. And so to quick look at what they call sex, they say certainly there's typically the females are XX and there's males who are XY, but we have babies that are born with sex chromosome abnormalities, Turner syndrome, XXX females, hermaphroditism, and a whole host of issues. But clearly they were saying, you know, that is sex, and it is determined by a range of chromosome complements, hormone balance, and phenotypic variants that actually determine sex. Gender they put out as being more of a social construct, and that they talked about how in Western countries it has tended to be very binary in nature, whereas other cultures it's been much more fluid. And, you know, certainly if we look at sex, I mean, we predominantly have males and females, XX, XY, but we do look at there's being a whole sort of variant within sex, and I think certainly it's having not a binary philosophy around how we look at gender is, as many other cultures do, is quite something that we should be looking at. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, this is not an abstract discussion. I mean, I think everyone here knew someone in high school who was much more comfortable with their circle of friends, and we just heard one of my colleagues talk about Terry, who had to run home from school to escape the bullying and abuse that he had. So this is something that I think many of us had friends in high school that we were aware of. I mean, it's also, you know, perhaps it was your mother's aunt that you loved as a child, but also wondered perhaps what made her seem a little bit different, and you couldn't quite put your finger on it. So I think we've talked a little bit here about what this bill is. We've talked a little bit about the WHO definition. I think what I'm going to focus some comments on also is there's been some arguments against supporting this bill that have been put forward today. And the first one is that transgendered people are already protected under the human rights codes. You know, I think the debate has been fairly comprehensive in that area, and I've been convinced that there is not the full protection. There is some loopholes in terms of our human rights code that sex and sexual orientation do not completely cover off the protection that is necessary. So I think it was certainly a valid argument. I've listened to both sides, and I believe that there is some gaps in terms of the protection. But I think the other point is we're also here, it's a bit of a symbolic reaffirmation also. Not only is it closing a loophole, but it is important and symbolic. And here I'd like to sort of share a local example. We had an editorial in our local radio who talked about, do we even need pride parades anymore? And, it's sort of overdone with, let's get on, everyone's accepted. And it was responded to by another local journalist, and she just quite clearly articulated, if you think homophobia and transphobia are over in Canada, it's perhaps because you have never been queer. And then went on to talk about what it was for her personally to move to a new community, to wonder if you were going to be accepted, and the challenges that she had in her everyday life. The other thing I think that we're hearing about is that perhaps that there will be heterosexual predators who will take advantage of this bill and use it in terms of going after our young daughters and sons. Mr. Speaker, I don't think, I'm looking at recent examples, horrific crimes. I mean, today we hear about someone in Nova Scotia, Klutzy the Clown. Last week we hear about a teacher, a sports coach. We have heterosexual predators out there, and our children must be protected against them. But I don't think thinking that a trans person would use a single occupancy restaurant and in order to sort of perpetuate these crimes. So I look at, it's kind of interesting. I've thought about this at great length because I think the people that have this concern are very concerned. We have a single washroom that we created in the park, and it was created for people with disabilities, for people, trans folks, and others to access. And it's a single washroom, and it was very stunning, the sort of reaction that we got back because we had created a gender-neutral washroom. However, I look at, on an airplane, it's a gender-neutral washroom. My daughter, this was a very interesting experience. She went off to university, and she was staying in residence, and I thought it was very strange. It was not only a co-ed floor, but it was co-ed washrooms and showers at her university, and I thought, wow, that's very strange, and how's that all going to work out? And I did ask her about it, and she said, you know what, it was sort of strange at first, but after the first week, it was just normal in terms of that particular setup in terms of co-ed. So, I think we perhaps worry about the bathroom issue in a way that we shouldn't be worried about. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, just in conclusion, again, I certainly know that we'll be hearing more about this particular debate in committee and when we bring it back to the House. But I think by supporting this bill in Parliament, we're going to send a collective and a strong message and comfort for the many trans and gender diverse Canadians who have had a very, very difficult path in their life. And again, I look forward to the continued debate. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member across the way, and have had the opportunity to listen to, as she has, a number of individuals speak on this very important bill that we have before us. And I appreciate her contribution. Genuinely, I really do. The question that I have for her is just in regards to the issue of percentages, and we have seen a substantial increase in the percentage of those that we're trying to address today, Mr. Speaker, and in terms of the amount of violence and abuse that is taken, that there seems to be a much higher percentage, and I'm going to go into that in my comments, but if she might want to just pick up on the point in terms of just the current abuse that is there, and given Canadians' tolerance and Canadians wanting to see government do more to end discrimination and the whole idea of violence.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did reference a little bit of the research that has been done, and certainly it's very compelling. But I also understand that there's been not a whole lot of research done in this particular area, or not as much as perhaps should be done. But, you know, there is no question, and again, we can look at the examples in, you know, whether it was Terry or whether it was someone else, that, you know, people have challenges in terms of violence, people have challenges in terms of bullying, and they certainly have challenges in terms of opportunities. So again, I think there's people that know the research perhaps better than I do, and I think there's people, there is still some more research that needs to be done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou for her comments. I wonder if she would agree with me that there's a kind of misconception that sometimes happens that transgender people are really only downtown urban people. I know I've attended the Okanagan Pride every year, and last year I met a transgender man from the members' riding at the Okanagan Pride. And so in my experience, there are transgender people in all communities, all across the country, and it's not just some downtown urban kind of phenomenon.
Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Again, I am not completely knowledgeable about all the research in this area. I would expect there is trans and gender diverse people across this country. Perhaps many of them are more comfortable, find more support in some of our larger centres, because of course in a small rural community sometimes it is very difficult to have the support that you might like. And I'll talk to the article that was written by this journalist who was moving to a smaller community and really not quite sure what kind of support that she was going to get when she actually arrived in a town that was not as large as where she was coming from.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's remarks and her thoughtfulness. But there are some real practical issues, and I'm wondering if she's familiar with the Vancouver Rape Relief Society versus Nixon court case, where the Rape Relief Society lost in the Human Rights Commission, but later on prevailed in the courts because they had denied someone who had transitioned from being a man to a woman, and they said, look, we want to have only people who are born and raised women as rape relief counselors. Now, if she's familiar with that, my question is this: does she understand the concerns that organizations like the Vancouver Rape Relief Society and members in this House who are opposing this bill have, that legislation like this will actually impinge upon rights of people across the country who want to do something different and who do not necessarily agree with some of the philosophical constructs that the government is putting forward as it supports this legislation?
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
You know, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think certainly as this bill goes into committee, there's going to be some great opportunity for that more intense look at some of both the pros and what some of the challenges might be with this particular piece of legislation. So, you know, certainly I have no question that those issues will come up in committee as they look at it, and perhaps they'll have some thoughts and suggestions that come back to this House as a result of the more intense look at all the ramifications.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I stand today to address what I know is a very important piece of legislation. And I applaud in particular the Minister of Justice who has actually introduced two very substantial pieces of legislation in a relatively short time span. So I just admire the efforts and the work that through her department, has done in order to present to the House a very important piece of legislation. I understand that the legislation was a part of the mandate letter that was provided to her from the Prime Minister. I think that speaks in terms of to the degree in which this particular Prime Minister, Cabinet, and in fact government as a whole with the caucuses, and even if I may to extend it, that goes beyond any political party. When I listen to the many speeches that have taken place today, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that there is support for C-16 in all political parties. And it's not often when you'll get that sort of support coming over. So I do think it is worthy of noticing that. And again, just to highlight the fact that the Minister of Justice and the effort that her and her department and all of those, because this isn't something that has happened just overnight. I'm very much aware of previous legislation that has been brought forward. And when that takes place, no doubt there is a significant contribution from many different stakeholders from virtually every region of our country, Mr. Speaker. So I think that it's also important that we acknowledge the efforts of many individuals that have ultimately come to fruition to the degree in which we are now debating Bill C-16. I also believe that it's important to recognize that Ottawa plays one role, a very important role. I would suggest to you a very strong leadership role on it, and I'll get right back to that leadership role. But it's important that we recognize that there are other jurisdictions. The member from Richmond Hill, and I asked if it would be okay if I could quote him specifically in responding to a question, Mr. Speaker, and because I do think it's pertinent to the debate that we're actually having today. So when you think of C-16 and how you might be thinking about voting, we do need to recognize that Ottawa, albeit a very important player, and has a leadership role to play, it's important that we recognize, and I'm going to quote from what the member from Richmond Hill had indicated, that many other provinces and territories across Canada have adopted legislation that seeks to protect the rights of trans and gender-diverse persons in Canada. Most Canadian provinces and territories now list gender identity, and some have also included gender expression. Among the prohibited grounds of discrimination under their human rights laws, the human rights laws in the Northwest Territories, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan prohibit discrimination based on gender identity, while the human rights laws in Alberta, British Columbia, Nova Scotia, Ontario, Prince Edward Island, Quebec, including Newfoundland and Labrador, where the member asking a question from earlier, prohibit discrimination based on both gender identity and gender expression. It's important, Mr. Speaker, to notice that while most provinces have amended their human rights laws to provide explicit protection, as noted above, gender identity and/or gender expression had previously been implicitly included in some jurisdictions under other explicitly enumerated grounds, such as sex as a matter of policy and/or as a result of court decisions. It's also important to recognize that some provinces, such as New Brunswick, Nunavut, and the Yukon, although have not amended their legislation to explicitly include gender identity or gender expression in their laws, New Brunswick and the Yukon's Human Rights Commissions have published guidelines on human rights that indicate that their gender identity discrimination is a form of sex discrimination as such. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we recognize that across Canada, we are moving towards a more modern and a more inclusive society, and this bill would align with Canadians' wishes and truly represent them. Mr. Speaker, as a representative of the great constituency of Winnipeg North, I like to believe that I represent all constituents of all the people of Winnipeg North. And I want members of my constituency to feel comfortable in knowing that I will, in fact, represent their interests first and foremost, Mr. Speaker. This is something in which I do in different ways. For example, when I'm in caucus discussions, we know that we can say and express whatever it is that we want. We know that there are at times some limitations within this chamber in terms of what one member might actually want to be able to say. But at the end of the day, I want my constituents to understand and appreciate that no matter what their background is, in any fashion whatsoever, whether it's based on ethnicity, religion, whatever beliefs that they might have, that they feel comfortable in knowing that by coming to talk to me, that I am not in any fashion, in any way, going to discriminate against what it is that they feel and what they want me to be able to understand so that I can represent their interests, Mr. Speaker. No matter what percentage of the population that they might claim to be a part of in my constituency. I say that in good part, Mr. Speaker, because this debate that we're having today should not be about one's faith and religion. It is what I believe a fundamental right that we should be looking at, and that's what it is that we should be debating. You know, it was back in 1948 when we had, through the United Nations, a universal declaration about the importance of human rights. And ever since that day, I believe that there's been the intention and goodwill of politicians around the world to not only look at that particular declaration, but to honor that declaration by bringing forward ideas, resolutions, legislation to try to embody what it is, at least in good part, what that declaration was proclaiming back in, and I believe it was 1948, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the debates, and we often hear about, well, you know, the lack of studies and reports. And, you know, nice thing about Google nowadays is it doesn't take much to actually kind of get a sense of what might be out there. I would like to make reference to a report in which I was able to identify, and I thought it was a fairly significant report. And I would encourage members that are having a difficult time on this particular issue to look, to try to get a better understanding of the issue that many individuals in our society are trying to come to grips with, many that are trying to make a difference. And by, for example, seeing legislation such as C-16 actually pass. It was actually a part of the TransPulse project team, which was an extensive piece of work that was done in the province of Ontario, Mr. Speaker. And what I'd like to be able to do is to provide some selected comments from that particular report. The TransPlus project, and it actually starts off for me on page 1, which kind of highlights how effective this particular report was, or still is, Mr. Speaker, and that is by stating, to date, and I'm quoting directly from the report, and I'll take a couple of quotes from it. To date, the project has produced 14 academic research articles in peer-reviewed journals, 5 reports created at the request of government or community service agencies, and 8 e-bulletins to provide short summaries of key findings in easily accessible formats, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would emphasize that this particular report originates out of Canada's largest province, the province of Ontario. It posed the question in regards to who are trans people, in this case in Ontario. And I love the response that it provides, Mr. Speaker. Or I think it's appropriate for me to read the actual response that they posed to the very same question. Trans people in Ontario report a full range of ages and occupations and are geographically distributed across the province proportionally to the population, which is something in which I know members have actually raised in terms of this isn't just an urban city type of an issue. It goes on. They belong to all ethno-racial groups, and 7% identify as Aboriginal. Of course, trans people also form families. 44% are in a committed relationship, and 24% are parents. While they may not have had language for it at the time, 59% knew that their gender identity did not match their body before the age of 10, and 80% had this knowledge by the age of 14. Gender identity is often clear years before people socially transition to live in their core gender. While approximately 80% of Ontario trans people have socially transitioned to live their day-to-day lives in their core gender, most full-time, only 8% report that they have had begun living in the core gender by the age of 14. it is important to note that there is a lot of sex and gender diversity within trans communities. About 3/4 of trans people indicate they need to transition medically, which may involve different combinations of hormones and or surgery to different individuals. Though trans women have received greater media attention, there are about equal numbers of trans people on male to female and female to male spectrums in Ontario. I thought this was an important point here, Mr. Speaker. About 1 in 5 trans people do not identify as male or female, or even primarily masculine or feminine. These more gender fluid people can identify as both male and female, neither male nor female, or as something else entirely. Another transitional gender recognized by Aboriginal or other cultural groups. Mr. Speaker, the report provides some extensive issues or extensive work done on polling, which I thought was, again, quite interesting. The report talks a lot about the discrimination and violence that is experienced by trans persons. In everyday life, trans people experience the effects of living in a society in which the stigma and discrimination against trans people are common. In addition to incidences of discrimination and violence that would constitute human rights violations, trans Ontarians nearly universally report that they have experienced some type of everyday transphobia. For example, 96%, that's 96%, Mr. Speaker, had heard that the trans people were not normal. 73% had been made fun of for being trans, and 78% reported their family had been hurt or embarrassed. These daily indignities can take their toll, Mr. Speaker. 77% truly are worried about growing old as trans people, and 67% feared that they would die young. Mr. Speaker, there are some interesting numbers that this report releases, but let there be no doubt that it is common that there is discrimination, violence, and structural barriers that are in place for trans people. Mr. Speaker, in going through the report, we look at violence. In the issue of violence, trans people are the targets of specifically directed violence. 20% had been physically or sexually assaulted for being trans, and another 34% had been verbally threatened or harassed but not assaulted. Many did not report these assaults to police. In fact, 24% reported having been harassed by police. Trans people also face violence in institutional settings such as prisons. 6% of trans Pulse participants had been in prison or jail, and 1/3 of them reported experiencing violence due to their gender. Mr. Speaker, when you continue, as I say, to go through, the majority, 57% of trans Ontarians had avoided public washrooms due to these safety fears. Of those who had experienced physical or sexual violence due to being trans, 97% reported avoiding at least one type of public space. Impacts on discrimination and violence and social participation in health is something that is very prevalent. Mental health and suicide is a very serious issue. Proportions of trans Ontarians reporting past years suicidal by past experience of transphobic assault or harassment. Again, very interesting numbers. You'll find that it's going up. Mr. Speaker, we need to look at, in terms of what it is that Bill C-16 is proposing to do. Canada celebrates diversity and inclusion. All Canadians should be safe to be themselves. As promised, the government has introduced legislation to add gender identity as a prohibited ground for discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act, and to list the distinguishing characteristics of identifiable group protected by hate speech provision of the Criminal Code. Our government believes that everyone can live according to their gender identity and express their gender as they choose and be protected from discrimination, hate, propaganda, and hate crimes. We are committed to ensuring that trans and gender-diverse Canadians are free from discrimination and protected from hate propaganda and hate crimes. Bill C-16 would ensure that protection against discrimination based on individuals' gender, identity, or expression is included in the Canadian Human Rights Act, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Human Rights Act was something that was proclaimed through this Parliament back actually in 1977. And in reading through the Human Rights Act, Mr. Speaker, what I found, and I think that bears worth repeating, is the actual purpose of the act that this House passed back in 1977. I think it is a very strong statement. The purpose of this act is to extend, and I quote, the purpose of this act is to extend the laws in Canada to give effect within the purview of the matters coming within the legislative authority of Parliament to the principle that all individuals should have the opportunity of equal with other individuals to make for themselves the lives that they are able to and wish to have, and to have their needs accommodated, consistent with their duties and obligations as members of society, without being hindered or prevented from doing so by discriminatory practices based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, age, sex, sexual orientation, marital status, family status, disability or conviction for the offense which a pardon has been granted or in respect of which record suspension has been ordered. Mr. Speaker, I think that all Canadians understand the importance of the Canadian Human Rights Act. We have agencies, whether it's the Canadian Human Rights Commission, which will investigate certain issues and ultimately pass on to the Human Rights Tribunal. There is an apparatus, whether it's through legislation, through our bureaucracy, to ensure that discrimination is marginalized in our country. Today, what we have before us is legislation that will give more strength to what we know Canadians have accepted by an overwhelming percentage, the support of the Canadian Human Rights Act, Mr. Speaker. And that is what it is that this government today is proposing to do, recognizing just how important it is that transgender people are, in fact, suffering a great deal of discrimination, far beyond what the average Canadian is receiving. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, one can argue that to incorporate it into the Canadian Human Rights Act is, in fact, the right thing for us to do. I would suggest to members, and if they were listening to many of the speeches this morning, you will find that, as I indicated earlier, that it has crossed all party lines. I appreciate the opinions of all, but I recognize, Mr. Speaker, given the debate that I have heard, and I would emphasize that this should not be a debate about faith. This should be a debate about human rights. It should be about the issue of discrimination and the role that we can all play as parliamentarians to minimize discrimination. It goes back to the Declaration of Human Rights back in 1948 and the leadership role that Canada can play. This is a leadership that has been demonstrated from this House in the past, and I would argue again today, when we have a Prime Minister who has mandated the Minister of Justice to bring forward the legislation, to the Minister's approach at making it a priority so that we're actually having it within the first year of this government's mandate, recognizing how important human rights are, recognizing how important it is that we say that the issue of violence and bullying and discrimination is something in which, as parliamentarians, that we will not stand for. And when we are provided the opportunity to be able to protect those rights and to ensure that there's a higher sense of equality, that we'll step up to the plate and support this legislation. I appreciate and respect the opinions of all, but I look at this issue as a human rights issue first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, and I think that we owe it to all of our constituents, no matter where it is that they might be coming from, whatever their perspective might be, to be able to represent them and represent them well. We have to ensure that when we have legislation of this nature, which is going to ensure that sense of equality, that we stand up and be counted in support of the legislation. I understand that there is some reservations coming from opposition, some reservations from opposition members. Let's attempt to address those, allow it to go to committee, see if in fact those points can be addressed, and then make that final base decision on third reading, Mr. Speaker. but I would suggest and encourage all members of the House how wonderful it would be, in recognition of the importance of the Declaration of Human Rights many decades ago, that we pass this legislation, allow it to go to committee, and therefore see what members of the public and others have to say. I see you're anxious to stand up, Mr. Speaker. I thank you and members of the House for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments, and I want to assure him that everyone on this side is against all types of hate propaganda or hate speech or violence or bullying of any kind. That is not a question as we debate this bill. But, Mr. Speaker, there was one comment my colleague made that concerns me, and he said this should not be about faith. Well, Mr. Speaker, faith is very important to millions of Canadians. It's important to Canadians who were born here. It's important to many of our immigrants who've immigrated to Canada, partly because of the freedom of religion and faith that we have here in this country. So my question for my colleague is, what will the impact be on immigrant and cultural groups and faith groups, the majority of which may not agree with some of the values that we're espousing today? Will they have the freedom to teach their children and practice their beliefs without being accused of hate speech or being accused of human rights violations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like to consider myself as someone of fairly strong faith. I look at, and I'm sure that the member will know William Wilberforce and many of the efforts in which he put through in Parliament. And I think some of the things that he did was somewhat revolutionary. And having said that, I do believe, and that's why I say this debate should not necessarily be about faith. I can have very strong faith and say that, look, at the end of the day, this is about human rights. You know, at the end of the day, I believe that by passing this legislation, we will be saying to a very important community, in fact, not just a small community, but the community as a whole, that we are moving and continue to move in the right direction. This isn't something that's new. I make reference to that United Nations Declaration of 1948. I truly believe that that was set the world on the right path in terms of recognizing that human rights are something that we should never, ever take for granted. And how can we not but acknowledge that there is discrimination, an excessive amount of discrimination in a certain aspect of our community. And if this bill, as I believe it will go a long way in addressing and providing that comfort, then we should be standing up, because in my mind, it is a human rights issue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments by the member for Winnipeg North, but I want to go back to what the member for Kitchener-Conestoga said. In his speech, he claimed the majority of faith groups did not support this bill. And then when I asked him about that, he said that wasn't what he said. He just repeated it again and said a majority of faith groups and immigrant groups do not support this bill. And I've seen no evidence of that. In fact, I've seen evidence to the contrary. And so I wonder if the member for Winnipeg North could comment on that.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, you know, again, having said I don't necessarily want to turn this into a faith issue, I do believe, and I've emphasized the importance of the human rights angle. So having said that, when I think of the faith group, what I recognize is a community that does not tolerate bullying, a community that does not tolerate violence or discrimination as a whole. And at the end of the day, I believe, whether it's myself or others, recognize that this bill is more about protecting human rights, and as such, a vast majority of Canadians would see it as that, and therefore expect all of us. As I indicated, I want the constituents in which I represent to know that it doesn't matter to me what their background is. They need to feel comfortable in being able to come to me to share their ideas and their thoughts and know and feel comfortable in knowing that I will represent them, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to think that, you know, at my core, you will find, as you will find, you know, with the Liberal Party and the importance of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We are a party of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We brought it in, Mr. Speaker, that you will find that the rights and freedoms are of critical importance to us, and that the sense of equality and whatever we can do to minimize discrimination and bullying and things of this nature that we're prepared to do and we want to act on, because this is a good thing. This legislation that we're debating today is legislation that's, many would argue, including myself, is in fact overdue. It is a step in the right direction, and I hope that we will see it pass to committee in the not too distant future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, and I would like to thank my friend for really providing so many thoughtful comments on this issue. I was looking at a quote from somebody in my community who was quoted in Toronto Life, and she writes, "By the age of about 8, I knew exactly who I was. The words played in my head on a perpetual loop. You're a girl, you're a girl, you're a girl. But when I acted like one, I was punished." And that speaks to me. As a parent, I really want to believe that every child can be true to themselves and to live their lives in a way that is authentic to who they are. And why it's so important for us to be having this debate today and to be putting forward this bill. I was happy to hear some comments about faith, because in my community we have the MCC Toronto, the Metropolitan Community Church, which has played such a vital role in being a place of faith that supports people in community. And in fact, as part of MCC Toronto, there is it's TREAT for short, but it's Trans Resource Education and Advocacy Team, which is a group of trans people and allies. It's a place where people can find a spot within their faith to support equality in our community and to make sure that everyone feels supported in who they are. And that's such an important thing. And so on the eve right now, where the Trans Day of Remembrance is coming up on November 20th, that is a day that highlights to us exactly the astounding issues across this country for trans people. That in fact, the fact that we have to have a Trans Day of Remembrance is so important, and that it shows how much more we have to go. And so what my question is that I would like to put to my colleague is, in that background of having still the need for a Trans Day of Remembrance, of knowing that there are people in our community who feel that they're going to be punished for who they are, if you could speak to how this bill will help that community and all those people to be true to who they truly are. Thank you.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague, and she's quite right in her assessment. What we need to recognize is that this legislation that we're debating today sends a very powerful message. It's not just a law that we're changing that will have a fairly significant impact on the lives of many, but there is a certain amount of symbolism also within the legislation. And it's not to say that it's just symbol. No, this is something that's going to have a profoundly positive impact for those that really genuinely believe in equality and want to be able to fight discrimination. But it also, I would argue, go back to that young lady that you made reference to. We have many in our society that are finding it very difficult to understand, and the discrimination and the issues that they're having to overcome is fairly difficult. And that's one of the reasons why we see such a higher suicide rate in terms of at least thinking about committing suicide. There is things that we can do as legislators to address the issue, and what we're seeing today being debated is a piece of legislation that will, in fact, have a positive impact in a number of ways. Not just the most obvious way of saying, well, we're changing the law, but rather it is about education. It is about tolerance. There will be an ongoing dialogue that we'll continue to have as a direct result of this. Remember, Ottawa is to demonstrate leadership. Other provinces have already moved in their respective jurisdictions.
Some provinces need to move a little bit more. Canada in the past has played a very strong international role, passing this legislation, making it a part of our Human Rights Act. Will even give Canada that much more clout when we talk about issues such as this internationally. So it's a win-win in many different ways. But the real big winner here is the individuals that are, in fact, as we know that the discrimination is taking place today. The real winner is going to be those that are at the receiving end of that discrimination, because I do believe it will make a difference, Mr. Speaker. And that is something in which I came to Ottawa for. I know that's why my colleague came to Ottawa for, because we want to be able to contribute to the broader debate. And we are very fortunate that we have a Minister of Justice that's been able to bring forward not only this legislation, this is her second major piece of legislation in which it's challenging members to really think about what it is that they want to be able to accomplish, and allowing us the opportunity to really make a difference by the manner in which we're voting for. Because bills of this nature do have a profound impact on society as a whole. And I've sat in opposition benches, primarily, where we get legislation that'll tinker here or tinker there. What we have witnessed in a very short time span, because we have a Prime Minister that's committed to issues such as this, Mr. Speaker, substantial legislation that we believe ultimately will make a difference in society. And that is something in which we should all be very, very grateful of. And ultimately, I believe our constituents are well served when we have debates of this nature, Mr. Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, when we take a look at the legislation, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage members that we look at passing it and allowing it to go to committee. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With just 2 minutes left in the debate, let me put on the record my opposition to this legislation. To say very clearly, I'm opposed to this legislation because it's impractical legislation, because it's unworkable legislation, because it's legislation that both as a social conservative and as a free speech libertarian I am opposed to. So, Mr. Speaker, while I was not all that well prepared for it, I will state those particular views. I've noted a couple cases in my questions and comments which have indicated my problems with it, in particular the Vancouver Rape Counseling Group that was in opposition, had some legal issues and would have more legal difficulties with this going forward. Also, I would note there are some free speech issues. We see them with the University of Toronto psychology professor who has been discussing this bill. And it's something that we need to understand and something that we need to talk about. This legislation affects all Canadians, not just people who are being specifically noted and brought forward on this bill. And that's something I want to make clear. We as Canadians do not support, we as Conservatives, and myself included, do not support discrimination against anyone in this country. But this legislation has impacts that are not always seen and that will actually promote discrimination against people who want to support more traditional values or who want to engage in free speech. I see the time is coming up fairly closely to the hour, so I will wind up my rather short speaking remarks on this. This is a big government solution to a problem that does not exist. And we as Conservatives should be opposed to big government solutions. The purpose of human rights legislation, the purpose is to, by and large, should be to restrain the government, not to actually input new discriminations against other people. I realize that's not the intention or the argument the honourable members are making on the other side. It is something that I firmly believe this legislation will do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm prepared for questions and comments.
Questions and comments? Seeing no questions and comments, is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. McCallum, moved that Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. Call the members.
That the vote be deferred until today to the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
So ordered. Statements by members. Honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Parti Québécois has elected a new leader. They elected Jean-François Lisée. After having been the right-hand man of several very illustrious leaders, he was the unanimous choice to take up the torch. He's a thoughtful man, a man of strong words and deep convictions. With Jean-François Lisée, the independence movement will make progress. With Jean-François Lisée, but also with Martine Ouellette, Alexandre Cloutier, Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, and Véronique Yvon, and with all of those who are working hard on the ground to make the independence movement one of the strongest movements in Quebec. With Jean-François Lisée and with the Bloc Québécois by his side, we will form a strong force that Quebec needs. We will be following the same path, the right path, the path of victory.
Northumberland, Peterborough South.
We all do it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the life and work of celebrated Canadian author Farley Mowat. Mr. Mowat, a literary icon and a longtime resident of my riding in Port Hope, Ontario, was recently honoured in the community with an unveiling of a bronze bust to recognize his undeniable contributions to Canadian culture. Mr. Mowat, as the author of such legendary Canadian books as Never Cry Wolf and Lost in the Barrens, sold over 17 million books worldwide in his lifetime, clearly encapsulated man's humility in the face of nature's raw and unbridled power. I'd like to congratulate the family of Mr. Mowat, his wife Claire, son Sandy, grandson Justin, and brother John on this special recognition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the government's euthanasia legislation was supposed to restrict the practice to a narrow set of cases, not simply to legalize death on demand. But a physician's recent harrowing accounts of abuses of the euthanasia bill, just published in the Huffington Post, shows very clearly that the safeguards in the law are not working. In one of the cases recounted, a Vancouver physician declared a depressed person eligible for euthanasia even before examining that person because the patient, quote, could easily get bed sores and then die of infection, end quote. A person's death was, prior to examination, declared reasonably foreseeable because they could theoretically die from an as-yet uncontracted bed sore infection. That is the reality of legal euthanasia right now in Canada. People who meet no credible criteria, doctor shopping, and then finding someone who will sign off. To mitigate these egregious cases we are already seeing, something as simple as better definitions would go a long way. In light of these emerging case reports, I call on the government to fix this alarming problem as soon as possible.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, because this month is Women's History Month, I'd like to take this opportunity to mention the remarkable contribution of someone in my beautiful riding of Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. These past months, I've had the enormous privilege of meeting some people who really care about improving the daily lives of others. Today, I rise to recognize the contribution of Ms. Kathleen Gagnon, who, until very recently, was the Director General of Moisson Laval. For more than 30 years, Ms. Gagnon has worked for this organization, whose goal is to improve the well-being of everyone in the Laval community. Like so many others, Ms. Gagnon has spent decades helping those in need. To her, and to everyone for whom helping others and showing compassion is a way of life, I'd like to say thank you and bravo.
For Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I'm honored to be in this House to celebrate the groundbreaking Persons Case for Women's Equality. On this day in 1929, 5 courageous women forced a ruling that women were in fact persons in Canada. Who knew? This was a landmark victory for Canadian women, but 87 years later, our progress has stalled. We rank 60th in the world on gender parity in Parliament, and at only 26% in this House, we have not met the United Nations threshold of female legislators required to ensure that women's issues are forefront in our policy making. Tomorrow, I urge my fellow parliamentarians to vote in favour of the Gender Equity Act. Yes. We need concrete action, much more than good intentions. Let's continue the work of the famous Five and a history full of trailblazing Canadian women. Let's ensure our Parliament reflects the diversity of our Canada.
The Honourable Member for Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs. Mr. Speaker, today we are commemorating the Persons ruling, and we are recognizing the innumerable women who helped change the course of our history and democracy. 87 years ago today, the highest court in our land recognized that women had the legal status of person under constitutional law. This was thanks to the efforts of 5 brave women, but that was only the beginning of the struggle.
Women to graduate law from McGill, legally prohibited from becoming member of the bar. Until 1941, her 1936 civil code commanded her to obey her husband, something she rarely did. And, as a married woman, prevented her from entering into contracts alongside minors and the insane. These provisions weren't fully revoked, in fact, till the mid-1960s. Mr. Speaker, we've come a long way, but it's thanks to the struggles of my grandmother, who I still miss every day, that I'm able to stand here and personally appreciate the work that's been done and remains to be accomplished.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Saskatoon's business community is mourning the loss of a pioneer, Shirley Ryan. The former executive director of the North Saskatoon Business Association passed away last Monday. Shirley held the post for 19 years upon her retirement in 2009. According to the current executive director, Keith Moen, Shirley Ryan's tenacity and leadership helped propel the NSBA. Shirley always told you exactly what was on her mind and in very plain terms. She was also one of the kindest, sweetest, sincerest ladies that you could ever meet. She had a heart of gold. She touched so many lives in our community and will be missed without question. Shirley Ryan is survived by her husband, Bill, her sons, Robert and Peter. A memorial service will be held this coming Sunday at 2 o'clock at Prairieland Park.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the work and contribution of Canada's 40,000 pharmacists who are leading the charge in innovative healthcare practices from coast to coast to coast. Pharmacists are the most accessible healthcare providers in the country, and they are a vital point of contact between our healthcare system and the Canadian public. As members of this House know, local pharmacies are critical to the health of any community, and as small business owners are the backbone of the Canadian economy. Partout au pays, les pharmacies.
All across the country, pharmacists provide basic medical services, including administering vaccinations, giving exams, and providing advice about drugs. Some can even prescribe medication for common ailments. Pharmacists play an important role in Canada's health system.
Welcoming representatives of the Canadian Pharmacists Association to Ottawa today. Let us recognize them for the hard work they do in keeping all Canadians healthy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak on the occasion of Persons Day, a day that recognizes the historic decision to include women in the definition of persons under the law, which was handed down on October 18, 1929. It is hard to believe today that the law was needed to be passed for us to legally recognize the remarkable contributions of women to our democracy and our society. When I think of the incredibly talented women in my riding and their achievement, I'm nothing short of inspired. In particular, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to commend Janine Parviz, Anne-Marie Dean, Marge Andre, Kathleen McConaughey, Sherry Bennett, Heather Skull, Fatima Sajan, Manas Shabasi, and Amy Tam for their hard work and dedication toward the betterment of our community in Richmond Hill. Their contribution have impacted my riding in key areas, including poverty reduction, environment action, and community building. Mr. Speaker, because of her, Richmond Hill is better off.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, as a chiropractor, I know how important it is for Canadians to keep their spines healthy. Over 11 million Canadians suffer from at least one musculoskeletal condition every single year. In fact, low back pain and other MSK conditions account for 1/3 of missed work in Canada, second only to the common cold. Our back hurts because we sit too much. Our necks ache because we spend hours staring at computer screens. As a result, millions of Canadians move through their day enduring back and neck pain, migraines, and headaches, and thanks to the good work of chiropractors, there are great ways to get relief. This past Sunday marked World Spine Day, and our friends over at the Canadian Chiropractic Association have launched their campaign, Chiropractic Changed My Pain, to help educate Canadians on the profound impact that chiropractors can have on their lives. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all of my colleagues to do their part for musculoskeletal health and share this invaluable information from the following link, www.chirochangespain.ca, and using the hashtag ChiroChangesPain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased today to talk about the dynamic nature of the people in my riding of Shefford. I'm very happy to see that mayors, directors general, and business leaders from my riding participated today in an event that I have called Shefford on the Hill. All 20 municipalities of my riding responded to this opportunity to come meet with officials of various departments to learn more about the programs that the federal government provides to support their projects and priorities. This is a different and effective way of building strong relationships between people of my riding and the federal government. As an MP, I think there's nothing more important than facilitating a dialogue between our local leaders and our government. So I would like to warmly thank all of the partners who worked with me and who will continue to work with me in pursuing my goal of helping my riding flourish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Toronto Danforth.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, thank you.
this weekend I marked World Food Day. This day helps raise awareness and acts as a call to action on hunger and food policy. Il nous rappelle aussi que
It also reminds us that we all need to ensure proper food security and good nutrition for all Canadians.
this event in my riding of Toronto Danforth, I was at the Leslieville Farmers Market to speak to my constituents about food issues and what concerns them. Sunday afternoon, our community joined together in a Chew on This anti-poverty walk along the Danforth in recognition of World Food Day and the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty. The community walk was co-organized by the Glen Roads Church, the Eastminster United Church, the Neighborhood Unitary Universalist Congregation, the Pakistani Community Center, the Medina Masjid, and the Danforth Jewish Circle. Je voudrais reconnaître
I would like to recognize my community for raising awareness about food security, access to healthy food, and so on. Thank you.
For Brandon Surratt.
Speaker, over the past constituency week, all members had a chance to return to their ridings and hear directly from Canadians what they think of the Liberal carbon tax. It being the first week back after Thanksgiving, I feel it appropriate to quote King Louis XIV's Finance Minister Jean-Baptiste Colbert, who said, "The art of taxation consists in so plucking the goose as to obtain the largest possible amount of feathers with the smallest possible amount of hissing." Well, Mr. Speaker, I can report to this House that the taxpayers, the hardworking taxpayers back home, aren't just hissing, they're spitting mad. The Liberal carbon tax will raise the price on everything. And rural Canadians and farm families will particularly feel the brunt of this Liberal carbon tax as it unduly affects their way of life. So I urge the government to go back to the drawing board and to think long and hard if imposing this major tax grab, one that will cost farm families and families across Canada thousands of dollars and put our economy at risk, is the best way to reduce greenhouse gases.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
It's World Mental Health Day. This day marks a yearly opportunity to raise awareness and end the stigma that is still too often tied to mental health issues. It's also an opportunity to celebrate some incredible people doing great work to help Canadians. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the work of Patty McDonald. Patty has been the Director of Operations at the Sudbury-Manitoulin Canadian Mental Health Association since 2002, and she's been working to deliver services and raise awareness about mental health in Sudbury for more than 25 years. Thanks to Patty, her teammates, and countless others throughout the country who are doing their best to improve the lives of those who struggle to overcome mental health challenges. World Mental Health Day also marks an occasion to bring the discussion about mental health issues to this place, and for us all to reflect on what must be done to make mental health care a reality for people worldwide. Let's hope a national strategy on mental health can soon be developed. Thank you. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU. Mr. Speaker, in its call to action number 43, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission called on the governments of Canada, the provinces and territories, and the municipalities to fully adopt and implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Mr. Speaker, this summer I had the enormous privilege of traveling all across the country to talk to Canadians about Bill C-262, a legislative framework which I am proposing for reconciliation. I can say today, Mr. Speaker, that they are truly enthusiastic about it. Reconciliation concerns each one of us, and as Canada's 150th anniversary approaches, surely it's time for us not only to talk about reconciliation, but to take action. I'm pleased to quote an example, the example of the noble action taken by the city of Val d'Or. On September 6th, they adopted a resolution in support of Bill C-262. Like Val d'Or and many other communities across the country, let's take action together to promote reconciliation, because reconciliation cannot exist without justice for First Nations.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the constituents of Calgary Confederation. Our community lost a friend, a neighbour, and our former representative with the loss of the Honourable Jim Prentice. Jim served as our Member of Parliament, our member of the Alberta Legislature, and our Premier, and he represented us with dedication and commitment. He was a statesman in all that he did, and our community is forever grateful. Jim always had time for his community and endeared himself to many. His loss is a great loss for our nation and our province, but especially for our community. He will be deeply missed, but never forgotten. Farewell, my friend.
The Honourable Member for Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle. October 18th, 1929 was an important date in our history. It was the date when women were officially declared to be persons and to have the right to sit at the Senate.
5 women from Alberta. They successfully redefined the word person to include women. This gave women the same right as men to serve in the Senate of Canada. It also paved the way for women's increased participation in public and political life, and opened new doors of opportunities for generations of women and girls. Without the efforts and sacrifices of these 5 women, we would not be here today. Cette année, à l'occasion de la Journée de la Femme,
This year, on Persons Day, let's renew our commitment to change things for women and girls so that our country will continue its great path toward equality for all.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised not to raise taxes on the middle class, but he broke that promise with new carbon fuel taxes, rolling back tax-free savings accounts, eliminating the tax credit for music lessons and hockey practice, making students' textbooks and trade tools more expensive. He's raised taxes on the middle class and he's making it harder for families to save. And most recently, he's made it tougher for Canadians to buy their first home. When are Canadians finally going to get a break from this Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer this question. One of the very first things we did as a new government was lower taxes on middle-class Canadians. 9 million Canadians this year have lower taxes than they had last year, and that is helping them and their families to have a better life. More importantly, we put in the Canada Child Benefit, which is helping 9 families out of 10 with children with on average $2,300 more without paying tax on that $2,300. A much better situation for middle-class Canadians and those struggling to get into the middle class with lower taxes today than they had before.
Full Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's Small Business Week, and it's time the Prime Minister stood up for the almost 70% of Canadians who work in small businesses. Sadly, his priorities are elsewhere. He flies off to Davos, Switzerland to rub shoulders with celebrities and the world's richest, jets down to Sun Valley to mingle with American billionaires, and on Small Business Week of all times decides to go to Meech Lake to hang out with Chinese billionaires. Instead of pandering to billionaires and celebrities, will the Prime Minister reverse his tax hike on small businesses?
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the member that we actually did have a lower rate on small businesses this year than we had last year. That's the reality. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, with absolute clarity is we are working on improving our economy. The trips that the Prime Minister has taken, we are so proud of. They've led to Thomson Reuters moving to Canada, General Motors reinvesting in Canada, General Electric investing in Canada, Microsoft investing in Canada, and all of these things are helping our business community. Small, medium, and large businesses are doing better today than they did the year before.
Well,
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Increasingly clear that the Prime Minister's priority is not the concerns of ordinary working Canadians. He's completely out of touch with the problems that they face. And the answers to those problems are not going to be found in meetings at Meech Lake with overseas billionaires. The answers are to give families a break, to lower their taxes, and to give them the opportunity to save and invest. When is the Prime Minister going to come down to earth and start dealing with the concerns of ordinary working people?
Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, it's always nice to have more than one opportunity to say what we're doing on behalf of Canadian middle-class families. We are so pleased that families are better off today than they were a year ago. We know that middle-class families facing anxiety needed an increased Canada Child Benefit, and that's what we gave them. Significantly more money to raise their families, to do the things they need to do to have a good Canadian life. We are focused on how to improve this country for all Canadians, improving middle-class Canadians' lives and creating opportunities for those struggling to get into the middle class.
Député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Mr. Speaker, more than that. Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said here in the House that the provinces weren't doing what they should with their health care money. We are going back to the times when the federal government was overly involved in provincial jurisdiction. We demand that the federal government respect provincial jurisdiction. If the Prime Minister said yesterday that the provinces aren't using that money properly, the Honourable Minister.
Expect us to work together to improve the healthcare system, and that's exactly why the Minister of Health is meeting with her provincial and territorial counterparts today. Canadians also expect that the investments for healthcare actually go to healthcare and that they see tangible improvements to their care. We are providing leadership in supporting things like improving Canadians' access to increased home care through investments of $3 billion over the next 4 years, and we look forward to the results of today's very important meetings.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, now people can see that this government has gone back to the ways of the former Liberal governments that we've had, that is, interfering in provincial jurisdiction, trying to tell different regions what to do with their economy, and so on. So which provinces are using the funding poorly in terms of health care? Which provinces is he talking about? The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Unlike one of the contestants for the leadership of the Conservative Party, our government actually believes in investing in health care, and we believe that things like $3 billion over 4 years for home care is a very important thing that will result in better care for Canadians and for all provinces and territories. That's why the Minister of Health is meeting with her provincial and territorial counterparts today and reiterating our commitment to stable and predictable health care funding.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
The Prime
Minister claims shortages in healthcare funding can be fixed by dictating to the provinces how they must spend their healthcare dollars. The numbers tell a different story. By adopting Harper's cuts to healthcare transfers, this government will see the federal share of healthcare spending drop to just 18% over the next 10 years, when the initial deal was 50-50. Does this government not understand the only real problem here are their cuts to healthcare?
Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, there will be no cuts to health care. It's a bit rich coming from this party that actually promised it would invest in health, but in the last election promised to balance the budget, which would have related in deep cuts to all programs across the government. Our government is committed to investing in the health of Canadians, and by
Order. Order. I'm going to ask members to settle down and listen to the answers. Honourable member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals committed to a different relationship with the provinces, but the Prime Minister refuses to even be in the same room with the Premiers to negotiate the new healthcare deal. He promised he would never reduce healthcare funding without good faith negotiations, but he decided to move forward with Harper's cuts anyway. How can the provinces be expected to provide people better health care while their funding is being cut?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat it. There will be no cuts to health care. In fact, there will be more money for home care, and what we're hearing very clearly is people want investments in things like prevention and mental health. It is going to be very important that the Prime Minister meet with the premiers of the provinces to discuss their priorities. The Health Minister meets with the health ministers. Correct.
The Honourable Order. Honourable members, including the member for New Westminster Burnaby, know that we're not to interrupt when someone is speaking in the House, so I'd ask him and others to refrain from doing that. The Honourable member for Outremont.
In this debate on health care, competence and jurisdiction can't be confused. The federal government has jurisdiction over health care to the armed forces and Aboriginal people and in penitentiaries. But the health care is the exclusive jurisdiction of the provinces. So what right does the Prime Minister have to try to teach the Quebec government any lessons when he has no jurisdiction over health care? The Honourable Minister for Indigenous and Northern Affairs. The health of Canadians is health care is something that is shared between the provincial and federal governments. Our federal government does have jurisdiction for Aboriginal people.
Military, the veterans, Aboriginal people, the people in corrections, and for the public service. But in the meantime, this is a joint effort, and we're going to do better together.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Well, stranger and stranger. Yesterday, the Prime Minister himself said that health care was a provincial jurisdiction, solely provincial. The Prime Minister refuses to sit down with his provincial counterparts. They've been asking for this meeting since June. Will the Prime Minister finally agree to meet with the premiers to discuss health care funding? Just a simple yes or no will suffice. Thank you. The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Affairs. Mr. Speaker, it is very important for leaders, or the leader of the third party, to acknowledge that there is a difference between health and health care. Health is something that is important for all levels of government, and the Prime Minister will meet with the provincial leaders soon on this.
Better.
Mr. Speaker, first, the Liberals cancelled the small business tax cut. Then they decided to cancel the hiring credit and raise CPP premiums, which will make it difficult for employers to hire new staff. To make matters worse, the Liberals' new tax on everything will make it harder for small business to survive. The Liberals are determined to make job creators pay for their reckless spending. How can the minister justify this treatment of our small business?
The Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to take this question. I'd like to address one particular issue in that question. That is around the Canada Pension Plan. We were so proud to work together with 9 provinces to come up with a Canada Pension Plan enhancement. And what that's going to do for small businesses, we know, is allow them to put in place a very gradual increase in contributions from employees and from companies, a contribution that will go really from 2018 to 2025. So put in place a long implementation plan that will allow us to increase the amount of retirement security for Canadians, enabling small businesses to keep their employees comfortable for the long term.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, our small business owners are our middle class, and they are being attacked by the Liberals' policies. With this week marking Small Business Week, can the minister assure small businesses that the Liberals will do the right thing and reinstate the small business tax cut?
Yes. Well, Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am so proud to stand on this day to answer the member's question, especially because it is Small Business Week. Excellent. Small Business Week was started 37 years ago under the leadership of the Business Development Bank, a bank exclusively committed to small business owners. This government has lower taxes on middle-class Canadians. Middle-class Canadians are our small business owners. They are our consumers. They are the people who support the backbone of the Canadian economy. This government has invested $11.9 billion in infrastructure spending. This government has invested $500 million in broadband for rural and remote areas, and the list goes on.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, there are over 100,000 Canadians working for small businesses, and they are the businesses that create jobs. What the government wants to do is impose a carbon tax and break its other promises. The Liberal Party, though, made promises and said, among other things, that it would reduce the tax rate on small business from 11% to 9%. So can the government commit to keeping that promise? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to welcome my colleague to his new position, and we will be working together on finance. Our economy is one that we want to help grow, and this is why we have decided to invest in the future, in infrastructure, make investments that will help our economy grow, that will help our small businesses, and help Canadians. And this will help all regions of the country. The honourable member.
For his kind word, but it's not because he's answering in French that what he's saying is good. Not at all. Because ce que nous demandons, Monsieur le Président.
What we are asking for, Mr. Speaker, is for the Liberal Party keep its promises, because keeping small business tax levels at 11% costs $800 million for small businesses, and this means $800 million more for the government and $800 million less for the businesses. So why won't the government keep its promise? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that what is most important for small businesses is a strong economy, a healthy growth rate that creates opportunities for businesses and for major corporations as well. And so we have invested in our future, investments that will help businesses more than what has happened over the last decade.
Businesses employ 8.2 million workers. Those jobs are a ticket to the middle class for the young, the poor, and the disabled. Yet the Prime Minister not only broke his promise and raised small business taxes, he's imposing thousands of dollars in new carbon taxes on small trucking, landscaping, and construction companies. Mr. Speaker, if it's not just a money grab, why won't they make it revenue neutral? Why don't they cut small business taxes so that our job creators will get back every single penny they pay in new carbon taxes?
Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to stand up today on Persons Day. It's a very important day, and I'm so pleased that there are so many women in the House of Commons. I certainly hope to see more. Let me explain to the member opposite why carbon price on pollution makes sense. There are different ways to do it. You can have a direct price on pollution, like BC does, that is revenue neutral, where you give the money back to the provinces or territories, or you can have a cap-and-trade system like Ontario has. But it is up to the provinces and territories to determine what makes sense for them, what to do with the revenues, and this is...
The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, giving the money to Kathleen Wynne to spend does not make it revenue neutral. Today at the Human Resources Committee, a Stats Canada official admitted that any policy that raises food and fuel prices pushes more people below the poverty line. Makes sense. Poor households spend a third more of their income on those items than do rich households. Yet, ESDC officials admitted at the same committee meeting that the Prime Minister has not even directed his government to conduct a study on the impacts on the poor of this new tax. How could the Prime Minister impose such a regressive and large new tax without...
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, very pleased to stand up today. Let me be clear. Provinces are able to design a system that makes sense for them, and it is revenue neutral. So they can determine that they want to give tax cuts to consumers, to small businesses, as BC has done. But let's also be clear that the way we're going to grow our economy and position ourselves for the 21st century is actually by making these investments, by making sure that we have a price on pollution and we're investing in the things that we want, which is a clean and sustainable future that will grow our economy and ensure that future generations have a planet that is clean and healthy to live.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Trade Minister showed that she is continuing to reject the concerns of Quebecers concerning the free trade agreement. After promising transparency and consultation, the minister is turning a deaf ear. So it's not surprising she's having problems with her negotiations in Europe. Dairy producers in Quebec have expressed grave misgivings about the agreement, and there's still no sign of compensation. Will the minister finally improve this agreement for Quebecers and Canadians once and for all? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is working hard to conclude this progressive agreement. The Quebec government has supported the agreement. The German Social-Democrats voted in favor of the agreement, and the leader of the Socialists in France said that this was a win-win agreement. Is there any free trade agreement that the NDP can support?
A country I heard missing from the minister's comment was Canada. Yeah. The EU has delayed their vote on CETA as concerned Belgians refuse to cave to pressure. Worries about the impact of rules that allow companies to sue local governments shouldn't be dismissed. But the minister continues to downplay their concerns and chastise Europe when she should be working on a solution that will benefit all. Instead of trying to bully Europeans, will the minister admit that Canadians share these concerns and put the work into fixing this deal?
Minister of International Trade.
Mr.
government is very proud to be working hard to get this progressive trade deal done. This deal is supported by the provinces led by Quebec, and the last time I checked, Quebec was very much a part of Canada. Last month, after I addressed their party convention, the German Social Democrats voted overwhelmingly in favor of this deal. Manuel Valls, the socialist Prime Minister of France, described it as, and I quote, balanced, win-win, and mutually beneficial. If the NDP can't support a trade agreement with Europe, is there any trade deal the NDP can support?
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are making Alberta's dire situation worse. Medicine Hat's food bank use is up by over 300% this year over last. Another program for new mothers ballooned from 10 to 256 users during the same time. The Liberals are imposing a harmful tax that will make food, diapers, formula, and everything even more expensive for everyone. Why don't the Liberals realize they are hurting struggling Albertans at the very worst time?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the honourable member to speak to some of the Albertans that she's speaking about, because what they will find is that they have actually had a reduction in taxes this year. That's gone to help their family.
Order. Order. Members know they're not allowed to interrupt when a member is speaking, so they should wait their turn, whenever that may come. Member for Abbotsford included. Order. Member for the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have lowered taxes on Albertans this year, so we have made sure that people have more money in their pocket this year than they had last year. We have actually made it such that 300,000 children across this country will be lifted out of poverty with the Canada Child Benefit. This is an enormous change for those people that are challenged to have to go to food banks. We are making changes that are making a real difference for people struggling to get by, and for people in regions that are in very difficult shape. We've changed EI.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, thanks for the mansplain to the minister, but Mr. Speaker, just reciting the same talking points isn't cutting it. In what's booming Lloydminster, people can't afford to keep their homes, and they can't afford to buy new ones. Businesses are closed, projects are frozen, people have lost their jobs. There's 2 million square feet of vacant industrial space, up from nearly zero in just the last few years. But a strong Alberta means a strong Canada. So why don't the Liberals stop making things so much worse for hardworking Alberta families?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands the importance of Alberta to the Canadian economy. That is why, under the leadership of the Finance Minister, we provided a $250 million stabilization fund, assistance for EI, investments in infrastructure which were historic, leadership on Fort McMurray, investing $225 million for our post-secondary education institutes, investing $500 million through Business Development Canada for better access and support for small businesses, Mr. Speaker. And none of this would be possible without the outstanding work of the four MPs from Alberta. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
I don't know, Mr. Speaker. As the Liberals are busy creating taxes on everything from heating bills to Netflix, unemployed Albertans are struggling to provide for their families. Like places like Medicine Hat are facing staggering unemployment rates of over 11%. And yet, the Liberals continue to ignore and tell Albertan workers to line up for EI and hang in there. My question to the Minister is a simple one. Does he recognize there is a jobs crisis in Alberta?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize there is a very real challenge in Alberta. There's a very real challenge with changing resources prices that are impacting Albertans in a very difficult way. That's why we know we need to make investments that are going to make a real difference for people in Alberta and across the country. We've improved the financial situation of middle-class families and those struggling to get into it, and now we're making investments that are going to improve our long-term health of our economy. We will continue to do this so people in Alberta and across the country find themselves with a brighter future tomorrow than they had yesterday.
Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, I'd remind the Minister that you need a job to pay taxes. The fact is that Alberta is Canada's economic engine, and our engine is stalled. Families in Fort McMurray are struggling to rebuild their lives. Small businesses in my city of Edmonton are shutting down. And parents in Medicine Hat are having to choose between paying their heating bill or putting their kids in hockey. Does the minister think it's fair that Albertans are facing these tough decisions, yet they continue to spend recklessly, add more taxes on an already struggling Alberta?
The Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that families in Alberta are struggling, and we're working really hard to improve the situation. Since taking over this portfolio, I have approved more than 70 projects, infrastructure projects for Alberta, with a combined investment of more than $3 billion, much more than the previous government was able to do in the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker. So we're working really hard understanding the conditions in Alberta, and we're working very closely with the province and the municipality to build the necessary infrastructure.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, on October 8th, a bombing led by a Saudi-led coalition in Yemen hit a funeral and caused hundreds of civilian casualties. I have two questions for the government. Will Canada support the UN's demands for an international investigation as what appears to be war crimes in Yemen? And secondly, can the government ensure that no arms manufactured in Canada were used by that coalition in Yemen? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have spoken against this intervention by Saudi in Yemen. We have made a very clear statement, and we condemn what occurred. We are calling for an investigation. We are monitoring the situation very closely to ensure that arms sold by Canadian companies are used pursuant to human rights and to Canada's interests.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals say they're doing nothing to facilitate the sale of armoured vehicles to Saudi Arabia. But not only did the Minister of Foreign Affairs sign the export permits himself, now we learn the Department of National Defence will be performing quality checks on the armoured vehicles before export. So it's clear the government isn't just supporting this arms deal, they're also giving the Saudis training and a quality guarantee. Why is DND involved in testing these vehicles for Saudi Arabia? And is this why the Liberals are so afraid of oversight of arms sales?
Minister of Foreign Affairs, National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, there is a provision service in place where the Department of National Defence does support our Canadian companies in the defence sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada's beef farmers and ranchers are the best in the world. With over 68,000 beef farms, our farmers produce some of the best quality products in the world, while contributing over $30 billion to the economy. My question is to the Minister of Agriculture. What has our government done to boost the bottom line for Canada's world-class beef producers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Calgary Skyview for his question and concern. Our government knows that our Canadian beef farmers and ranchers are the best in the world. We proudly secured market access for our beef producers in Taiwan, South Korea, Mexico and China, as well as securing the repeal of coal with the United States. This success will help create jobs and grow the middle class in Alberta and across the country. I can assure my honourable colleague that this government will support farmers in Alberta and across the country every time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I know the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands is excited about agricultural matters, and his colleague beside him as well. But the honourable member for Selkirk-Interlake Eastman Howe has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This summer, the official opposition held over 50 roundtables and received over 700 submissions on the Defence Policy Review. And this morning, we submitted our findings to the Minister of National Defence. Now, Canadians said through this process that they're concerned that the Liberals have pre-established their own defence policy. The Liberals have already blindly returned to peacekeeping, pulled out of the combat mission against ISIS, and massively cut the defence budget. Will the government reverse course today and start listening to Canadians and implement a defence policy that reflects their priorities?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated from the beginning, my office was always open. I'm very glad that the member opposite was able to provide their submission, which I have here, which I look forward to reading. As I went across Canada with the Defence Policy Review and heard from Canadians, and one thing that we did hear was that Canadians are very proud of the work of the Canadian Armed Forces. And when it comes to peace operations, there's actually, this is something we've heard consistently across the board, the Canadians supporting of peace operations. And there was a poll out that there was 70% support by Canadians for peace operations, but I look forward to working with the member because I hope some of these work that's done in this review, they could have actually fixed one.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, from the Defence Policy Review consultations, it became very clear that Canadians want this minister to depoliticize the entire military procurement process. Yet the Liberals campaigned on specifically excluding one company from the replacement of Canada's CF-18s. Now, will the minister reverse the Prime Minister's campaign promise that disallowed the F-35 from consideration and allow Lockheed Martin to compete in a fair competition? And will the minister remove all political interference from all defence procurement projects?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that the Canadian Armed Forces has the right aircraft, and we are going through a very thorough process, a process that the previous government should have fixed a long time ago. And I look forward to actually fixing a lot of the cuts that were actually done previously, with over $4 billion in cuts. But I do look forward to working with all members in supporting the Canadian Armed Forces and the missions abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague just said, we held more than 50 roundtables and received more than 700 online submissions. We consulted Canadians, and we heard the same thing all over the place. Canadian forces must be used to protect Canada and our interests. Canada must maintain combat forces. Canadians don't want the Canadian Forces to become a department of the UN, despite the Liberals' nostalgia for peacekeeping missions. Can the minister confirm that he intends to keep combat-ready forces?
National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the member and all the members of this House were able to do a defence consultations. We do have a responsibility to the world. We have a commitment to work in a multilateral environment. The Canadian Armed Forces does play a critical role in terms of our foreign policy as well. Our Canadian Armed Forces will always be at a combat-ready posture. That's something I've actually said when I launched the consultation. That staple will always remain in place while making sure that the Canadian Armed Forces has the right equipment to do their jobs anywhere in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, throughout the process, Canadians we spoke to and who we listened were clear. They're fed up with some governments, for pure political benefit, slash the Canadian Forces budgets. They want the Canadian Forces budget to be stable for the long term. Will the Liberals take different action from that of Jean Chrétien's Liberals by respecting what Canadians want and by providing stable, predictable funding for the Canadian Forces?
National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, after the cuts from the previous government, we do understand that there's important need. We need to have predictable funding. That's something I do agree with the member. As we complete our defence policy review, we are looking at the various options to making sure that the Canadian Armed Forces support it, so that we have a proper increase in funding that's predictable, so that the Canadian Armed Forces can plan for the next 10 to 20 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Today we're celebrating Persons Day. This day commemorates the moment when the legal definition of persons was finally broadened to include women. Unfortunately, still today, only 26% of members in this House of Commons are women. That is why the NDP introduced a bill which will put in place measures to encourage more women to participate in politics. 87 years later, will the government support our bill and finally implement these measures?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, it is a great privilege to rise on this traditional Algonquin territory on Persons Day with my honourable colleagues, and I want to thank the party opposite, and specifically the member who brought forward the private member's bill addressing gender parity. We've made a clear commitment to gender parity in this government. Our Prime Minister has been leading as a feminist around the world. We are not interested in just having more women run. We want more women winning, and we want more women succeeding once they come here. And there are many ways that the House can do that, including family-friendly initiatives, as well as improving the tone and the civility in this place. With that in mind, I look forward to working with the member opposite.
The member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have to do more than just call themselves feminists. They need to take action here. For example, in 1929, the legal definition of person was expanded to include women, and you'd think after 87 years that we have reached gender equity in all aspects of public life, including right here in the House of Commons. But there's only 26% women in this House, Mr. Speaker. That places Canada 64th in the world, behind countries like Iraq and Afghanistan. If the Liberals are serious about getting more women into politics, will they support my bill on candidate gender equity? Yes or no?
Minister.
The honourable member for his commitment. It is truly due to the work of individuals who have come before us that persons like me can have an opportunity to not just participate but create laws in this place. Our government has shown action on gender parity. We have a gender balanced cabinet. We have been asked in all our mandate letters to focus on gender parity and address gender analysis. While I cannot support the member's bill, I believe it's important to wait until the special committee on electoral reform proposes changes to the election system, and then we can address this conversation through a different means.
For Thornhill.
Speaker, the Minister for Foreign Affairs says he is very concerned about possible Russian cyber attacks on Canada. This after U.S. accusations that the Kremlin tried to subvert the American political process. The minister says he's worried that Canada may be next. Well, Mr. Speaker, as Russia bombs civilian hospitals in Aleppo and the U.S. and the U.K. consider new sanctions against Russia, as Russia militarizes the Arctic, and as the minister suddenly recognizes the threat of Russian hack attacks, why does he think he can reason with the Putin regime?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, all our allies and NATO itself as an organization have two policies regarding Russia: strong deterrence and dialogue, and Canada will do the same. Canada made a mistake in the last 10 years to cut the dialogue. We need to keep the dialogue open. We did it in the past, and it paid off, and we will continue to do so. It's part of the solution. But obviously, we have strong concern about the attitudes of Russia around the world. We condemn their attitudes regarding Ukraine and in Syria, and we'll say so directly to Russia.
For Thornhill, order.
Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Human Rights Council is only as strong as the member nations elected to serve. But again today, notorious human rights abusers who have corrupted and compromised the Council's work and its reputation are standing for election. The vote is secret, and vote trading for future favors has undermined the selection process. Will the Liberals demonstrate the leadership needed to rescue this rogue UN body and share Canada's voting intentions with Canadians and with the world?
Hear, hear.
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, our government seeks to maximize the number of Human Rights Council members countries with strong human rights records at home and abroad. We want to increase the strength and the quality of the Human Rights Council, an institution that will benefit from the reforms that we will push for.
Honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, some of the worst human rights violators are campaigning for a seat on the UN Human Rights Council. And to date, the government refuses to tell us how they're going to be voting on October 28th. Several human rights advocacy groups have indicated that some of the countries should not be eligible because of their serious human rights abuses. Will the Liberal government confirm that it will not vote for Russia, Cuba, Saudi Arabia, and China for a seat on the UN Human Rights Council? The Honourable Minister. Inaudible. Be better, more effective in fighting abuse against human rights, which are universal rights. Canada will be there to improve the performance of the Council.
For Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, many communities in Nova Scotia are reeling from the devastating storm that hit Atlantic Canada last week. While some areas were impacted some and some more and some areas impacted less, all communities are dealing together with the fallout both short and long term. Many homes and businesses and infrastructure sustained major damage beyond any repair. The damage has been estimated in excess of $10 million. Can the minister update the House on the measures the government will take to help Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend I met with many Cape Bretoners, along with both members of Parliament from the island, 4 MLAs, the Premier and ministers, to see firsthand the aftermath of Hurricane Matthew. Many in Nova Scotia and in Newfoundland and Labrador have been hit very hard, but they are resilient people. Neighbours are helping neighbours, and they're ready to rebuild. The Government of Canada has received and replied to requests for disaster financial assistance from both provinces. Our officials are now working on identifying all of the eligible costs, and once that is complete, we will ensure that both provinces receive all of their funding just as quickly as possible.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inexplicably, Canadian catering companies are being denied access to the Vancouver International Airport. Only 2 foreign caterers have been granted operating licenses. It just doesn't make sense that a Canadian airport is not allowing Canadian businesses to operate within its space. The Competition Bureau agrees, but the airport refuses to budge. Will the Minister of Transport back the Bureau and support the Canadian companies that are being shut out of Vancouver Airport?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question, and I will look into the matter.
Honourable member, Député James Nunavut, EU.
Mr. Speaker, Inuit and our Innu supporters in Labrador are raising serious concerns about the impacts of flooding at Muskrat Falls. The failure to clear vegetation threatens to poison their waters, and the situation is escalating. Yesterday, 9 people were arrested, including elders, and 2 are on a hunger strike. The Liberals said they would renew respect to relations with Indigenous peoples. Well, Mr. Speaker, they need to walk the talk. What is the government doing to address the situation at Muskrat Falls?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. I understand that the government of Newfoundland and Labrador is working with the proponent, Indigenous peoples, and stakeholders with respect to this project. We expect the province to assume its responsibilities to ensure the health and safety of communities.
Député de Brome-Missisquoi.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, the people of my riding of Brome-Missisquoi are concerned with rail transportation, namely between Montreal and Sherbrooke. Can the Minister of Transport inform us of the developments in his mandate to improve rail safety? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, and I'd like to thank the member for Brome-Missisquoi for this important question. As he knows, for me, rail safety is a priority, my main priority. And that's why last week I announced $55 million over 3 years for rail safety to improve it on level crossings, as well as an awareness program for rail safety, because 46 people died last year on our railways. For us, for this government, rail safety is the #1 priority. Thank you.
Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, the fentanyl crisis is getting worse, and the Liberals are ignoring the obvious. China is the primary source of illicit fentanyl in Canada. The Liberals would rather deal with deadly street drugs after they're in the hands of Canadians instead of targeting the source. This morning, we attempted to have the Chinese ambassador appear before committee to explain what his government is doing to help Canada tackle this deadly drug epidemic. Mr. Speaker, why is pleasing the Chinese government more important to the Liberals than saving the lives of Canadians?
Why? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is deeply concerned about the growing number of overdoses and deaths caused by opioids. We launched a 5-point action plan to address opioid misuse, and in November, Minister of Health will be hosting a summit on opioids to bring together experts, patient groups, governments, and regulators to discuss the current crisis and identify actions moving forward. We will continue to work with our partners to implement the action plan and to combat this problematic misuse of substance abuse all across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, how many times will we have to repeat this? Health does not fall under Ottawa's jurisdiction. It shouldn't be that difficult to understand. It's taken the Liberals less than a year to start squabbling with Quebec again in areas under the province's jurisdiction. And this time, this is at the expense of Quebec patients. And that is shameful. Will the Liberal government stop this arrogant power trip immediately and let Quebec manage its health care system, over which it has exclusive jurisdiction?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect their governments to work together and that the increased investments for healthcare actually go straight to healthcare. That's exactly why the Minister of Health is sitting down with her provincial and territorial counterparts as we speak and collaborating with all our partners on health innovation, improved accessibility, and making prescription drugs more affordable for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is trying to teach Quebec lessons about health, but based on what expertise? How many hospitals does Ottawa manage? CLSCs, clinics, and hospitals come under what level of government? Patients are treated by doctors and nurses paid by whom exactly? Ottawa's behaving like a stadium manager who doesn't know anything about what they're talking about or how to play the game. Will the Prime Minister stop this power trip, transfer the funding to Quebec, and once and for all, mind its own business? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect us to ensure that investments for healthcare go straight to healthcare. The federal government's planned increases to healthcare transfer are greater than the provincial government's own projected spending growth. The Minister of Health is meeting with her health ministers across the country as we speak and reiterating our government to stable and predictable health funding. We'll continue to working with the provinces and territories to build a healthcare system that all Canadians can be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Tom Osborne, Speaker of the Newfoundland and Labrador House of Assembly. Comme il est 15h07.
As it is 3:07 p.m., the House will now proceed to the vote, the deferred recorded division, on the motion concerning the third reading of Bill C-4. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Mahajcik, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act, be now read a third time and do pass.
Gould, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Gould, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-4, an act to amend... Stand?
La mise au voix porte sur l'amendement. Que tous ceux qui ont pris la motion...
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite
Monsieur
Nation.
Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cousin.
Mr. Cousin.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Cesar Chavans.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Nandasangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. De Brusen.
Ms. De Brusen.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Essassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ed Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schult.
Mrs. Schult.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandad.
Mr. Vandad.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 85, 85, nays contre 210, 210.
Je déclare l'amendement rejeté.
I declare the amendment defeated.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, October 17, 2016, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Ritz relating to business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Ritz, seconded by Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, move that recognizing that the Prime Minister and the Minister of International Trade promised $400,000. Shall I dispense? Yes. No? No, I'm sorry, I heard no. The recognizing that the Prime Minister and the Minister of International Trade promised 400,000 Canadian forestry workers a framework agreement on softwood lumber exports with the Obama administration by mid-June 2016, recognizing the government's failure to meet that deadline and their subsequent failure to negotiate a final agreement before the expiry of the last trade agreement on October 12, 2016, and given that many high-quality, well-paying jobs in the forestry sector are now at risk due to the government's lack of action, the House call upon the government to stop delaying and take all necessary steps to prevent a trade war that will threaten the livelihood of Canadian workers and communities. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mrs. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lausanne Argentin La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon Argentin La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Yelfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Ms.
O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Mascot, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Mascot, Fraser Canyon.
Cedar, Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barsalou
Monsieur
Duval.
Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria. Yeas pour 125, 125. Nays contre 170, 170.
I declare the motion defeated. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-16. The question is the following one.
Le projet de loi C16. Est-ce que je dois dispenser?
I dispense? Yes.
No. Okay. Que le projet de loi
That Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure? All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson
Ms.
Raybould.
Wilson Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lausanne-Jeté, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith
Ms.
Jones.
Goldsmith Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Nandasangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West
Fraser
Nova.
Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamétis Matane
Mr.
Matapédia.
Massé Avignon Lamétis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr.
Mr.
O'Regan.
Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sandy.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Bertod.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont être bien.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Back to Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs.
And Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost. Yeas pour 248, 248. Nays contre 40, 40.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
I encourage members to take their discussions, conversations outside into the lobbies. Order. Alors.
Order, please.
I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on June 6, 2016 by the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands concerning the rights of members from unrecognized parties to propose amendments to bills at report stage.
I would like to thank the Honourable Member for having raised the matter, as well as the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons and the Member for Belleuil-Chambly for their comments.
This question of privilege, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands pointed out that independent members had once had the right to submit motions to amend bills at report stage. She contended that this situation changed when Order. I encourage members to take their discussions outside. Order. She contended that this situation changed when every committee adopted identical motions which require independent members to instead to submit their amendments during clause-by-clause consideration of bills in committee. By committees doing so in concert, she surmised that they were no longer masters of their proceedings and had supplanted the role of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, which has the mandate to review House procedures, including report stage. With different bills at different committees, she characterized the new process as, quote, impractical unworkable, and prejudicial to my rights, unquote. She contended that the result of the procedure in question is that members from non-recognized parties are subject to a different category of rights and privileges.
The parliamentary secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons suggested that, on the contrary, the member's ability to participate in the process of amending legislation and thus discharge her parliamentary functions has been facilitated by committees having adopted such motions so as to allow members from non-recognized parties to propose amendments in committee.
Raised by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands calls into question the legitimacy of the manner in which members from non-recognized parties are required to participate in the process of amending legislation. The member is asking the chair to agree that there is greater legitimacy in allowing such members to propose their amendments at report stage rather than in committee.
As has always been the case, there are two opportunities in the legislative process for members to propose amendments to the actual text of a bill. First, during a committee's clause-by-clause consideration of a bill, and second, at report stage. That is not to say that both opportunities are the same in all respects. In fact, over time, our rules and practices have evolved such that committees are, and have been for some time, the primary vehicle for amending legislation. Speaker Milliken's ruling of March 21, 2001 emphasized this reality when he stated at page 1993 of Debates, I would strongly urge all members and all parties to avail themselves fully of the opportunity to propose amendments during committee stage so that the report stage can return to the purpose for which it was created, namely, for the House to consider the committee report and the work the committee has done, and to do such further work as it deems necessary to complete detailed consideration of the bill, unquote.
Modifications to Standing Order 76.1, adopted in 2001, provided that the Speaker would not normally select at report stage any amendments that were either previously ruled out of order in committee or that could have been proposed during the committee stage. More recently, in a ruling delivered on June 9, 2015, on page 14830 of the Debates, my predecessor, member for Regina Capel, reminded members that report stage, quote, is not meant to be another opportunity for detailed consideration of the clauses of the bill. For this reason, the chair rigorously limits the types of motions that could be considered at report stage. In so doing, the chair rests on the presumption that a committee's clause-by-clause consideration provides ample opportunity to scrutinize the clauses of the bill and have amendments considered accordingly, unquote. Par conséquent, on ne peut se méprendre.
Therefore,
Islands may recognize this in principle. She has argued that its practical application for members of non-recognized parties is fraught with difficulties, to the point of impeding her ability to fulfill her parliamentary functions. She has concluded that the adoption of identical motions by all committees constitutes proof that they are no longer masters of their own proceedings. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, explains on page 1047, et je cite,
and I quote, the concept refers to the freedom committees normally have to organize their work as they see fit, and the option they have of defining on their own certain rules of procedure that facilitate their proceedings. End of quote.
As May 9, 2016, in a report stage ruling, I addressed this very issue. In doing so, it was made clear that as committees continue using their flexibility as masters of their proceedings to allow all members the opportunity to propose amendments, the Chair expects members, in turn, to avail themselves of that opportunity. As page 3045 of debates, at page 3045 of debates, I stated, quote, "The Chair will be stricter in exercising his authority at report stage. Unless truly exceptional circumstances arise, the Chair will not select report stage motions that could have been moved in committee. I encourage all members to make efforts to have amendments dealt with in committee so that report stage does not become a repetition of the committee clause-by-clause study of a bill." Unquote. Puisqu'on lui demande de se prononcer sur
In being asked to determine the procedural validity of committee's actions in adopting these motions, the Chair is ever mindful of the long-standing practice that it must refrain from reaching into the internal procedures of committees, except where a committee reports back to the House requesting such intervention. Thus, in the absence of a report from any of the committees about this matter, the Chair must presume that the correct procedures, including the requisite notice, debate, amendment, and decision, were followed, and that a majority of the members of each committee supported the adoption of the motions in question.
that committees are left to determine how best to proceed in order to carry out their mandate is an embedded principle. In a ruling delivered on June 6, 2013, on a similar motion adopted by the Standing Committee on Finance in the previous Parliament, my predecessor noted on page 17797 of the debates, quote, "It should come as no surprise to members that the House and its committees frequently resort to procedural motions to facilitate the flow of business. Procedure in committee is particularly fluid and varied, and many committees routinely use a wide array of processes to organize their work," unquote. En fait, les comités.
In fact, committees frequently adopt substantive motions with text that is virtually identical on a variety of subjects. For instance, at an organization meeting, many committees adopt routine motions related to the distribution of documents to committee members, the treatment of in-camera transcripts, the presence of staff during in-camera meetings, and the reimbursement of witnesses, to name a few. That these motions are often substantially similar or even identical speaks to the development of best practices in committee procedure and to the need for the adaptation of procedure to constant changing circumstances.
To conclude that the various committees, by way of adopting these motions, have in any way usurped the role of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. In fact, the role of that committee remains distinct and intact, as its authority in reviewing procedures and practices continues to stand concurrently with, yet separately from, committees' authority to determine their internal procedures. It is only the House that could decide otherwise. The role of the Speaker in protecting the rights and privileges of all members is indisputably of the highest importance, and one that I take very seriously. In the present circumstances, the Chair believes that the right of members of non-recognized parties to amend legislation has neither been diminished nor removed. Instead, it has been safeguarded, albeit through a process that the member for Saanich Gulf Islands evidently dislikes and finds difficult to manage. Accordingly, I cannot find that a prima facie question of privilege exists in this case. I thank the House for its attention in this matter. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-13, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, the Hazardous Products Act, the Radiation Emitting Devices Act, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, the Pest Control Products Act, and the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act, and to make related amendments to other acts.
Je désire informer la Chambre
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 27 minutes.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Ms. Mahaichuk for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Hare, moves that Bill C-13, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, the Hazardous Products Act, the Radiation Emitting Devices Act, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, the Pest Control Products Act, and the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act, and to make related amendments to another act as amended be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Ms. Mahaichuk for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Hare, moves that Bill C-13, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, the Hazardous Products Act, the Radiation Emitting Devices Act, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, the Pest Control Products Act, and the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act, and to make related amendments to another act be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to rise before the House today to speak about Bill C-13, legislation that will allow Canada to ratify the World Trade Organization's WTO Agreement on Trade Facilitation, or TFA for short. I would like to begin by thanking the Standing Committee on International Trade for its prompt and thorough review of Bill C-13 during the committee stage. Business associations appeared before the committee and raised a specific concern regarding a clause of the bill. I understand that the concern was rightfully addressed by the committee through collaboration amongst themselves and with the business association in question, and they did this through an amendment, so I congratulate them. I would also like to thank the honourable members opposite for recognizing the benefits of the TFA and, as a result, supporting this important piece of legislation. The bill before us needs to be passed, Mr. Speaker, in a timely manner to allow Canada to implement our commitments under the TFA. As the first multilateral trade agreement concluded since the creation of the WTO more than 2 decades ago, the TFA is a monumental achievement for the global trading system. At its core, the agreement is about better, freer, and more open trade. The world's developing and least developed countries will particularly benefit from its trade facilitation provisions, as will small and medium-sized enterprises in Canada and around the world. Trade facilitation is essential for export competitiveness. The benefits of making it easier for goods to flow across borders are especially important in today's trading landscape, in which global production with value chains requires inputs and materials to clear customs in a timely fashion. Some 95% of all companies worldwide are SMEs, and in particular, they'll benefit from the opening and the easing of these kinds of restrictions.
At the same time, these enterprises represent approximately 50% of GDP and 70% of jobs in the world when SMEs from the informal and formal sectors are taken into account. However, access to new markets is particularly difficult for SMEs and developing countries, which are affected disproportionately by trade costs. SMEs are not as well equipped nor do they have the same resources as their larger rivals to face the cumbersome and complex customs procedures. Related costs can be very high. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the delay of 1 day at the border can add 1% to the cost of shipping. Accelerating the customs release and clearance procedures at international borders is of the utmost importance for international trade. And that's where the Trade Facilitation Agreement, the TFA, comes into play. The TFA will contribute to growing international trade by putting in place measures to accelerate movement, clearance, and release at the border. It also contains provisions designed to foster closer cooperation between customs officials at the border. For exporting companies, the TFA will reduce the cost of trade activities internationally by making cross-border trade quicker, simpler, and more predictable. For governments, improvements made as part of the TFA will reduce the risk of corruption and strengthen the process for collecting customs revenues, more specifically in developing economies. For developing countries, obtaining better conditions for international trade is not simply a good thing, but will also lead to tangible economic benefits. In fact, the WTA believes that the full implementation of the TFA could, Mr. Speaker, increase global exports by $1 billion, of which $730 billion would go back to countries in development. The TFA should or will, in fact, promote trade among developing countries. WTO member countries will see their costs decrease by 17%, and WTO member countries will see a decrease of approximately 14%. And these cost reductions for developing countries could result in more trade and contribute to better economic growth while also reducing poverty. A reduction in the administrative burden related to exports will help Canadian companies, specifically, once again, SMEs, to export products to the growing markets in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Mr. Speaker, the TFA represents a good situation for Canada and international trade players. Because of the advantages of the TFA for developed countries and for developing countries, it's not surprising that Canadian and foreign stakeholders have reacted positively. The Canada Business Council, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Manufacturers and Exporters of Canada, a number of agricultural and agri-food trade associations, as well as the B20, a consortium of business executives from 25 countries, all agree that the TFA should be quickly implemented. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a trading nation whose economy revolves around exports. Presently, trade represents 60% of the GDP on an annual basis in Canada, and 1 out of every 5 jobs depends on exports. We know that trade contributes to increasing Canadians' standard of living as well as stimulating prosperity.
Speaker, trade helps companies grow, succeed, be innovative, and be competitive. In turn, this creates good-paying jobs for the middle class and those working hard to join it. But we want to grow trade the right way. we want to ensure that all segments of society can benefit from global economic opportunities. That's why our government is promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth in Canada and around the world as part of its progressive trade agenda. Ratifying the TFA is an important part of these efforts. The agreement will cut red tape at the border and help Canadian businesses, as well as those in developing nations, to take better advantage of global trading opportunities. In addition, through our active participation in WTO initiatives like this one, we underscore our support for stronger and more predictable international trade rules, as well as the multilateral instrument that is the WTO. The TFA will not enter into force until 2/3 of WTO members have ratified. As of today, more than 90 WTO members have ratified the agreement, including all of Canada's major trading partners. Only 16 more are needed. Canada is the only G7 country that has not yet ratified the TFA. We are also one of only 4 G20 countries that have not yet ratified it. Canada committed at last month's G20 Leaders Summit to ratify the TFA by the end of 2016. Canada should do its part to bring the TFA into force as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, the Standing Committee on International Trade has completed its exhaustive review of Bill C-13. In my view, Bill C-13 is ready for consideration by the Senate. And so I urge my honourable colleagues to vote in favour of the bill today so that work to promptly enact this legislation can continue. Your support for the bill before this House will allow Canada to ratify the TFA and join our international partners in making trade freer, easier, and more predictable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. Certainly, I would agree with him that trade is really important for creating jobs, and I'm interested to hear more about the reduction in bureaucracy at the borders. I'm in a border community, and currently we're struggling with some of the things the federal government has put in place in terms of the pre-notification and some of the difficulties with that system. So if the member could comment on the bureaucracy reductions that are coming with the WTO.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question. There's a wide swath of provisions in this bill. It would take forever to go through all of them. Basically, it makes it easier for goods to get pre-clearance at customs. It also allows for goods in transit through Canada to another nation or through other nations, member nations, in transit to a third country to get easier clearance. So all of that fits together, hence the reason that the implementing legislation touches a number of different pieces of legislation in a variety of different areas.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened attentively to my colleague's speech. Of course, the trade facilitation agreement is something we're generally favorable to, but it's fairly rare to see unanimity in this House. And I think that when it comes to supporting SMEs, that really is an interesting possibility. There was another thing that the three parties, or all the parties agreed on, and that was reducing corporate taxes for small businesses. So I'm wondering, does the federal government intend to go further? Because most of the rules and articles already in this agreement are already in place. So does the government intend to go further to truly help small businesses develop and export abroad? As, for example, by giving them more money?
Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I can inform this House that we intend to support the trade agreements that we've spoken about in the House. We also intend to work with small and medium enterprises to help them have the opportunities they need to participate in or to help export their products and services. So, as the Department of Trade, that is the role that we are going to play. Questions and comments?
Number 4, Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering, first of all, thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for that wonderful contribution to the debate here at third reading. I just wondered if he could elaborate somewhat about how, I happen to be on the Trade Committee, as the Parliamentary Secretary knows, and just about the process that we went through at clause by clause, and how we were able to engage some stakeholders that did have some concerns with some of the technical wording of the legislation as it was initially before us.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member for his question as well as for his work on the committee. We did receive at a fairly late stage through opposition members of the committee an intervention by a business group. We looked at, there were a couple of different interventions. We looked at them carefully and basically between a Tuesday and Thursday period, Mr. Speaker, the committee members, the businesses represented, and technical people from the ministry succeeded in drafting and redrafting some of the regulations in order to achieve a result that was sought after by all the members of the committee. So I really do commend them. They worked hard with an open mind in a very, very short period of time. So I congratulate them.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech today. And we will be, of course, supportive of the work that was done at committee and supporting it at this reading. But my question really goes to the transportation of goods. So we had a lot of conversations at the committee level about the transportation of goods that will be opened up that aren't approved in Canada. And of course, we had concerns for Canadian communities in terms of public health, public safety, the environment. So I wonder if the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can share with us some of the assurances that he received from Health and Climate Canada, Environment Canada, on the fact that our Canadian communities will be protected when these goods are being transported.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question, for her work on the committee. Indeed, I can only repeat the assurances that we did get from the various ministries involved to say that any products that come into Canada for re-export that are caught under this bill will not put Canadians at danger, will not put any sector of our environment or any sector of our society in danger. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over and above dangerous goods that may be passing through Canada, wondering about goods that we would perhaps not allow into Canada that we would rather not see traded, such as ivory, shark fins, that sort of thing. Has there been any thought or provisions in this legislation to prevent that from passing through, even if it's on its way through to a third country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. It is my understanding, Mr. Speaker, that those goods are prohibited, period, and are not caught or saved in any way by this legislation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also would like to add my thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade for his remarks and his very cogent explanation as to the benefits of the full implementation of the TFA. We've certainly come to understand that the implementation of this trade agreement has the opportunity to open up new markets for Canadian products, to grow businesses and create jobs for this country. Can the Parliamentary Secretary give us some idea of how this benefit can flow to Canadian businesses and companies so that we can continue to grow our economy, to create new opportunities for Canadians, and to improve the quality of life for all of our people?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his question. Sir, I won't focus in an answer on large enterprises because they have the means, Mr. Speaker, to familiarize themselves with trade rules, get all the help they need through customs brokers, etc. Where I think this bill really helps is small and medium-sized enterprises. who perhaps don't have the means. It facilitates the movement of goods and services, and it allows them to conceive of the possibility of trade, Mr. Speaker. And hopefully we as a government will be able to promote the possibilities that have become available under this agreement and to take away the fear of trading by taking away some of the stickiness that's involved with moving goods and services across borders. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This may be a bit of a detailed question, but I was curious when we talk about bringing things through the country. Canada has quite specific labeling requirements for WHMIS, or transportation of dangerous goods. And I'm wondering, for the safety of the workers that might come into contact with these goods, will those standards be applied or other standards?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. I'm afraid I don't have the answer at the tip of my tongue. We have worked with the various ministries, including the Minister of the Environment, who deals with hazardous goods. And again, they've given us our assurances, but I'm happy to look into the question and get back to the honourable member.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'll be talking about free trade in general, and more specifically, Bill C-13. In our caucus, we agree with this bill. We agree with the importance of free trade in general, and we are confident that this agreement will bring many advantages to Canada. This bill ratifies the multilateral agreement concerning the facilitation of trade. The Trade Facilitation Agreement breaks down trade barriers, including non-tariff barriers. This is a critical issue. If all countries ratified the agreement, the result would be worth $1 trillion in new economic activity.
It's a pleasure for me to rise today and speak to Bill C-13. And I always have to double check when I find myself agreeing with what members of the government are doing, just to make sure I haven't missed anything. But it's a pleasure for me to speak in favor of this bill. I don't know if they'll like everything I have to say in my speech today, because certainly, yeah, take it where you can get it. Exactly, Mr. Speaker. But because I will be somewhat critical of some of the things that the government is doing with respect to trade. But when they continue with good work that was started under the previous government, it's always worth recognizing, that it's not all bad. Broadly speaking, I want to do two things in my speech today. First of all, speak specifically to some of the technical issues around the Trade Facilitation Agreement, C-13, and trade more generally. I also want to comment, though, on our strategic situation in terms of trade, where it seems the government's going, where we should be going when it comes to our approach to trade. So first of all, on the technical side, by way of background, what we're debating today, Bill C-13, implements the Trade Facilitation Agreement. Negotiation on the Trade Facilitation Agreement began back in 2001. It was completed at the WTO Ministerial Conference in December of 2013. This is the first multilateral trade agreement since the creation of the World Trade Organization. We deal with, at times, bilateral trade agreements between Canada and one other country, multilateral trade agreements that involve regional or perhaps like-minded blocks of nations. But this is a truly multilateral agreement that includes the full membership of the WTO, could at least if all of those involved choose to ratify the agreement. So it's an important step forward. Now, this trade agreement deals with the issue of trade facilitation. We're all familiar with what a formal barrier would look like to trade, preventing countries from trading, or a tariff barrier, a tax on imports that a country might impose. But the Trade Facilitation Agreement seeks to deal with non-tariff, or you might say more informal barriers to trade. It's regulatory misalignments, perhaps differences in regulation or administrative rules that have the effect of being a trade barrier. Perhaps they're not intended to be a trade barrier, and certainly aren't advertised as such, but they end up preventing international commerce. And this is a major issue for many businesses. If you're seeking to trade with another country and you have to go through a detailed process of learning completely different regulations, of relabeling, then it becomes much more difficult to do business. And I think what the committee heard when it studied this issue, something that we've heard before, is that in particular these non-tariff barriers impose an additional and a unique burden to small and medium-sized businesses. That if you're a large corporation, you have the capacity, the relationships in place to understand what different regulatory regimes are and the effects of them, then you have a little bit of an easier time navigating these things. And I don't want to suggest that there is no impact on larger businesses, which certainly employ many Canadians and many people around the world as well. But in particular, small and medium-sized businesses often have a much harder time responding in particular to these non-tariff barriers. And we know the importance of small business. We know that it is the primary engine of growth and job creation in this country. So especially in terms of the impact on small business, it's important that we be concerned with non-tariff as well as tariff barriers for trade. We have some information in terms of estimates from the World Trade Organization about what the impacts of this trade facilitation would be. The estimate is that if all countries ratify, that global merchandise exports would be up by $1 trillion, and that decreased trade costs for World Trade Organization members, the trade costs for WTO members would go down about 14%, and that's actually 17% for least developed countries. So we see significant benefits from the trade facilitation agreement. Of course, if not every country ratified, the agreements would be less. So we hope all countries ratify, but very much the benefits would still be in place, even if the 2/3 threshold that's required to bring this deal into force was met, but not all countries involved signed. Now, just a couple other notes on trade facilitation, Mr. Speaker. It provides business with predictability. So one of the issues with non-tariff barriers to trade is even if trade is possible, even if trade can occur, non-tariff barriers, arbitrary or different regulatory structures can create uncertainty, which makes it much harder for importers or exporters to manage in the context of international trade. So it's the smoothing out of these regulations, the alignment of those regulations, but it's also simply establishing a consistency in place, a predictability for businesses that they can indeed rely on, and facilitates that trade to their full potential. Also, I just want to identify for members of the House that, as I said before, the requirement is that 2/3 of World Trade Organization members sign on in order for this deal to take effect. And that requirement would be 110 members of the World Trade Organization, and currently we're at 92. Some of our major trading partners, the U.S., China, the EU, Japan, have all ratified the agreement already. So we're very close to that 110 mark, and with Canada taking this important step forward, again, a step that began in 2001 with negotiations, 2013 with the signing of the agreement, and now moving forward for ratification. This is a step which will pay substantial dividends for all businesses, but especially for our small and medium-sized businesses. Now, the good news, Mr. Speaker, is that most of our laws already comply with the trade facilitation agreement, but Bill C-13 completes those legislative changes that are required to facilitate the full implementation of it. In particular, it makes two amendments that accord with different provisions of the trade facilitation agreement. One of those provisions is 10.8.1 of the Trade Facilitation Agreement, and the amendment in Bill C-13 would give Canada the authority that we need to deal with goods that are brought into Canada that are non-compliant. So this gives us the ability to respond to problems that come up, and opens the door for us to implement this agreement. The other one is from Article 11.8 of the agreement, which gives the which gives Health Canada, as well as Environment and Climate Change Canada, gives them the legislative authority to exempt certain goods from certain Canadian requirements if those goods are not destined to end up in Canada, but they are going to transit through Canada. So if Canada is a transit point for certain goods, and the requirements we have here in Canada for those goods aren't exactly met, perhaps from an environmental or a health or from one of those perspectives, they can still transit through Canada, but only on the basis of regulations and exceptions that are made through those departments. But there is a provision, at least for those carve-outs to be made. But also there's protections in place to ensure that those goods don't end up in Canada. So I think this provides a good mechanism for complying with the requirements of the Trade Facilitation Agreement, indeed for getting the benefits of the Trade Facilitation Agreement for our economy, for our job creators, especially for our small businesses. And it does not in a significant way, it doesn't, I think, at all negatively affect Canadian health and safety or environment. So I think this legislation is good. It strikes a good balance, and it's one that I will be supporting and my colleagues will be supporting. Now, I want to talk as well, Mr. Speaker, just in general about the importance of international trade. This is a positive step as a new international multilateral trade deal. And our support for it underlines our belief on this side of the House, at least this part of this side of the House, that Canada is a trading nation, that we benefit from international trade, and further that there is solid economic science behind the idea of international trade. That this is something that most economists agree, yes, it has clear benefits. Because what free trade does is it's not a commitment to trade, it's not a government agreement that governments will trade, but it's opening up the freedom for individuals within different countries to freely exchange, to make mutually beneficial exchanges with people in other countries. And we know that the common effect of that is greater degrees of specialization, and it allows partnerships to be forged between countries, which can lead to more efficient production, the realization of new markets, the creation of new wealth. I think we've clearly in this country seen the benefit of international trade. Of course, at the time when when it was a conservative government that pursued free trade with the United States, trade was opposed by both the Liberals and the NDP at that time. But I think at least the Liberals have come to recognize the wisdom of that approach. And certainly under the previous Conservative government, we were very bullish in terms of recognizing the benefits of international trade and moving forward with trade agreements. Because we understood this basic economic science of trade, that giving people the freedom to make mutually beneficial exchanges is good for everybody. It wouldn't make much sense to say that I can't shop at certain restaurants because of what side of town I live on. And exactly the same principle applies in terms of international trade. So there's that technical basis for international trade, that we can prosper together as a global community, and that we can draw on the wisdom of economics in terms of understanding those benefits. But I'll say as well, on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, that there is a strategic dimension of trade. We don't just kind of unilaterally open ourselves up to international trade, but we do proceed in a methodical way with negotiation with other countries to actually try and open up markets in a reciprocal way, but also to align ourselves as much as possible when it comes to human rights, protection of the environment, labor. And it's worth underlining why we do this. It's because trade, we know, allows us to prosper nationally and together with other countries. But trade also is an opportunity to build strategic partnerships with specific other nations, to deepen our friendship, to deepen the sharing of ideas and of commerce between those nations. And as such, it's important that we approach trade in a way that reflects our values. And I'll say with regard to the Trade Facilitation Agreement, it's very positive from a strategic perspective that we're able to move together as a relatively united global community on this, that this reflects a consensus of different countries. But I think in our other trade dealings, it is important for us to move with this thought-out strategic lens on the point of trade as well. And I'll say this with regards to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, obviously something that has come up throughout this trade discussion, because the government has, I think to their credit, they moved this issue fairly quickly through the committee, and this was an issue that there was an ability to move forward in a thoughtful but time-sensitive way on it. We've got the Trans-Pacific Partnership, on the other hand, that has been sitting on the government's desk for now, I guess tomorrow it will be a full year since the election. And we don't even have the government taking a position on that issue. Now, I've spoken before, and other members have spoken before, about the economic benefits. We could perhaps say about the technical side in terms of the benefits of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. But the Trans-Pacific Partnership also has great strategic significance. This was a key part of President Obama's foreign policy in terms of aligning with other democratic nations throughout the Pacific region, nations who share our values by and large, and establishing a trade agreement that sets the terms of trade in a way that is aligned with our values. So it's Canada, the U.S., Mexico, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, among other nations, coming together with an agreement that provides, I would argue, those robust protections that reflect our Canadian values. It's a mechanism, yes, for pursuing economic prosperity, but also for achieving a strategic advantage that reflects our values. And it's no secret, of course, that the kinds of values that are reflected in the Trans-Pacific Partnership are different from the approach taken by a country like China, also seeking dominance in the Asia-Pacific region, with a different approach when it comes to human rights, to the environment, to labor rights. And I would passionately say that our approach is more in line with an understanding of universal human values and an appreciation of universal human dignity. It's not a particularly Western or exclusive approach. It's not an approach in terms of the human values that we emphasize as particular to one community or one culture. And it's a set of values that we have that is worth using the mechanism of trade deals to strategically advance in that region. And I'll just say, perhaps preempting a question from my friends in the NDP caucus, they've been right to raise human rights issues in Brunei, which is part of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. There are human rights issues in some of the countries involved. There's no doubt about it, and I think the situation in Brunei very well deserves the attention of members of this House. But still, being a relatively small player in the scheme of the overall agreement, the agreement still very much reflects the values that we have here in Canada, the values that the nations within our community of partners, of allies, of like-minded nations share together. And that's why, that's part of the reason, yes, for the economic, technical reasons, but also for those strategic reasons, it's important that we prioritize the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It's important that we move forward with that in order to set the terms of trade in the Asia-Pacific region in a way that reflects our values. But of course, we know that the government has a different approach when it comes to this strategic approach to trade. They have, again, taken a year, not stated any kind of a position on the Trans-Pacific Partnership, but they have also talked in a very bullish way about moving forward with free trade with China on a bilateral basis. Now, my view would be that we can be stronger in terms of our strategic interests when we work with our allies, and when we don't instead put ourselves in a position where we could very well be at a real disadvantage in terms of negotiations with China. It gives China an opportunity to itself try and set terms of trade when it comes to human rights, when it comes to the environment, when it comes to labor rights and other kinds of issues. We can benefit economically from trade at every level. There's no doubt about it. But from a strategic perspective, wouldn't we be wise to first move forward with the Trans-Pacific Partnership, continue certainly to pursue trade arrangements with Europe, and hopefully soon we're able to see the full ratification of the Canada-EU free trade deal, successfully negotiated as well under the previous government, but again continued with under this government, to their credit. But we should start by nailing down those trade deals with like-minded nations and then proceed collaboratively with those like-minded nations when we approach countries like China that don't share our fundamental values. So we need to approach trade in a strategic way. I think the Trade Facilitation Agreement reflects our values. I think it's a positive step that the world is able to come together. But we need to prioritize the advancement of our values and be strategic, and that's why I really hope at some point at least we'll hear an answer from this government on TPP, and hopefully in the not-too-distant future. Recognizing as well the technical benefits of trade, the economic benefits that I've spoken about, specifically about the Trade Facilitation Agreement, but also the strategic benefits. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be supporting this bill, and hopefully we'll see its passage very soon, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward on some of these other trade issues as well that I've raised. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend opposite for his contribution today and for his support of Bill C-13, which is very much appreciated. And I think we come from the same point of view where free trade and fair trade is actually great for Canada, great for Canadians, good for the economy, good for the middle class. So we certainly share that, and we appreciate the support from that side of the aisle. I just want to talk a little bit about his comments on the TPP being part of the Trade Committee, and frankly, having lived TPP since I was fortunate enough to be elected here almost a year ago. So it's been on the top of my priority list in my short tenure as a Member of Parliament. But just some of the things I want to make sure this House is aware of is that we're consulting with Canadians. It's not sitting on anyone's desk. We've heard from thousands upon thousands of people at the committee through submissions and through live witnesses, of course. The ministries traveled across the country. The committees traveled across the country as well. So we're hearing from Canadians, and we're hearing a divergence of opinions, as should not come to any surprise as anyone that's traveled across this country. There's a lot of support for it, absolutely. There's also some concerns and some opposition to it. So we're trying to balance that all in a reasonable and objective manner. And I can assure the member opposite that in due course there will be a report before this House, and I look forward to that, what I know will be a hearty and fulsome debate on that point of view. But I just want to ask the member a question. And I take to heart his comments about China, and I take to heart his comments about the Trans-Pacific Partnership countries. But does he think it has to be an either-or, or is free trade, if it's the right deal, should we be as expansive as possible with the countries that we do enter into free trade deals with? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for the question, and glad to hear he's in favour of trade, and I certainly hope he'll make his voice heard by those other members of his party who are a little bit more skeptical. I do want to say that I recognize the work of the Trade Committee when it comes to consulting on the Trans-Pacific Partnership and hearing from people. Not surprisingly, like on probably almost any major public policy question, there's going to be different points of view, and it's worthwhile to have those conversations. But it's interesting to hear time modifiers that are non-specific. I'm always somewhat suspicious when we hear things like "in due course," because when a member says something will happen in due course, that's not actually a meaningful description of time. I think this government should take a position on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I think a year should have been enough time. And if it's not enough time, it would be nice to hear from the member or from the minister or from somebody else at what point we can expect a decision from the government. Yes, at some point, in due course, the Trade Committee will present a report, but then in due course after that, perhaps we'll have to wait until we hear from the minister. I do agree with the member that when it comes to trade agreements, it's not an either-or. Obviously, we're talking about the Trade Facilitation Agreement today. I've made some comments about the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We have the Canada-EU agreement going on. But there's a question about how we approach trade with China. And trade with China increased under the previous government. while we were talking tough on human rights issues, trade increased. But it's a question of how we approach China. Do we do it in a way that's in concert with our allies, that reflects values that we have established, terms of trade that have been established through the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or do we jump the gun and negotiate a separate deal with China, which may have implications on on what our approach is to other trade deals? Of course, the member knows that trade deals can have implications on each other depending on the kinds of terms that you sign. So I'm not saying it's an either-or, but I'm just saying that these things have to be approached in a calculated and strategic way. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his passion on trade, something that I share as Vice Chair of the Trade Committee and critic for our party. I found some of his comments quite interesting, and I am happy that he will be voting in support of C-13. We did incredible work, although very fast at our committee level. I commend everyone on the committee for the work that we did on this particular file. I agree with the member, and I'm glad to hear him say that we need to approach trade strategically. And that involves, listening to a lot of different voices that unfortunately were not heard under the previous government. There were many people who sit before the Trade Committee now as witness in the TPP discussions that unfortunately were not part of the conversation under the Conservative government. So I am happy to see that those people are represented now at the table. And I'm curious about the TPP in specific. I agree, of course, that the NDP applies a human right lens to trade, but we certainly include the cost of drugs for Canadians in that human right lens. We know in the Trans-Pacific Partnership and in CETA that there will be an increased cost to Canadians. We already are one of the highest priced countries in the OECD. Canadians cannot afford the medication that they currently need in our system. And so I'm curious, I believe earlier actually the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan and I were discussing this issue in the House, and I questioned on whether he had a town hall on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So my question once again to him is, is his position here on the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the other trade agreements that he mentioned based on the views of his constituents, and has he actually consulted with them?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm always pleased to share about the approach that I take to consultation in my own constituency. We have regular roundtables on a range of different topics, and we have discussed the TPP at them. Honestly, I can't specifically recall if we had a general trade roundtable or if it was a specifically TPP-only roundtable, but certainly we have had discussions at some of the various roundtables we've had about Trans-Pacific Partnership, and we invite people that write to our office about this or other issues to participate in these roundtables that we have on a regular basis. And I know that constituents who have participated in them have really appreciated the opportunity not only to discuss issues with me, but to discuss with each other and to learn perhaps from the different points of view that have been represented around the table. And certainly my sense, to answer the member's direct question on that, this is that my constituents are strongly supportive of international trade in general and of the Trans-Pacific Partnership in particular. And certainly I appreciate the opportunity to consult in that way. Now, in terms of some of the comments that the member made with respect to what happened under the previous government with respect to Trans-Pacific Partnership, because this is an important point. Obviously, trade agreements are not negotiated in public. However, there is a process by which stakeholders are given the opportunity to access information, to be involved in the discussion, provided that they are not disclosing that information publicly. And I think all members in this House can understand why you can't issue a press release kind of every time a negotiating position shifts or changes in the midst of these complicated negotiations. I mean, if that was the approach Canada took, it just wouldn't be practical for us to be involved in negotiating trade deals, period. But there are stakeholders that are involved throughout the process. And in fact, when the Trans-Pacific Partnership deal was announced, there was a huge amount of stakeholder support, in many cases from stakeholders who had previously had significant questions about it. I know there were people, for instance, within the agriculture community who initially were concerned about what the implications of the Trans-Pacific Partnership would be, but then were very positive about it once it was actually released. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the comments on the trade agreement. I'm not a member of the committee that's been studying this, so I'm coming at this really as kind of an interested outsider. And I guess based on what the committee members have heard and discussed, and now what they may observe south of the 49th, where protectionist sentiment seems to be growing quite rapidly, in fact. Witness the difficulties in things like the softwood lumber agreement. Dye-filtered milk is another one that lurks in the corner. Do you think that or does the honourable member think that the workup that we're doing right now on trade agreements, on facilitating trade, may in fact be spinning our wheels, given that the foundation upon which we were going forward seems to be shifting with the attitude presented by both of the leading contenders for the leadership of the United States?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly an interesting question from my friend across the way. I will point out that with respect to the trade facilitation agreement, it's already been ratified by the United States. So we're in the clear as far as this particular issue goes. I do always like to point out when this discussion comes up, when people talk about the rising protectionist sentiment in the United States, there isn't any evidence I've seen in terms of public opinion polls that there actually is rising protectionist sentiment among the general population. There seems to actually still be among the general population a significant level of support and appreciation for the value of open trade. Perhaps it's for others to speculate on whether it's the nature of the primary system or some other reason that seems to lead to a pull in the positions of candidates in both parties towards a little bit more of a skeptical position on trade. But I'm optimistic that cooler heads will prevail in the final analysis. Of course, the United States has more of a divided government system, one in which I think many politicians as well as the public understand the value of trade. But it behooves us here in Canada to make strong arguments in favor of the open economy. And what I fear the government is doing on the Trans-Pacific Partnership is actually just waiting to see what happens in the American election. They're not actually waiting to get feedback from Canadians. They're just waiting to see what happens in the United States so they don't find themselves too far out on the point. But I think we have an obligation, given how important this deal is, given how important the open economy is for our...
Conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Be South, status of women. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières, mining industry, and the Honourable Member for Drummond, official languages.
Well, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Essex.
I'm pleased to speak at third reading on Bill C-13, a bill the NDP supported at second reading and at committee because of its potential benefit to Canadian small businesses that export their goods around the world. Bill C-13 would amend the Food and Drugs Act, the Hazardous Products Act, the Radiation Emitting Devices Act, and the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, the Pest Controls Product Act, and the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act. It's a largely technical bill that is required to bring Canada into compliance with the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, or TFA. The agreement's stated desire is to expedite the movement, release, and clearance of goods, including goods in transit, which is dealt with in the first section of the 24-article document. In this section, there are two clauses, 8.1 on rejected goods and 11.8 on goods in transit, which require action on Canada's part in order to ratify the agreement. Bill C-13 deals entirely with these two clauses. The TFA's second section, Articles 13 to 22, is entitled Special and Differential Treatment Provisions for Developing Country Members and Least Developed Country Members. The final two articles in the third section outline a committee structure and a deal with final provisions. The customs practices of developed countries like Canada are already mostly in line with the TFA. For developing countries, this is more of a challenge, and this is why a lot of the agreement focuses on provisions for them. One of the few groups in Canada to express concern over the TFA is the Council of Canadians. According to officials from Global Affairs Canada, they are concerned that the agreement would only benefit large agribusiness firms and not small-scale farmers. Council of Canadians Chair Mard Barlow criticized the agreement back in 2013. She said, "This was not a historic win for developing countries at the WTO. They scraped by with modest and temporary protections for food security policies that should be completely excluded from corporate trade rules. I understand her concerns and read with concern how India had to defend its food security programs amidst TFA negotiations. The WTO is certainly a flawed organization, and I'm well aware of the many criticisms that are leveled against them. The Standing Committee on International Trade held a very quick study of Bill C-13, and I was disappointed that we didn't spend any time discussing the TFA in its broader context, or dig into the supposed benefits of the agreement for Canadian traders. We heard from global affairs officials who answered specific questions about C-13 and the various acts it will amend. Two groups requested to appear, CropLife Canada and the Canadian Consumer Specialty Products Association. It was important to hear from them because C-13 has significant implications for them, and specifically for the pest control industry. Their first concern related to Clause 31 of the bill, which they felt was unnecessary. Their second concern was over the changes made to the definition of a label under the Pest Control Products Act. After some back and forth between the groups, the department and committee members, we agreed to an amended definition that all parties seemed satisfied with. As I mentioned, it would have been great to have delved into the potential benefits of the TFA for Canada. According to the government, the TFA could benefit Canadian small and medium-sized businesses by strengthening the predictability of customs and border procedures for exports to developing countries. It could increase the ability of some Canadian SMEs to access emerging markets, but there's a lot of reasons why more small businesses don't export. The NDP believes strongly in the importance of supporting Canadian small businesses so they can thrive, grow, and hire. Coincidentally, this is Small Business Week in Canada. It's an opportunity to recognize the valuable contributions made by small businesses to communities across Canada. My riding of Essex is home to hundreds of small businesses. They include auto parts manufacturers, tool and die makers, construction companies, wineries, retail stores, grocery stores, restaurants, and more. These are the small and independent businesses that help sustain our local economies and create local employment. But small businesses face big challenges. I'm committed to working with the Windsor-Essex Chamber of Commerce and all groups in Essex to help our small businesses tackle these challenges head-on. No doubt many of the small businesses in my riding are some of the 12% of Canadian SMEs that export. When we talk about SMEs in trade, the federal government should seize the opportunity to assist more SMEs to do business outside our borders. Only a fraction of small businesses will export their goods, and most of this trade is with the United States. I frequently hear from businesses in Essex about problems they experience with getting goods across the border. There's still a lot of challenges when it comes to streamlining practices and providing greater predictability. Their concerns were front of mind as I studied this bill and as I've studied the TPP and other trade agreements. I'm convinced we need to do more to support Canadian traders. As I speak about the TFA and small businesses, I'm also speaking about the kind of trade that the NDP does support. As the NDP trade critic, it's my responsibility to look at trade deals with a critical lens and to consider whether they're in the best interest of Canadians, not just our businesses, but for current and future generations of Canadians. The Trade Minister's favorite talking point these days is about the need for a progressive trade agenda. She has spoken about changing the way trade deals are negotiated so they serve a broader good instead of just the corporate greed. What does that mean? We've seen some of the broad strokes of what progressive trade means to the minister, and she has stated, quote, "We have to now start building into trade agreements real effective labor protections, environmental standards, and ensure that that is much more a part of the trade agreement as protection for investors," end quote. What the minister has said makes me hopeful for a new way of negotiating trade. As my friend Lana Payne recently wrote in an op-ed published in the Telegram, the language is good, but the devil will be in the details. Saying something is progressive doesn't make it so, but the minister has certainly put herself and her government out there. I've been critical of the Liberal government for having a trade agenda that seems pretty identical to that of the Conservatives. For example, many progressive groups in Canada have called for changes to CETA, but the minister has dismissed their concerns and is only focused on twisting the EU's arm into signing the deal. Canadians are deeply concerned about ISDS and do not feel that revised systems under CETA address their more core concerns with this mechanism. Canadians are also concerned that the government's recent joint declaration that is supposed to strengthen environmental and labour standards is nothing more than empty promises without any legal backing. The very same things the minister claims are elements of a progressive trade policy are lacking from her so-called gold standard CETA deal. Similarly, the TPP is not your average trade agreement. Traditionally, a trade agreement is negotiated between country A and country B, and they come to an agreement about reducing trade barriers, such as lowering tariffs. The NDP has supported some of these agreements in the past because after careful evaluation, on balance, the deals were in Canada's best interests. We're supporting Bill C-13 today because it's facilitating the trade of goods, which can benefit Canadian small businesses that export abroad. But trade is a rapidly changing concept in the 21st century. It's not just about the flow of goods anymore. It's about the flow of people and services. It's not just country A and country B sitting down to negotiate anymore. Instead, negotiations are largely driven by corporate interests, big business that's advocating for a set of rules that benefit their interests. Why they're included is no mystery. The pharmaceutical companies stand to gain from the extra 2 years of patented drug costs. This keeps them out of the generic market and ultimately costs Canadians more money. In my riding, like everyone in Canada, people are suffering under the costs of medication and are often having to make difficult decisions about their health based on their ability to pay for medication. Even people with a benefit plan are not covered for all medications and are often capped in the amount that they can claim. One such story sticks with me from campaigning last year. In Amherstburg, I met a lovely couple outside with their daughter on a beautiful summer day. They live in a working-class neighborhood with well-kept homes, and theirs was no exception. We started to talk, and they told me of their recent struggles with his rare form of mouth cancer, how he had just retired from a good workplace with benefits, and they were prepared to enjoy their retirement to the fullest when this diagnosis hit them. He had a good benefit package that included drug costs, but only to a lifetime maximum of $75,000. That sounds like a great deal of money. But when you're faced with the diagnosis and treatment plan that he was, the money was already gone. Thankfully, he was responding well to treatment, but it had changed their lives, and they were justifiably worried about their ability to afford medication now with no money left in their coverage. Many of today's so-called trade agreements are about so much more than trade. For example, only 6 of the TPP's 30 chapters deal with trade in the traditional sense of the term. The other 24 chapters are where we find the controversial aspects of the deal, like a new court system where investors can take democratically elected governments to court if they feel unfairly treated. Trade agreements have to carve out government-specific rights to legislate on issues as basic as cigarettes. This is absolutely shocking to me that legislatures actually have to fight to protect countries' rights to regulate things like cigarettes. In the TPP, a specific carve-out had to be made. At committee, the Canadian Cancer Society warned us that the tobacco industry has a history of abuse, seeking to turn international trade and investment agreements to overturn bona fide public health tobacco control measures that apply equally to domestic and foreign companies. We're also seeing trade agreements that dictate pharmaceutical rules that largely benefit pharmaceutical companies over the citizens that governments are elected to serve. Increasing the patents on pharmaceuticals is a deeply concerning and very contentious part of the last 2 trade deals negotiated by the Harper government. Another woman I spoke with had to move in with her son in order to afford her medication. She was so thankful that her son was able to have her there so that she could afford her own treatment and not worry about the cost of living alone. She told me that she worked hard, but she wasn't making enough of a living to even be able to take her own medication. These stories aren't unique. They repeat door after door in all of our communities. We had the Canadian Nurses Association present to us at the committee, and Carolyn Pullen told us in no uncertain terms that Canadians are already making difficult choices by skipping doses of medication, skipping days of treatment because they can't afford their medication, even the generic brands. This doesn't speak well for us as a country. How are our most vulnerable being treated in our society? This systemic problem will continue to manifest itself in poor health outcomes for us all, and an increase in poverty for those who face the high cost of medication. Canada has the second highest drug costs in the OECD. We are the only country in the world that has a public healthcare system that doesn't include a pharmacare program. Now, at this point, you may be wondering, why have I been talking about the cost of medication in Canada? It's because under provisions in CETA and TPP, patents for brand name pharmaceuticals in Canada will be extended. It should come as no surprise that this extension leads to increased costs for all of us. On one hand, we have people who can't afford medication, and along with the NDP, are calling on the government for a pharmacare program in our country. On the other hand, we have a government signing trade agreements that will make this current situation worse. Some might say that increasing the length of patent makes sense because it will encourage the pharmaceutical companies to undertake more research and development in Canada. And this is a widely held view, but history shows us the opposite has happened. In the late 1980s, pharmaceutical companies came to the federal government requesting a patent extension for these exact reasons. They committed to invest in Canadian R&D to a level of 10%. For many years, there was a steady rise in the percentage being spent, and we eventually peaked at 11%. Then we hit a cliff, and our R&D nosedived to its current level of 4% and has held steady at this level for many years. That promise has not been kept, and we have all paid the price for it. Yet here we are in CETA and TPP giving them another extension with the only argument for it being an increase in R&D. Let's be honest about what this means. The point I make is that trade agreements like CETA or TPP would not be so controversial if they focused only on trade. Instead, they are omnibus agreements that frankly do not receive the study and oversight they deserve. On the other hand, before us today is a pretty straightforward initiative that addresses how countries like Canada can deal with goods at our borders. Although this is a highly technical piece, this is the kind of trade remedy that we in the NDP can support, and we will vote in support of C-13. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the member from Essex, and also my colleague on the International Trade Committee for her contribution to today's debate on Bill C-13. And I appreciated that she took the opportunity to express some of her concerns, and frankly, some of the concerns we've been hearing at committee today. So that was appreciated. Of course, I want to talk a little bit about C-13 just in the context of today's debate, and just wondering if she could elaborate, being from Windsor, and the importance of international trade, the importance of that border crossing to her community, and how facilitating trade through C-13 will actually help her constituents do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Newmarket, Aurora, for his work on the committee and certainly his commitment to trade in our country and for fair trade inside of our country, which we see being represented in C-13. So in response to the member's question, I'd like to say that trade is incredibly important in southwestern Ontario. We have the largest border crossing that exists between our country and our largest trading partner, the United States. And one of the concerns that was raised during the committee when we had the conversations that we did was around the ability of Canadian Border Service Agency to actually handle this increase in trade that C-13 will see. So now they will have added responsibilities when they are holding goods. They will also have added responsibility in goods that are in transit through our country, and understanding that that's their sole purpose versus actually stopping here in Canada. So, of course, I support the men and women who protect our borders in Canada and also facilitate trade across them every single day. And I also advocate for an increase in the amount of people that are working at our borders so that we can properly facilitate the trade that we're signing on to in C-13. I think that the member opposite would agree with me that we would want to give all support that we can to ensuring that the men and women who are at our borders have enough people at the borders to be able to service not just the border that we have in southwestern Ontario, but all of our international borders.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet Témiscouata Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. I've been hearing a lot of things about the issue of international trade, and it's clear that the parties in this House all acknowledge the importance of trade for the Canadian economy, and that's true of the NDP as well. However, I would submit that NDP is the most responsible opposition party of all in this House when it comes to international trade, Mr. Speaker. We have to acknowledge that a treaty, be it the treaty with the EU or the TPP, is a contract under which the various parties agree to a number of rules. To be responsible with the contract, you have to have an opportunity to read it and assess the consequences that it may contain for the various parties involved. When we have had the Liberal Party, that was the third party in this House, it approved the CETA agreement without even having read it. And the following day, the member for Papineau, who said to Prime Minister Harper, congratulations on approving this agreement. When will we have an opportunity to read it? So he gave his approval to it before reading it. Now, in our case, we assess and evaluate the various agreements, look at the content they have, and look at the impact they have on the Canadian economy. So I'd like to have my colleagues' comments on the way the other parties proceed when it comes to these agreements.
Thank you. I thank my colleague for his very responsible and very good question to all the members of this House. We have a responsibility as parliamentarians not just to read the reports that come before us, but to actually investigate how the trade agreements will affect us. These trade agreements have grown in size exponentially. CETA is around 1,500 pages. The TPP is around 6,000 pages. And I understand that that's difficult for parliamentarians to digest on top of our already busy schedules, but it's critically important that we do so and that we listen to stakeholders, not just in our communities, but across Canada and what we're hearing from them. One of the things that's been highlighted at the Trade Committee level, in specific around the Trans-Pacific Partnership, is that many presenters to our committee only look at one or two chapters within this agreement. And this trade agreement has far more to do with things other than just traditional trade. We definitely in the NDP support the easement of tariff and non-tariff barriers and support trade flowing through our borders for those sectors that are anxious to get into markets that could benefit Canadians, bring more work here, more value-added work. We'd like to see that out of our resource sector as well, that we actually have more of the actual value-added chain here in Canada versus just exporting our raw goods, our raw materials to other countries for them to enjoy the benefits of those jobs in those communities. But back to the member's point, it's critical that we look at this deal on balance, that we do not just laser focus into the few chapters that deal with that traditional trade. And that's what we were able to do in C13, largely because of the size of its scope. It was quite small in comparison to the other agreements that we're facing. So we were able to commit ourselves fully to looking at the only really two provisions that will change in this very important piece of trade facilitation that we are signing on to. But I do think it's critical that when we're looking at trade on the whole, we have a responsibility as party members, as members of Parliament, to look at the entire deal, to look at the things that will benefit Canadians, to look at the things that could potentially harm Canadians. And although there are sectors that will benefit, and I would like to see that trade flow happen for them, I would like to see that increase. At the same time, when we're looking at trade agreements like I mentioned in CETA and TPP, we don't want to see an increased cost of drugs for Canadians. The labour mobility chapter is a prime example. One of the members mentioned earlier, talking about consultations and who was brought in. Well, Labour never entered into the conversation because this is the first time that we've seen this provision in a trade deal. So how would they have known to go to the government and say, you're negotiating a trade deal, I think we should be in on the conversation? They had absolutely no knowledge that they would be included in the trade deal. And that speaks to the secrecy of the way that these trade deals have been negotiated. And so these groups, even though they've seen things on government pages saying that we're looking into a trade deal, they've never been included in a trade deal before. So it's never occurred to them to actually go and consult with the government. So now that we're looking at negative trade deals where everything's on the table, unfortunately, everyone in Canada has to go to the government with their concerns because they could potentially be part of a trade agreement when they never have before. We all have a responsibility to look at the Trans-Pacific Partnership on balance, look at every chapter, and speak to every stakeholder that we can.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
And I want to thank my honourable friend from Essex for her excellent speech. I'm particularly concerned about those provisions that remain somewhat hidden. We don't talk about them enough in Canada. They've become almost by rote. People who defend investor-state agreements say, well, it's just a standard FIPA. But I would ask my honourable colleague if she would agree with me. There's nothing standard about something so corrosive to democracy as allowing foreign corporations to bring charges and in private arbitration suits seek damages against the Government of Canada for bills passed municipally, provincially. We have a bad history. Canada's been a victim of more of the Chapter 11 cases than most nations have of investor-state agreements. So I just ask her to reflect on that aspect of the TPP and CETA.
The honourable member for Essex in a minute and a half.
I thank the member, and I agree wholeheartedly that the ISDS provision, which mirrors the investor-state provisions that we've been the most sued country in the world under in Chapter 11 of NAFTA, is deeply concerning to Canadians. When we traveled across this country with the International Trade Committee, we opened up a portion of 1 hour. We had many Canadians come to that 1 hour period, open mic period, if you will, Mr. Speaker. Over 100 Canadians came. Many, many, many of them repeated the concerns about the investor-state provisions and what would ultimately impact the work that we do here in this House and potentially tie our hands. It could affect our environmental regulations in Canada and legislation. It could affect our public health, our public safety. The environment has been under attack in investor-state dispute settlement resolutions in Chapter 11 in NAFTA in Canada. So it's no surprise that environmentalists are standing up and saying that this provision does not work for us in Canada. And to say that the amount of money, it's $190 million that's been paid out. I've heard this term that it's negligible, that's the cost of doing business. First of all, that's taxpayer money, and we have a responsibility for every penny that we spend of taxpayers' money. But second of all, it's not just about the money. It's about the regulatory chill that we could all experience when we're trying to bring forward legislation to improve the lives of all the people that we've been sent here to do that for. And so this is a deeply concerning provision, and this is one that we see people around the world standing up for. India is now coming out and saying they will not sign a trade agreement with this provision in it. Canada needs to show leadership and say that this provision does not work for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I hope to be able to get into many of the discussions in regards to the members that have spoken to already in regards to the whole broader trade issue. But for now, Mr. Speaker, dealing with the C-13, and when I look at the summary, it's important that we acknowledge that although Canada is already compliant with a vast majority of the World Trade Organization Agreement on Trade Facilitation provisions, legislative amendments are required in order to enable Canada to comply with two specific provisions and to ratify the agreement. The required legislative amendments are contained in Bill C-13, an act to amend the Food and Drug Act, Hazard Protections Act, the Radiation Emitting Devices Act, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, the Pest Control Products Act, and the Canada Consumer Products Safety Act, and to make the amendments to a related act. All legislative amendments proposed in Bill C-13 relate to Articles 10.8.1 or 11.8 of the TFA, which address non-compliant goods and goods in transit, respectively. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important piece of legislation from my perspective, and in particular from the government's perspective, primarily because of what this whole issue is about. If you feel that trade is important, world trade is important, this is the type of legislation that you should be voting in favor of. And I listened to members from all sides of the House, and it would appear as if there will be unanimous support of Bill C-13, which is a very, very strong positive, Mr. Speaker. Why I say that is we need to recognize, first, I must say that, it was, I guess, the G20 conference in Istanbul, Turkey, where we had the Prime Minister back in November 2015 make reference that this government that will, in fact, ratify the WTO agreement. And so that's why we are doing this now, Mr. Speaker, because we did make a commitment to ratify, and it's the government's intentions to do it as quickly as possible. Why it's an important agreement? We all heard of the World Trade Organization. It's an organization that was formed back in 1994. And the WTO is made up of 162 different countries, Mr. Speaker, of which obviously we belong. We're one of those 162. The Trade Facilitation Agreement is, in fact, the first real substantive agreement that has come out of the World Trade Organization. And that is a very significant accomplishment. It took many years of negotiating, starting from 2001, 2002, leading up until the point in time in which it was signed off back in December of 2013. Mr. Speaker, when we look at how it becomes ratified, there are, as I say, 162 countries. It's been made reference that we need 2/3 of those countries in order to ratify it, in order for it to become law. Well, as of today, we have, I believe it's 92 is what the parliamentary secretary made reference of. I know back in June it was closer to about 80. So there is momentum that is there. If we take a look at our major trading partners, whether it's China, EU, the U.S., they've already ratified the agreement. And as I pointed out, our Prime Minister has made a commitment to ratify the agreement. So the momentum is there. I believe the will of the House is to see Bill C-13 pass, and that is a very good and encouraging thing. Mr. Speaker, the government had it not that long ago where we passed it out of a second reading, where it went into committee, and I was encouraged today to hear about the goodwill that was at the committee stage, where we actually had committee members from all sides of the committee working together to ultimately make some changes to the legislation. And that's, in fact, what it is that we're debating now, Mr. Speaker. What I believe is better legislation because, true to his word, saying that we want to see committees be more productive and look at ways in which they can improve legislation. We now have seen a committee do just that, Mr. Speaker, in a more apolitical fashion, bring back or bring forward some possible changes which were in fact acted on, which included stakeholders, members of the opposition, working along with the government, and that's what it is that we're debating today. Mr. Speaker, in and throughout this debate, we've heard about how important the World Trade Organization, and in particular the Trade Facilitation Agreement, is to our country. If you take a look at the background analysis, according to the WTO estimates, the full implementation, and by full implementation, we're talking about if all 162 countries were to ratify and implement it, Mr. Speaker, it's estimated that the global economy will in fact be boosted in terms of merchandise exports by over $1 trillion, including up to $730 billion in export opportunities occurring to developing countries, Mr. Speaker. That is significant. And that's why I mentioned at the very beginning of my speech that if you believe in the importance of trade, that this is something that all members should get behind, Mr. Speaker. It will also decrease trade costs for the World Trade Organization members, including Canada, by an estimated average of 14%, including an average, Mr. Speaker, for those countries that are least developed by 17%. It will help here in Canada, our small businesses, Mr. Speaker, increase their export presence in emerging markets. Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot about the importance of small business. I hear it from the government House Leader on an ongoing basis in terms of how small businesses is our backbone to our Canadian economy. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I have and was thinking of doing a special Standing Order 31 on an important celebration. You know, and maybe if I can just make reference to it now, that this year marks the 50 years of four-wheel drive tractors in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Versatile was the first company to mass-produce articulated four-wheel drive tractors and is the only Canadian manufacturer of agricultural tractors. It was founded in 1966 by Peter Pakosh and Roy Robinson. It covers almost 700,000 square feet with complete manufacturing and assembly capabilities and full research and development facilities. Well, Mr. Speaker, you ask, why would I bring that up now? I can assure you that the tractors that are coming off this line, and the incredible tractors they are, I would argue the best in the world because of the amazing individuals that put them together, Mr. Speaker, that we have markets around the world for these tractors. And when we talk about trade, when a tractor is sold to another country, what it does, Mr. Speaker, is it creates opportunities for Canadians. I often talk about Manitoba's pork industry because I've had the good fortune of kind of following it through, right from a consumer of eating pork to the actual production, Mr. Speaker. And I do eat a little bit of pork, I must say. And it starts off, you know, by visiting some of these farms in terms of you know, a hog farm today is quite different than when I was a teenager visiting a family-friendly farm where you would see a few pigs in a stall, Mr. Speaker. Here, where you have large productions, the first room that I walked into, in fact, it was a shower room where you have to disinfect. And then you go into the second room, which was a computer room, Mr. Speaker, followed then by large barn rooms where you would have literally thousands of hogs. And then, Mr. Speaker, at a certain point, those hogs then go to, in my case, it's Maple Leaf in Brandon, Mr. Speaker. And I know my colleague from Brandon is here, and he will attest to it. You know, you go to Maple Leaf Farms, and you will see thousands.
That it's not parliamentary to refer to other members, whether they're in the House, their presence. It's a little odd, but I'll let you continue.
It's one of those newbie mistakes, Mr. Speaker. You know, my colleague from Brandon will attest just how important those jobs are in Brandon. You know, I believe it's over 1,200, 1,300 jobs, direct jobs. Well, again, Mr. Speaker, you know, we have more pigs in Manitoba than we actually have people. So it's not Manitobans that are consuming all those hogs, Mr. Speaker, but rather what we have is a viable and strong industry. Why? Because of trade. It's exports. Much like we manufacture the best tractors in the world, we have the best pork products in the world, I would argue, coming out of Manitoba. I might be a little biased, Mr. Speaker, but the point is that it creates good, tangible jobs. Go out into the parking lot of Maple Leaf, and what do you see? A lot of cars, and those cars are purchased in the communities in Brandon and surrounding Brandon. The indirect jobs that are there, again, are very real, Mr. Speaker. This is not unique to Brandon or to Winnipeg or to our province, Mr. Speaker. This is really all about Canada. And when you think of the World Trade Organization as an organization and what it embodies in terms of both symbolism and in terms of real, tangible doors for exportation, that means that Canada has the ability to be able to export. And through exportation, Mr. Speaker, we create literally tens, if not hundreds of thousands of direct jobs, not to mention the many thousands of indirect jobs as a result, Mr. Speaker. So this is why this is such an important issue for us, Mr. Speaker. So voting for C-13 is an important thing for all of us to do, because what we're really doing is we're acknowledging the many benefits of world trade. And that is something in which I believe that this government, this Prime Minister, has been a very strong advocate for. All you have to do is take a look at what's taken place in the last 9 months under this Minister of International Trade and the parliamentary secretary and the work that they have put in, Mr. Speaker. We can talk about securing markets for our beef, Mr. Speaker, or for our pork. We can talk about the canola issue in my home province and the relationship between China, and we're talking about a $1 billion plus issue, Mr. Speaker. These issues were resolved in a very relatively short time span and literally meant millions of dollars, if not going into the tens of millions of dollars for my own province alone, let alone our country, Mr. Speaker. So then if you take a look at the formal trade agreements, and this is, when I listen to my New Democratic friends, at times there is a bit of a confusing message. I know, Mr. Speaker, for example, there's a lot of discussion in second reading and even today about the issue of CETA and in regards to the issue of the TPP. You know, the Prime Minister has said, about 5 minutes? Okay, Mr. Speaker, these are two very important labor issues, labor trade issues, and I look forward to the ongoing debate in regards to them. The TPP is still under consultations. We're working very aggressively in regards to CETA, and I look forward to any questions that there might be of me, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Speaker, and it's my pleasure to rise in the House today to talk about this very important topic. It's said that governments don't trade, that it's businesses within countries that trade. The previous government had about 55 trade deals that were signed and thinking the job was done, but our trade deficits continued to grow because businesses weren't engaged. This deal was signed in December 2013, some amendments in 2014. By March 9th, 2015, 54 member nations had signed on to this deal. In August 2016, there were 92 members, and now we're in a position where Canada is joined by the ranks of Argentina, South Africa, and Indonesia as the only people in the only countries in the G20 that haven't signed on. So I've got a question for the member that's just presented from Winnipeg. That the TFA will increase trade by modernizing and simplifying our customs and brokerage procedures and lowering trade costs. We've now done our work at the committee. We're following good parliamentary process and consultation. This was missing in the previous government. Could the member maybe comment on, is this our standard going forward with future trade deals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think that we have set a very high standard in terms of going forward. We see that with the trade agreement with Ukraine. I made reference to the beef, pork, the canola issue. We hear what we're saying about CETA, and I think that there is a very aggressive, because we understand and appreciate the importance of trade for all Canadians, Canada's middle class, and those striving to become a part of it. If we get the trade file right, we create literally tens of thousands of jobs.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've seen in this House in the past that people like to frame my caucus as being against trade. And so this is a great example of the kind of collaboration that we like to use to achieve agreements that are facilitating of trade, healthy agreements. And this is in contrast, of course, to the TPP, which is actually not a trade deal, but an investor rights deal, and that undermines democracy, and it undermines some of those frameworks. So my question to my honourable colleague is, with regards to the advantages of this deal here, the Bill C-13, it will be advantageous to small and medium-sized businesses, we understand, as long as we can fortify our Canada Border Service Agency. So I'd like the member, if he could, to expand a little bit on the advantages for those small and medium-sized businesses that have been disappointed by the government in the past, and it would be important to reinforce those advantages today.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll let the NDP defend their own position in regards to how the public might perceive their positioning on trade. It's important that we do recognize that even before the deal was out, the NDP were in opposition to the TPP. The Prime Minister himself has been very clear. The Prime Minister has indicated that, while, and I quote what I believe is what he had said, indicated, while we can't make up for Canadians having been left out of the conversation by the previous government with respect to the TPP, Mr. Speaker, we can do our utmost to give them every opportunity to have their voices heard now, and that's exactly what this government is doing in regards to the TPP. In regards to the border controls and ways in which we can enhance and ensure that there's an easier flow of trades and commerce here in Canada, in particular with a focus on our exportations, I think this is something in which this government is aggressively pursuing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my colleague for his speech, and it's just fascinating. I have to just come back on this issue of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, because the government has had, I think, quite a bit of time, but they haven't even laid out a clear timeline in terms of where we're going on this decision. As I spoke about in my speech, this deal is economically significant for Canada, but it's also strategically important for Canada because it's a way of ensuring that our values are reflected in our trading relationships with the Asia-Pacific region. Will the member not agree that that is important, that trade be in Canada's economic interest and reflect our values? And that if the government still hasn't, after a year and after lots of talking, finally made up its mind, at least say when they'll make up their mind by, because it looks a lot like they're just trying to punt this until after the American election, that they're not actually listening to what Canadians are thinking, they just want to see where the winds blow internationally. Will the government set a timeline, make a decision, and start leading on this important file?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party, or the Government of Canada, under this Prime Minister, does not have to take the back seat on the issue of trade with regards to the former Stephen Harper government. The former Stephen Harper government did not actually get the puck in the net, according, and I believe, what it is that our Minister of International Trade is saying. It took the Liberal administration to be able to secure the Ukraine trade agreement. The CETA agreement is still not done. There are still negotiations that are taking place because of the former government's inability to get it done, Mr. Speaker. If we take a look in terms of the TPP, well, we have made a commitment. The Prime Minister made a commitment that we were going to be looking at this. Even the United States and other countries have not ratified the TPP. So it's important for us to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that this particular government will do what's in the best interest, and this is where I agree with the member, we will do what's in the best interest of Canadians first and foremost, and that includes doing exactly what the Prime Minister said, and that was that we are going to be consulting with Canadians thoroughly in regards to the TPP, and at some point in time it will be brought to the House of Commons.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, it is tragic to hear my friend mischaracterize the history of trade negotiations in this country so badly. To say that the Conservatives didn't get the puck in the net when we were in government. Under the previous Conservative government, yes, the Stephen Harper government, we signed trade deals with countries representing over 60% of the world's GDP. Over 60%. Now, the only trade deal comparable in size and scope to the deals that were signed under the previous Conservative government was the free trade deal with the United States, which actually was signed by another previous Conservative government. So clearly, this party, clearly it was the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, that was the only party that actually in government was able to achieve substantial results. Now, the trade record that the member keeps repeating, and it's great that we have completed the process with respect to a free trade deal with Ukraine. Obviously, a process that was well underway under the previous government. Will the member not recognize the positive record, the reality in terms of that, and stop misstating it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, in fairness to the member, I will give the Harper government credit for Honduras and Panama, Mr. Speaker. But it is wrong for the Conservatives to believe that they actually completed something in regards to CETA, because it is not a done deal. This is something in which our current minister is actually aggressively pursuing, is constantly being requested by countries abroad to cross the Atlantic to try to remedy the many different issues that are still outstanding, to try to give Canadians the impression that that's their agreement, Mr. Speaker, is wrong. When the member makes reference to 60% of trade around the world was done through that particular Harper government, that's just not true, Mr. Speaker. But not to fear. You know, we understand that in order to get the job done, that you've got to put all the players on the ice in order to be able to score the goal. And under this government, we have a number of players that are quite keen to be on the ice and to make sure that the puck gets into the net. And we all hope, because it's in Canada's best interest, that we are able to accomplish something that the former Harper government was not able to put.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, a very brief question.
Madam Speaker, the member talks about wanting to be on the ice. They haven't even decided which net they're trying to score in here. You have to know which direction you're going if you want to achieve results when it comes to trade. I'll ask my friend one more time, if he cannot tell us what the government is going to do with respect to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, can he at least tell us by when they will make up their mind? When will this process of never-ending consultation actually be complete?
A very brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, a very brief, Madam Speaker. Bottom line, TPP, you can talk about CETA, you can talk about all the other trade agreements. When the Harper government took office, they had a multi-billion-dollar surplus on trade. They converted it into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. Bottom line is the Conservatives are not that great at trading.
And perfect timing. The resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's great to come up and speak on C-13. You know, being a member of the Trade Committee, I do want to compliment the committee on how well it worked together and actually getting this agreement done. Before I go on, I want to make sure that I recognize I'm sharing my time with the member from Chatham-Kent Leamington, and he's such a great member and another good member of the committee. I'll talk a little bit more about him later, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, I want to compliment the committee because this is something where they actually went through and worked together and got this through. Now, I also want to highlight the fact that there's been lots of discussion on C-13, and I don't think I need to repeat all that. I think we all know what C-13 is. But I do want to highlight one thing. This agreement just enforces things that we're already doing at our borders and customs. It actually brings the world level up to the Canadian level. And I think that's very important to highlight the fact that the world just looked at the Canadian system that was under the Conservative government pretty good, and said, you know what, we agree with you, and we're going to bring our systems up to the Canadian systems like they were under the Conservative government. So let's hope the Liberals don't drop the puck on that one, or drop the ball. You know, 60% of our GDP is reliant on trade. 60%. Canada is a trading nation. In order for Canadians to succeed and thrive and to have strong families and to have the quality of life that they deserve, we have to sell things abroad. But you know what? People love what we have to offer. The member, the parliamentary secretary, talked about tractors out of Winnipeg. You bet. And Ukraine loves those tractors. Americans love those tractors. Australians, there's so many versatiles in Australia. It's unreal. There's so many versatiles in the Ukraine. I know firsthand. I worked in that sector. But he could also talk about MacDon Industries out of Winnipeg. Again, the machinery they make is sold all over the world. And they're so good at it, the big companies like John Deere and New Holland and Case and AGCO, they'd rather just buy it off these guys because they know they do it so well. Why compete? Just leave them, let them do it. And that's a great company out of Winnipeg. And then if I look at the manufacturers out of Saskatchewan, Burgo Industries, Morse Industries, Seed Hawk, Conservapac, Flexicoil, the company I used to work with, which is part of New Holland now. These guys sell machinery around the world. And you know the interesting thing about this machinery, and it kind of ties into the carbon sequestration comments, they've been sequestering carbon with no-till probably for 12 to 15 years now. They've been sinking that carbon in the soil by going no-till. They've reduced the erosion, they've reduced their chemical and water usage. It used to be if you had a crop in the prairies, you needed about 12 to 15 inches of rain to go from planting to harvest. If you didn't have that type of rain, you wouldn't get a crop. I was talking to a farmer this last summer. He said, you know, if I had 4 inches, I'd get a crop. And he says, you know what, I got such great organic material in my soil, it's second to nothing. So his fertilizer use is going down. His chemical use is going down. His yields are going up. That's all based on innovation in Saskatchewan and in Western Canada that now the rest of the world is embracing and actually wants to buy. And we have to make sure that they get access to it. You know, Mr. Speaker, C-13 will go through the House, I assume, unopposed, and it should, because all the heavy lifting was done in committee, and the committee did a great job. And that's where I want to talk about the member from Chatham-Kent-Leamington. You know, the fact that he was sitting there and he was so cooperative and actually providing positive input, moving this bill forward. This is the type of cooperation that I think Canadians wanted to see on something as simple as this to go through, because it's so good for all of Canada to have it done through. There's no reason to play politics with it, and it never happened. There was no politics played with this one. It actually moved forward and came back to this House, and I assume it'll go through very quickly here also. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I do have to talk about CETA, and I do have to talk about TPP, because it'd be a shame to let the Parliamentary Secretary get away with some of the comments he made there. First of all, on CETA, we give them the playbook. When they took government on, CETA was done. They had to make a few little adjustments, and then they had to get it across the finish line. But to say that they're out renegotiating the CETA deal, that's just not right. TPP. TPP is one thing that I think we need to really embrace, because when you have CETA and you have TPP and you're Canada in the middle, look at the customers you have and look at the spending power that they have to buy your products. You know, when I was the marketing manager for seating equipment in Eastern Western Europe and into the Ukraine, one of the problems we always had was getting cash for our product. Well, in these markets in Western Europe, they're rich markets. These markets in Asia are wealthy markets. They have the money to buy the goods that we build and create and to buy our technology, and they want it. So we have to give access to it. So we need to have trade agreements like CETA and TPP to do that. Now, what's really, really confusing for manufacturers here in Canada is when you see something like TPP, and I'll not only just say manufacturers, I'll say farmers and other service sectors, they see something like TPP and says, great, it's going to open up this whole market. The Japanese are going to be in it now. I'm going to have access to sell my beef into that market, tariff-free. And then they see the Liberals just saying, well, we're going to restudy it. And I find that really interesting. They say, well, you didn't consult. Conservatives didn't consult. Yet when I ask them, I say, well, who was told they couldn't participate in the consultations? Who asked to be, you know, can I be involved in your consultations? And we said no to. I can't find anybody, because if anybody that wanted to be consulted wanted to consult with us and be part of the process, they could have. That process was there. You know, I find it really interesting, the witnesses that come in front of the committee on TPP, because we've been studying it now almost for about a year. I was saying this is the third, fourth time I've presented this presentation on this topic. Why am I doing it again? And you know, the sad thing about it is we'll do the report. It'll come back into the House. It'll hopefully the Liberals will see the light of day and actually bring in legislation, and then it'll go back to the committee, and then we'll do it for a fifth time. Is that a good use of resources, Madam Speaker? I don't think so. And I think Canadians would be very upset if they realized the dog and show, pony show that is going on with these TPP consultations. You know, Madam Speaker, it's one thing to talk about the importance of trade, and it's one thing for some parties to say that they're pro-trade when they're not. And it's quite obviously in how they go about conducting themselves. It's quite obviously how they go and ask the questions and how they conduct themselves in committee and how they conduct themselves here in the House. It's some parties that just don't understand the importance of trade. They don't understand that Canadians can compete with anybody in the world. They're not scared to compete. Our small, medium enterprises, they're not scared about competing with anybody in the world. You give them a level playing field and they'll compete. What they are concerned about is having things forced upon them, like a carbon tax, that brings up their costs that their competitors don't have. So you look at a situation, we've got a product made with hydro out of Manitoba, which is very green power. Yet they're competing against somebody making something out of China using coal. So you look at that and they say, well, I'm paying a carbon tax with green power, and I'm losing market share because my costs are so high, but this same product made in China with coal power is now coming in and taking my market. And that's what's concerning them about this carbon tax. That's why it's very, very dangerous for one jurisdiction to move into situations like this on a carbon tax or a green power program like they did here in Ontario by itself without having other jurisdictions follow. If we have a true commitment to reduce global warming and carbon, then we have to do it as a globe. So that means it has to be a level playing field across the globe. You can't give preferential treatments to other areas of the world and expect Canadians to bear the blunt of this. So when I look back to trade, you know, I also want to highlight some of the other things that are very important to come about trade. You talk about the Honduras deal. You know, that is a deal that will hopefully help Honduras and the people of Honduras establish themselves in a quality of life that actually will help them raise their families, get educated, take good jobs, so they can turn away from violence and crime and then just have a good job, go home and spend time with their family, go to church on Sunday morning. That's what they really want. But when you don't give them the opportunities to sell what they have, you don't give them the opportunities to have investment into their country, well, then that doesn't happen. And what happens is they relate to crime and other things. So, Madam Speaker, I think I'll stop right there and take questions on this. But the reality is C-13 should be done. It should go through here, no problem at all. And I look forward to seeing TPP come forward. I'm looking forward to CETA coming forward. I think that's a trade deal that everybody in Canada is looking forward to. Just one last point. I was talking to some lobster guys in Nova Scotia. You know how much lobster is being shipped because of TPP and other trade deals now? It's amazing the impact of trade deals and what it does for people's quality of life. And you know who's driving the new trucks in Nova Scotia? It's lobster fishermen. So it tells you the impacts of trade deals. Because you know what? These guys have better quality of life. What do they do? They buy a truck. Well, where's the truck made? Ontario. I can't see how that could be a bad thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Astérix, j'ai le nom comme il faut.
The honourable member, and I'll try to get your writing name right. Rimouski-Nejet Témiscouata Basque. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Prince Albert for his remarks. I hold him in great esteem. We share some ideas. Now, I don't know if he disagrees entirely with me on this, but when I sat on the International Trade Committee in the past Parliament, we had some discussions with respect to what constituted support for a trade agreement. And I was there for some of the meetings when we discussed the agreement with Honduras. And something that concerned us was that nowhere in the agreement did it mention human rights. My colleague talked about the fact that we can always hope that through signing an agreement and its implementation, a situation will improve economically or politically. Now, that may be the case, but I'd like to know if he can refer me to situations where a political context has improved, like Honduras. Is there any evidence that a trade agreement with a country like that led to any kind of improvement?
For Prince Albert.
Well, I thank the member for his question. And, you know, again, it comes back to the NDP being anti-trade and using any type of excuse that they can have at their disposal and why not to do a trade deal. Now, in regards to human rights, you know, we heard from the ambassador of Honduras in that committee, and I think the member was there at the time, and she says, you know, if you want to see human rights improve in Honduras, let us make a good quality of life. Let us have a good job. Let us sell the products we make. Let us receive investments from companies like the T-shirt company out of Montreal that has Gildan, that has a great manufacturing facility. You know, those are the things that are actually going to address human rights, and it's not engaging in trade that will actually make that quality of life and deal with those issues. But you know what? The NDP approach is do nothing. Well, doing nothing does nothing to help human rights, and that's a reality. Status quo wasn't working. So why not do business? Why not engage with them? Why not raise expectations as we're talking to people in Honduras on what we expect? And you know what? Honduras is going to be a stronger country. We know it will be. Just give it some time, and then look back in 10 years, and you'll see what this trade deal has done for Honduras.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl. Oh, I thought you were getting up. I'm sorry. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for an excellent speech and for the work he does in this Parliament as well as in the last Parliament on trade issues. I want to just pick up on the question from my colleague in the NDP about the issue of trade deals and human rights, because this is perhaps not discussed enough. The fact that oftentimes and always with us here in Canada, we sign associated agreements in terms of environmental protection, in terms of labor cooperation, and those presented an opportunity for significant progress on human rights. As well, it has to be recognized in the context of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. This is a strategically important deal. It seeks to set terms of trade in the Asia-Pacific region in a way that reflects our values, in a way that protects intellectual property, that protects environmental considerations, labor rights, as well as other kinds of human rights. He's right to say that we can't just take a passive wait and see, hope things get better approach. We need to take an active approach, and engaging at a trade level gives us an opportunity to bring about these improvements. So I wonder if the member can comment with respect to the work that we've done in the past, how the trade agenda also helped to advance Canadian values around the world.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Great question. I'll use the example of TPP. One of the ideas behind TPP is a multilateral agreement. So this agreement, once it's signed, it comes into force, sets the rules for trade in Asia. It actually gives you the leverage then to springboard into China and other countries like India and say, these are the rules. And it also gives you the clout to enforce those rules. Now, one thing about a bilateral agreement, they're great for reducing tariffs, but they're not great for non-tariff trade barriers. And we've seen that even with our agreements with the U.S. and country of origin labeling. How long did we have a WTO ruling saying that the U.S. was offside? And how long did it take until we actually were able to get over that ruling and get the results we needed for Canadian farmers? If you do a bilateral trade deal in China by itself, you may get tariff reduction, but you won't get anything like environment. You won't get anything on human rights. But if you do it through TPP countries in a multilateral setting as a base, well, then you can insert those in there, and then they have to respect it, and then they can be enforced.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess I get clean up again. This is ironic. I want to thank the member for Prince Albert for an excellent speech, and I understand why he's so passionate when he gets talking about free trade, because it is a subject that's near and dear to all of us that serve on the committee. To paraphrase Patrick Henry, I regret that I have but 10 minutes to give to this, because I think I could speak about this for a long, long time. Well, why do we benefit? Why do we benefit from free trade? Well, we had the Foreign Affairs Committee in front of us, and they gave us a great tagline: simplify, modify, and standardize. To reducing trade costs by 14%, 17% for the least developed nations. Well, let's get a quick overview of Canada and why that makes a big difference to Canada. But first of all, I spoke the last time about Korea. And we talked about Korea and the fact that in 1970, Korea was one of the most impoverished nations in the world. Well, today we know that Korea is one of the most advanced nations with an advanced economy. They did that with virtually nothing but produced exports. Now, Canada, on the other hand, has very much to offer and very much to export. Let's begin by mining, for instance. We have large reserves of coal. The 32% of the mining in BC is coal. 32% is copper. There's silver and gold. And then in Alberta, we have vast fields of oil and gas. In Saskatchewan, we have the second largest producer of potash. Uranium is also there. And I'm just nabbing just a few. There's so many others as well. In Manitoba, copper, zinc, gold, silver, platinum, then a number of rare earth minerals that are so important to today's market. In Ontario, we have the largest gold mines and nickel and copper, as well as platinum and these same rare earth groups as well. Quebec. Now, Quebec is an amazing story as well. For a while, they kind of put the lid on mining, and today 1% of that vast province is mined. 5% is available for mining, and the mining there is just incredible. There's just so many opportunities. It has reestablished itself as one of the world's most attractive mining jurisdictions in the world. And I mentioned those minerals that are found there. We can go on to the Maritimes, in Nova Scotia, where there's gold being mined, in New Brunswick, where lead and zinc and copper and potash is also being mined in New Brunswick as well. And then in Newfoundland, that province of Newfoundland, the Rock, where iron ore and nickel, copper, cobalt, and gold, and they're discovering many others. We could go on to forestry. Every province in this country has a forestry industry, a huge industry in BC and in Ontario, Quebec, and New Brunswick. Well, my colleague just before me was talking about farming, and many of us have mentioned farming too and the importance of farming. In my province, in my riding of Chatham, Kent, Leamington, we're the #1 producers, I mentioned the last time, of wheat and of corn, and I think second in soybean. But we could go on across this country where we have huge beef industries and pork industries, and in the west where there's canola being grown. Pulse crops. Here's an amazing story about pulse crops, where 25 years ago there was virtually no pulse crops grown. And today, in the prairie provinces, particularly in Saskatchewan, they are becoming the world leaders in pulse crops. And I mentioned last speech as well, too, we talked about the greenhouse industry, and I'll do a little more bragging about my riding in Leamington, which has this largest collection of greenhouses in North America. Think about that. We have, and that's expanding. It's expanding in Chatham, Kent as well, too. It's larger than even the greenhouse industry in California. Potatoes and PEI and blueberries in those maritime provinces as well. Cranberries are beginning to be an important crop in BC and Quebec, and there's even beginning to happen in Ontario as well, too. As we traveled with the committee, we had the opportunity to speak to the Maritimes and see how important seafood, and it's been mentioned here before too. USA was our biggest customer, but today the Asian market is representing huge opportunities. Japan with 120 million people, Korea, Vietnam with 90 million people. And fish, of course, is the thing we think about with seafood, but the snow crab, the shrimp, the lobster, and scallops are all beginning to be important industries as well. A lot of times we like to give up on manufacturing. We think that we've lost our manufacturing, and we have suffered. And my colleagues from my neck of the woods will tell you about that too. But we still have a strong manufacturing base, and we still are growing that base. We have a strong Japanese presence in manufacturing in the auto industry in my neck of the woods. The Detroit Three are still producing Ford, Chrysler, and General Motors. Ford, as a matter of fact, in Oakville is now going to produce a vehicle for the entire world. So the opportunities that will represent when we continue to expand our free trade agreements. And Honda, CR-V, in Allison, which was moved, incidentally, from United States, will be expanded to Europe. We're a trading nation, and we all benefit from it. But there's another benefit, and that's the benefit we can never forget, and that is the consumer. The free market system has created something for the consumer that rivals anything since the beginning of time. It is, and free trade, I should add too, is the engine of the free market system. The unguided hand is released, and businesses can begin to expand whatever the opportunity. You know, I traveled on the plane when we were traveling with our trade committee, and I sat beside a businessman that saw an opportunity because of the expanded trade in the oyster industry, and he was taking those shells and he was crushing those shells, and he had created a whole new industry for fertilizers, and he was telling me how many people were employed as a result of that. Just one story in so many. You know, if we think back in North America, if we think back at the turn of the 20th century when 40% of the workforce was on the farm, and what happened when that 40% was released, and men like Henry Ford began to take what they'd learned on the farm and the ingenuity and created a whole new industry. Here's a mechanic from my neck of the woods again, in Detroit, Ann Arbor, who created the Ford Motor Company. But along with that came so many other industries. The Goodyear family, the Goodrich, the Dunlops, all produced tires for the manufacturing in the auto industry. And then we think about the many fuel companies that were also important and began to produce fuel and for that industry. The transportation and shipping and trains and trucking and the roads. It's just a small piece of what the auto industry did for the North American market. the average American, the average Canadian could own an automobile. And the competition that ensued as a result of that, we had new companies that started up and new improvements and better cars, and it spread to other sectors. In our food industry, we talk so much about the food, the better farming practices, the healthier foods, the lower prices. Today, about 10% of what we make is spent on food on the average family. We could go on, and I think we all agree that what has transpired as a result of the free market system and the free trade that's ensued has been good. It's been good for Canada, but it's not only been good for Canada, it's been good for the world. And so, as we close this debate, as we move on to make our vote, I encourage everyone to strike a yay vote for C-13. And let's move this to committee, and let's get this passed, and let's keep on down the road in a direction that we all know is good for this planet and for everybody that lives here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
And Mr. Herr moved that Bill C-13, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, the Hazardous Products Act, the Radiation Emitting Devices Act, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, the Pest Control Products Act, and the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act, and to make related amendments to another act be now read a third time and do passed.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
The motion is carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi. Is it agreed to see the clock at 5:57? Agreed? Agreed. It being 5:57, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-237, the Canada Gender Equity Act, standing in the name of Mr. Stewart.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Prendre la parole sur un sujet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising to speak on an issue as important as gender equity in political life in order to defend this fundamental principle should be an honor and a privilege. However, it's with sadness that I must note the number of times this opportunity has been missed, and I hope that this will be the time that we will succeed and that we will have an opportunity to adopt this and walk the talk. Now, some people would imply that this issue is already resolved. We have a woman in the Speaker's chair. I am very happy to see that, and while I acknowledge that, we do need to do more in order to increase the number of women in Parliament. While no one challenges the first section of the Human Rights Declaration, which states that all humans are born free and equal, we must acknowledge that political parties are the best vehicles for putting this basic principle into practice. With the election of the Liberal government, we saw some glimmers of hope on the horizon. First of all, a gender-balanced cabinet. That was, in fact, probably the most concrete sign. While our Prime Minister has simply satisfied himself with summarizing the facts and saying it was because we were in 2015, I read, and I hope I'm not wrong, as in those remarks by the Prime Minister that this was clear and it was a question that we should not even have to ask ourselves. However, this issue remains a persistent one, because as we speak, in this very House, women only represent 26% of all parliamentarians. So we are a long way from gender parity here. By way of an example, to illustrate the situation, Canada is not in the 20th, 30th, or 40th place in the world, but the 60th place when it comes to the representation of women in Parliament. And without new measures like Bill C-237, it's unlikely that we will achieve parity before 2075. And when we talk about 2075, those are statistical projections. So if there are no tangible measures behind that to achieve parity, well, even 2075 might well be another missed opportunity. Sometimes it's important to try to dismantle myths that exist, such as the one people use to say, oh, women aren't interested in being actively involved in public affairs. Nothing is farther from the truth. In the last federal election in 2011, the participation by women was higher than that of men. 59.6% of women voted compared with 57.3% of men. Back home in Trois-Rivières, if you need another example, I would say that women represent the majority of volunteers involved in my most recent election campaign. So we need to acknowledge that political parties are not an obstacle for encouraging women to participate in our democratic institutions.
So we have to put in place measures that will encourage political parties to recruit more female candidates. That is the action that is at the basis of any fair representation between men and women. So we might wonder, why has the NDP always been able to be successful in recruiting more women than the other parties? And also by getting more women elected to the House of Commons than other parties? Well, quite simply, because we go beyond words. We actually put policies into practice that promote the nomination and the election of women. It's not always enough to ask women to run in certain ridings. You have to ensure that those women are able to run in ridings where their likelihood of winning is a fair one. So by having proactive policies in this area, we are getting real results, and we are promoting the participation of women in politics and gender parity in the House. For example, we had a policy of freezing the nomination process until riding associations had proven that all efforts had been made to recruit women. Well, that was an approach that really bore fruit. 43% of female NDP candidates, there were 43% female candidates for us in 2015, and 41% NDP MPs in the House. And so this is really getting up toward the 50-50 zone. So we had 43% female candidates, and we managed to get 41% elected. 41% NDP MPs who are female in the House. Those are the kinds of results I'm talking about. With Bill C-237, we go even further, and we're getting down to the real issue. So we're actually intervening in the funding of political parties to encourage them to recruit more women. That will really create a desire among the parties to have more women. According to this bill, parties would get less money if their list of candidates didn't include at least 45% women. For example, if a party had 25% women and 75% male candidates, its post-election reimbursement would be reduced by 10%. This bill also offers the various political parties the choice to select the rules and measures that suit them best to get the results that they want. Our proposal aims to mitigate the systemic underrepresentation of women in political life and to restore gender equality. This will lead to a stronger democracy, and having a gender equality or a House of Commons that reflects the true composition of Quebec and Canadian society will be a good thing. I have more examples showing that this bill is really a step in the right direction. Now, compared to other democracies, Canada, we must admit, is lagging. 11 democracies have laws that are similar to the one that we're proposing today, where gender parity is a factor in funding. For example, in France, parties lose part of their funding if the gap in the percentage of men and women candidates is greater than 2%. After that rule was implemented in 2008, believe it or not, the number of women elected in France went up by 46%. Another example, Ireland. In 2012, Ireland adopted a law stating that parties' annual public funding would be cut by half if each gender was not represented at a rate of at least 30%. In one single election period, this law led to an increase of 90% in the number of female candidates and an increase of 40% in the number of women elected. Several studies have showed that the voting public does not make any discrimination between male and female candidates. In Canada, a woman has just as many chances of being elected as a man. So we need to ensure that they are there at the starting line. Why do we only have 26% women in the House of Commons? That's a problem. And I would draw a parallel with another issue that has been debated in recent weeks and months, the much-awaited reform of our voting system. Well, clearly, if we had a proportional voting system, various parties' lists could restore the male-female balance and perhaps even a better balance between cultural communities. I want to talk about our international obligations when it comes to sustainable development for 2030 as well, because sometimes it's difficult to see that we're not trying to meet the same objectives as Agenda 2030. So I'll just say this. I hope that all parties in this House support the idea that the underrepresentation of women in political institutions is an obstacle to democracy. It is our duty to do better and to ensure better representation of women in Parliament. If this Parliament's priority is to guarantee gender equity, then I encourage all MPs in the House to support this bill and to help strengthen it during the committee stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madame la Présidente, je suis heureux.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today at the second reading of Bill C-237, an act to amend the election law. First, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Burnaby South for preparing this bill and for all of the hard work that he has put into this issue.
Proposes reforms to the Canada Elections Act by reducing reimbursements for eligible parties based on the difference in the percentages of male and female candidates for a general election. The bill allows for no greater than a 10% difference in the number of females and males run by a party in a general election. Any difference beyond this threshold would result in reductions to an eligible party's reimbursement. Madam Speaker, I am pleased that the 42nd Parliament ushered in the highest number of female members in Canada's history, with 88 female candidates elected. We also saw a record number of female candidates participate in this federal election. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this record number of elected female members represents only 26% of the seats in this place, placing Canada 60th in the world in terms of gender equality in a lower house. Compte tenu de ces chiffres,
Given these numbers, I want to thank my colleague across the way for having raised this issue in the House of Commons. Our government is committed to respecting gender equality in Canadian institutions and in all aspects of civil life. I'm proud that we are having this very timely and relevant debate. Gender parity is a noble and necessary ambition, and we support it. However, we need to choose the best way of attaining that objective. Madam Speaker, I am not convinced that the mechanism proposed in this bill, in other words, the imposing a ratio under the law, is really the best way of reaching this objective. I would like to speak about some of the government's current initiatives in terms of electoral reform, and to talk about some of the other measures that we as MPs might take, perhaps more effective measures that we might take to increase the number of female candidates in elections and the number of women who are actually elected to the House.
all members know the House has struck a special all-party parliamentary committee to examine a variety of reforms to our electoral system, including a wide-reaching and comprehensive study on the use of preferential ballots and proportional representation. Our government would like the view of the committee before introducing legislation. Madam Speaker, I would like to point out that Canada's electoral system for the next election is still unknown. Madam Speaker, it is premature to impose a legislated gender quota designed for the first-past-the-post system. Gender quotas, such as the one proposed, operate differently under different electoral systems. In fact, of the few countries in the developed world which continue to use the first-past-the-post system, there are none which impose legislated gender quotas on parties. And there are therefore none which provide useful examples to show how such a quota may function in our current system here in Canada. Plusieurs raisons expliquent qu'il soit difficile.
There are several reasons for which it might be difficult to impose such a quota in a first-past-the-post system. In Canada, one of these reasons is that such a quota would have an impact on parties' internal nomination processes. Apart from the funding check mechanisms, nominations are generally treated as an internal party affair. During the last Parliament, we had a long debate on this issue when we were debating the 2014 Act that would bring certain reforms to the Canada Election Act. This concerned parties' ability to choose candidates rather than have leaders choosing the candidates. According to the provisions of C-237, parties might now be obliged to choose candidates in certain ridings, or in fact to impose their choice of candidates in certain ridings to avoid these penalties if they didn't meet the quota, rather than having a completely open nomination process. So the effect of this measure would be to oppose the financial interests of parties and their commitment to an open nomination process. This would go against the desires of many riding associations. Madam Speaker, I would like to see my party work with riding associations to invite more women to run, rather than imposing rules that would force parties to centralize this nomination process.
Madam Speaker, where parties would begin to incrementally stage nomination contests across the country in order to evaluate progress towards the gender quota. The later nomination contests get, the more acute the situation becomes. We must look to what other like-minded countries are doing or have done to work towards gender parity in their legislatures. There is both domestic and international evidence that voluntary gender quotas within parties can be an effective mechanism for increasing the number of female candidates. I would like to applaud the NDP in this regard. As I am sure the member opposite is aware, the NDP has had a voluntary gender quota at the party level of 50%. In the last election, the NDP fielded the highest percentage of female candidates of any party in this House at 43%. And more than 40% of the current caucus are female. This is an achievement, Madam Speaker, and it brings the NDP very close to the threshold the member seeks in C-237 to implement between 45 to 55% female candidates without incurring a penalty. It also demonstrates that this level of gender equity can be accomplished without the introduction of a legislative amendment. Likewise, European nations with the highest percentages of female parliamentarians, such as Sweden, Iceland, and the Netherlands, have largely adopted voluntary gender quotas at the party level with great success, without resorting to legislative means. These countries have some of the highest levels of female participation in the Western world. Cela démontre deux choses.
This shows two things, Madam Speaker. First of all, because Canada's voting system for 2019 is as yet unknown, it would be premature to adopt a legislative measure designed for a first-past-the-post system. And finally, as the NDP itself has demonstrated, the question of gender inequality can be solved without using these legally imposed mechanisms. Gender parity and gender equality in all aspects of political and civil life are wonderful objectives that we should all aim to meet by any means possible. I thank the member across the way for his excellent work in raising this question in the House. However, I hope that I have sufficiently explained the reasons for which I will not be supporting this bill at second reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-237, an act to amend the Elections Act. Today, 87 years ago, women were recognized as persons in Canada. The fight to get the right to vote was led by 5 trailblazing, pioneering Alberta women who changed history for all Canadians, paving the way for women's increased participation in public and political life. Tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary that voters in Lakeland elected me to represent them as their Member of Parliament, and I'm proud to serve them and to fight for our communities and our priorities. Liberals talk about progress for women, gender parity, and equal opportunity, but it's often just a lot of talk, and they seem to really care mostly about appearances. They promote quotas for cabinet. The Prime Minister quips about it being 2015, but Conservatives really have the strongest track record of promoting and electing women to powerful positions of leadership, and that's something about which we're proud. Conservatives treat men and women equally because of our conviction that we are equal as individuals, as human beings, in dignity, in capacity, and in potential. Women can compete, we can deliver, and we can win. Quotas were not needed to elect the first female Prime Minister, a Conservative. Quotas were not needed for my former boss and longtime friend Deb Gray to become the first woman leader of the official opposition in Canadian history, and she didn't want or need quotas. It's very special for me to represent much of the riding where Deb was elected as the first Reform Member of Parliament. As Conservatives, we won't tell women what they should be, what they should aspire to, or what should animate their dreams. If women want to be mothers, we'll support them. If women want to be entrepreneurs, we'll support them. If women want to do both and anything else, we'll support them. We are the party of the first female engineer MP, the first female minister, the first female foreign affairs minister, and the first female prime minister. As Conservatives, we believe women's individual ambitions and efforts are what matter, not what society expects or progressive collective quotas demand. Conservatives support women in all walks of life, and that's why conservatives, especially conservative women, have always been trailblazers. In fact, it was under a conservative prime minister that women finally got the right to vote. Today, we conservatives are the only party with official status in the House of Commons to have a female leader, and she's the 4th female leader of our movement. That happened because Conservative MPs knew that the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland was the best person for the job, not because of a quota or because there was an expectation. I've been involved in politics in many different ways for many years. My experience is that men, younger, the same age, and often much older, have always supported me wholeheartedly when I was the youngest volunteer or a staff member, and now. They've knocked on doors with me, promoted me, donated to our campaigns, and volunteered countless hours to help get me elected in the nomination and in the general election. My Conservative male colleagues, incumbents and rookies alike, always encourage and lift me and support me tirelessly. My volunteer board is half women and men and 20% youth. The full-time staff in both my offices are all women, but they're the best people for the jobs. When I walk into a room of Conservatives, I know they're assessing me on my merit, work, skills, expertise, knowledge, and character. They judge me on my ability and my competence. They don't fixate on just one of my traits, as if it defines my whole identity or who I am. That's what I prefer, because what Conservatives care about is how hard you're willing to work. Conservatives care about action. They prioritize what you do, not what you say or promise. I know I earned my position in this party and my role for Lakeland, and I will keep earning it. I believe it's my job to do my best at whatever I do, and that's what counts. This bill is undemocratic, and it's demeaning. It assumes Canadians are too sexist to choose the right people to represent them, and that parties should be punished for allowing local nomination processes to determine the best local person for the job. This belittles my work and my accomplishments as a candidate, as a member of Parliament, and as a woman, just like all of my formidable Conservative women colleagues and all the strong women here. I don't want to be treated like a victim who requires a quota to succeed in life. Frankly, I think the notion that I need legislative coercion to succeed is utterly condescending. And I think this is the reason why. My grandmother was the first female mayor of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, elected in 1973. She was a councillor, a journalist, a wife, and a mother of 8. She was always described as expressive, passionate, quoted as voluble and aggressive, a firebrand. So my colleagues will forgive me for coming by it honestly. My Missy Nan never wanted special favors or treatment for being a woman. She told me the best way to succeed is to work harder and to be more prepared. As a new opposition MP from rural Alberta, like me now, the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland once said that working women didn't need men in Ottawa telling them how to live their lives. And today, as then, I agree. This bill is typical of an ideology that government is always the fix. I'd love to see more women run for political office, but the idea that parties will be forced to choose women over men under financial punishment does a disservice to women everywhere. It says Canadian women can't achieve success on their own merit. I want to see people from all walks of life, all ethnicities, ages, or genders running for office. I want the best people, best possible representatives from every community to be elected. So we must forever be vigilant for freedoms and for our belief in the equal sanctity and dignity of every individual as human beings. The task is monumental. Before the Taliban took over Afghanistan, girls were allowed to go to school. After, they weren't. Before the Iranian Revolution, women were free to wear what they wanted. After, they were forced to cover their hair. It's possible for societies to go backwards on women's rights. So we, as citizens of free democracies, must embolden the inherent equality and liberty of all individuals everywhere. It underlines how privileged and fortunate we are here, that the NDP believes gender parity of Canadian political candidates is a top pressing issue today, when women in other countries face almost unimaginable oppression and harm. In Niger, 76% of women between the ages of 20 and 24 reported marrying before the age of 18, and 28% before the age of 15. In some African countries, women and girls are brutalized by ritual female genital mutilation. In Tanzania, 50% of women are pregnant before they turn 18. Many women in developing countries either die from childbirth or lose their babies. That's why the former Prime Minister and Conservative government focused Canada's foreign aid on maternal health in the developing world, because while Liberals talk about their support for women, Conservatives act. I'm incredibly proud of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I first met her in university. I was inspired by her intelligence, her work ethic, and her integrity immediately, and I volunteered on her first nomination campaign. From the moment I met her, she's always worked harder than anyone else. She inspires those around her to do the same. That's how she leads us. She's a constant champion for the rights of all women and girls, against violence and persecution in Canada and around the world. She succeeded with Plan International to establish the International Day of the Girl. Just 2 weeks ago, she addressed a gathering of 11,000 Conservatives in the UK about the serious issues facing women and girls around the world. That's leadership. She lifts women up and recognizes their strengths and promotes their talents. At the time she was appointed in 2006, she was the youngest female cabinet minister ever, a record later broken by another Conservative, the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. She held 10 different senior portfolios under the previous government. She kept the confidence of a demanding leader, and she's earned her well-respected place here in this chamber and in Canada. She will leave our party in a stronger position and has built an admirable legacy. I consider her an outstanding role model for Canadians, especially women. She's exceptional. I'm a Conservative. I believe in democracy, in personal responsibility, in freedom, and in equality as the fundamental values of civilization. This bill will simply use taxpayer dollars to interfere in local democratic processes. So women, as Nellie McClung once said, and as my mentor, Deb Gray, reminded me often when I worked for her and continues to now, never retract, never explain, never apologize, just get the thing done and let them howl.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is really my distinct privilege to rise in the House today to speak in support of Bill C-237, sponsored by my colleague from Burnaby South. It is a bill whose time has come, and I encourage all my colleagues to support sending Bill C-237 to committee. Studying this bill at committee will send a powerful message to the electorate that says that this session of Parliament has the courage and conviction to assess and remedy why in 2016 isn't our Parliament representative of the electorate. It will say that we have finally moved beyond blaming individual women for not running for office to examine how the current structures, systems, and institutions present barriers to women seeking to be elected as members of Parliament. And Bill C-237 will make it possible for more women candidates to present themselves in the electoral process and therefore help more of them get elected. As they say, you can't win if you don't play, and so it is in electoral politics. You can't be elected if you're not able to run. We know from research that it isn't the electorate that doesn't vote for women candidates. Women candidates win elections at the same rate as men candidates. It is not the electorate, but political parties who fail to nominate a representative slate of candidates to the electorate. We also know that women candidates, from research, they need to work harder. They have to spend 10% more money on average than men candidates to get elected. Many of my colleagues hear the phrases gender equity and candidacy and financial incentive in the same sentence and instinctively shy away. They have a fear that somehow leveling the playing field could have a disruptive implication on the system. And it will. The system will be fair for all candidates. And personally, that type of disruption is something I am looking forward to. This bill is not about limiting the number of male candidates, and I'll repeat what the member from Burnaby South said earlier, and clarify that the threshold of 45% of candidates identifying as female was chosen to allow for the flexibility to choose the most qualified candidates. And this bill is not about marginalizing other minority groups seeking representation. In fact, I would suggest it could seek to address one aspect of an issue that has many intersections and could potentially serve as an incentive for political parties to nominate more Indigenous women and women of color. And finally, this bill is not seeking to minimize the hard work that every single woman currently in this House has put into getting elected. Rather, gender equity in candidates is about recognizing that women face barriers within political parties that their male colleagues do not. Madam Speaker, this bill offers the opportunity for this Parliament to acknowledge systemic discrimination within the current candidate selection process and provide a remedy to address it. Without dismantling the barriers that prevent women from running, we cannot truly encourage nor expect qualified women leaders from participating in our democracy to their fullest capacity. Getting to sit in the House of Commons as a woman was a hard-won achievement for each and every one of my female colleagues, from the very early stages of winning their respective party nominations through all the different aspects and phases of a long campaign. However, many women who had the courage to even begin the process find themselves pitted against a whole array of obstacles that makes winning even the nomination an uphill battle. In a post entitled "Where Are All the Women Candidates?", Kate McIntyre from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives lays out just a few barriers that women face. Work-life balance. Elected office at any level demands long hours on an irregular schedule. For women with young children and dependent family members, this poses a real challenge. Women still perform double the number of hours of unpaid childcare work as do men. They are 3 times as likely to take time off work for family reasons, and they are more than 10 times as likely to cite childcare as a reason for not working full-time. Even if you manage a full-time schedule, find a childcare spot, there's still the problem of what to do when there is a council session that runs late until 11 p.m. or so, or a community consultation on a Sunday. Second, women are told, don't be bossy. Study after study demonstrates that as a society we do not always respond favorably to women stepping into public leadership roles. Female politicians in particular are often portrayed as overly aggressive. At the same time, female politicians are subjected to questions about their hair and clothes that have no parallel in the interviews with male politicians, or they get what is referred to as a princess treatment, all hair, no policy. And finally, violence. From the time they are teenagers, girls are subjected to harassment in public. That's a lesson that young women are learning about the risk of being in public, and it is an accurate lesson. Again, the presidential race in the U.S. provides compelling and distressing evidence that women are objectified, ridiculed, dismissed, and subjected to unequal and disrespectful treatment. Unless we feel too smug closer to home, the female Premier of Alberta has been subjected to death threats, misogynistic slurs, and other threats of violence. This has to stop. Madam Speaker, the statistics on this issue we've heard are familiar to all of us. It is 2016, and women still only hold 26% of the seats in the House of Commons, an all-time high. It's clear we must do better. Madam Speaker, this past International Women's Day, I had the privilege of participating in the Women in the House program. It was a pleasure to have 2 students from McGill University and the University of Toronto shadow me on March 8th and 10th, respectfully. The young women who shadowed me in March were bright and capable, and I know that they have much to offer in service to their communities and to this great country. And I want to make sure I do whatever I can to level the playing field so that these young women can one day take their seat in the House of Commons. But at the current rate women are being elected to the House of Commons, a gender-balanced House is not projected until the year 2075. And I'm sure that none of my colleagues thinks this is desirable nor acceptable. No. Of course, the unequal playing field in the candidate selection process is not the only form of systemic discrimination the women of Canada are subject to. As Vice Chair of the Special Committee on Pay Equity, I'm extremely disappointed that this so-called feminist government has decided to make working women wait another 2 years for a fundamental human right. This is completely unacceptable. There is no reason to postpone fairness. Canadian women have been waiting for decades to receive equal pay for work of equal value, and it's way past time for this government to correct this injustice. And this, Madam Speaker, is just another example of how women are systemically discriminated against. It is realities like the widening wage gap that make bills like C-237 necessary. It is only logical to assume that higher numbers of female candidates will lead to more female representation, and with that perhaps a parliament that feels a greater urgency to tackle long-standing gender-based issues such as the wage gap. The time has come for this government to stop talking about its feminist values and start acting like feminists. Supporting Bill C-237 would do just that. Bill C-237 isn't about guaranteeing 50% women in the House. This bill isn't about guaranteeing anyone a seat in the House of Commons. This bill is about offering the electorate the opportunity of electing a House of Parliament that is more representative, that reflects them in the House of Commons. Canadians are not holding women back from being elected. It really is the systems and structures of our political parties that are. It is naive to say that somehow institutions and systems like political parties will somehow magically evolve in time to being free of sexist and racist barriers. There are limits to voluntary measures and good intentions. As my colleague from Ottawa, West Nepean, stated in her excellent speech to the House on Bill C-237, in virtually every case where countries have achieved gender parity in Parliament, it has been done using mandatory legislative measures regardless of the electoral system. In Canada, at the current rate, even with party leaders who have a strong commitment to electing more women, we will not achieve parity for another 90 years unless we make some changes, which, in my view, cannot be left solely to the goodwill of political parties." End quote. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to say that the NDP has always had the highest percentage of female candidates, and that's because we have worked very hard to remove the barriers to women's participation. But we can and must do even better. It's my hope that my colleagues will vote in favour of sending this bill to committee so that the day will come sooner rather than later when we elect a truly representative parliament. Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak today to this bill, which was introduced by my colleague, the member for Burnaby South. This is a very important issue for me because I think that we need more women in politics. I just want to give you a little bit of historical context about my riding. It was only in the 28th Canadian election in 1968 that we had the first woman candidate, Aurore Charon-Labrie, in my riding of Abitibi-Témiscamingue. In 2011, I was the first woman to be elected to the 41st Parliament in my region, in my riding. Unfortunately, we only had one member elected to the provincial Assembly as well. So I was able to increase the numbers of local representatives. Now, there has been quite a major change in the electoral map since 2004. So before 1968, there were no women candidates, and in 2011, there were more, and in 2015 we had 50% of the candidates that were women. And now myself and the next candidate who was a woman, managed to get well over 50% of the votes. In 2015, women got more than 70% of the votes that were cast in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. So it took time to achieve that result. Now, I would like to talk a little bit about what has already been said in other remarks. We heard people talking about quotas. My colleagues who spoke that way took a very different approach. We know that there are people that want to polarize the debate, and there are parties that have over 40% of their candidates being women would be rewarded. Now, a party could choose to have no women candidates. It doesn't mean that there has to be a woman candidate, but it means that there won't be a financial reward. In fact, there will be a financial penalty. So this is something that has happened in France, where a party decided to just pay the fine and have the candidates they wanted. So we're not talking about a quota system, but really a system that would reward and motivate people. People would not be required to have female candidates for their parties, but they would have the flexibility to make the choice and be rewarded. So this is the approach we think is better than a quota system. I also heard colleagues talking about the fact that there will be electoral reform, there will be a new voting system, so that this bill is somewhat premature. Now, any new system that we might adopt would still have candidates representing different parties. So I think that we need to make sure that we keep a system where we encourage parties to have female candidates. So regardless of what new system we might adopt, that is still a relevant principle. I would now like to talk about something that I think is a very interesting aspect of the whole issue. I was the president of an association and worked with colleagues from other countries, including Rwanda, which is the first country to have more than 50% representation by women in their parliament. 64% of the seats in their legislature are women. And I just want to read something that was said about this.
Rwandan parliamentary election, Kigali, Rwanda. The 2000 Rwandan parliamentary election ushered in a record-breaking 64% of seats won by women candidates. The government of Rwanda, with the UN as a key partner, has been pursuing gender equality since 1994. The political participation of Rwandan women has been facilitated by constitutional mandate and the work of key institutions, notably the Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion, the Rwanda Women Parliamentarians Forum, National Women Council, and the Gender Monitoring Office. Rwandan women have created a remarkable political space for themselves in just 20 years.
Maintenant, je pense qu'il faut... Now, I think we need to take some time to understand this. Yes, those women probably have other concerns. They live through violence, poverty. It's probably not easy for them on a daily basis. But they decided that working on equality in their parliament was something important. They decided that if they wanted women's issues to be treated more importantly, with more priority in their parliament, they needed to take steps to put in place measures. And it worked. In a country like Rwanda, they succeeded in winning 64% of the seats. They're held by women. And people here are trying to say that it's not important, we shouldn't be concerned about that or take action when we're in Canada and we have an opportunity to do so. Yet Rwanda has been in a position to do it. That makes no sense. We need to take action. And there are other concrete, tangible examples where it's worked. The Rwandan parliament has changed the way that it holds debates. When I speak to Rwandan colleagues, when they come to Canada through the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, I'm very impressed each and every time. So if we take into consideration the history of Rwanda, we look at what's happened there, we can see how much progress they've made, and we can do the same. Now, in 2015, only 1/3 of candidates in the election were women. In 98 ridings, there were no female candidates for the three main parties. Now, the NDP has a tangible approach to bring out women. We had 43% female candidates compared to 31% in the Liberal Party and 20% in the Conservative Party. Now, the reason why I point that out is that at the current rate, if we don't take steps to develop parity, we might only achieve it in 60 years, in 2075. And even there's no guarantee. Can we really afford to wait another 60 years to achieve parity when we know that a country like Rwanda was able to do so in 20 years? I think that's ridiculous. So my colleague has a bill that is an attractive one. It contains options, and I think that it's a good idea to send the bill to committee. If people have suggestions to improve it, I'm sure that my colleague is perfectly open to suggestions because he's so easy to talk to. If anyone has any questions, go and talk to him. He's open to discussion. But I honestly think that if we wanted to avoid waiting another 60 years for parity, we need to send this bill to parity. Women have waited long enough, and we have tangible evidence that we can take action. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure to stand here today, and it's been a pleasure listening to the debate, or most of it, about my bill. I just ask members to take a look around this place, this House of Commons. This is a place of moments. This is a place where we decide that women should get the vote. This is a place where we decide that women should become people in the eyes of the law. This is where we decide First Nations people should get the vote. This is a place of moments, and we're having a moment right now. The bill that I put before the House, C-237, is an effort to move us out of 64th place in the world in terms of how we sit in representing women being elected to this place. And we've had some extraordinary moments around the debate. For example, we've had the Minister of Democratic Institutions and the Parliamentary Secretary for Status Women stand up in this House and say, I'm not a feminist. We've had women on the other side of this House standing up and revealing that they're not feminists. They actually side with the social conservatives on this side of the House. And it's so strange to see, Madam Speaker, because this is a moment where the feminists in this House will stand up and vote for this bill. That's what will happen tomorrow, or it won't happen. And it's a fairly serious moment. Tomorrow marks the one-year anniversary of the election, so we've been here a year. We've only got 36 months left. So I wonder how many bills of this nature will come forward in this House. How many chances will members get to stand up and say, I'm a feminist, I agree there should be more women in this House of Commons. When will that happen? When will it won't happen? This side of the House has put up all kinds of arguments, especially from the government side, as to why this bill shouldn't be passed. They said it's a quota, and it's not. It's an incentive scheme that's used in other countries very successfully. They said there's constitutional reasons that it would be struck down by the courts, and of course they've quickly retracted that because they actually didn't have a legal opinion to counter the very facts of my bill. And in fact, I have a legal opinion from the House of Commons legal team that says that not only would this bill meet all the requirements of the Charter, it would actually help us meet our Charter goals. But yet we have nothing from that side of the House as to how we're going to move from having 26% of women MPs elected in this House. We have a Prime Minister who goes all around the world as saying how much of a feminist he is, but there's no concrete actions, Madam Speaker. We've got rhetoric from that side. We've got I'm a feminist, I'm a feminist, I'm a feminist, and we have some symbolism, which I think we should be proud of having a gender-balanced cabinet. But what we don't have is any real concrete action. So, Madam Speaker, in the world, we have over 100 countries that have legislated some laws to make sure that there's more women in their legislatures. And Canada hasn't done that. And as a result, when this Prime Minister was elected, we were 60th in the world in terms of the percentage of women in our legislature. We've already dropped to 64th. By the time, for 4 years from now, when we have our next election, I bet you we'll be around 70, 75th. We are dropping like a stone in this rating, in this ranking, and it's disconcerting. There is a chance now, tomorrow, for this for this vote to pass. And again, I know the Conservatives won't vote for it because they're opposed. They won't stand up and say they're feminists, but the Liberals have. The Liberals have. I'm being heckled by the Conservatives.
I just want to remind the member, and not you, that when a member is speaking, no member shall interrupt him or her except to raise a point of order. And I've heard interruptions on both sides of the House, and I would just remind people, you've either had your opportunity to speak on the issue or to ask questions on the issue. So I would appreciate if you give whoever has the floor at the time, give them that respect so that they can do their speech. Thank you very much.
And I think, I understand there's passions run high, but it's time to actually come clean, and we're going to do that tomorrow night. When we have this vote on this bill tomorrow night, there will be a call, and essentially is, are you a feminist or are you not a feminist? And if you stand up and vote for this bill, you're a feminist. If you stand up and don't vote for this bill, or if you say nay to this bill, you're not a feminist. Now, there's plenty of folks on this side of the House, the Conservatives, who say, I'm not a feminist. That's fine. And I actually respect that because at least they're telling us the truth. But on this side of the House, we're having all kinds of rhetoric from the Prime Minister and Cabinet that they're feminists, but yet we have the Democratic Institutions members standing up, Minister standing up and saying that she's not going to vote for this bill. We have can you believe it, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women standing up in this House and saying she's not going to vote for this bill without giving any alternatives of how we move from 26% of women elected in this place. Madam Speaker, and I got to say, it's greatly disappointing. There are many, many groups in society that support this bill. We have Lead Now, we have Samara, we have major labor unions, all kinds of folks. I'm sorely disappointed with what I'm hearing from the other side of the House. I hope the backbench will rise up and help this cabinet do the right thing. Thank you, Matt.
The question is as follows. Mr. Seward, seconded by Ms. Malkinson, moved that Bill C-237, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, Gender Equity, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Is
it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. À mon avis, les non l'emportent.
In my view, the nays have it.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi est renvoyé.
Accordingly, or pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorder Division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 19th, 2016, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I guess I get to continue my previous speech because these adjournment proceedings are on. It's a debate with the Status of Women Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, where this debate arose from is when the Democratic Institutions Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary supposedly had some kind of legal judgment that said my private member's bill was unconstitutional. Madam Speaker, I have here in my hand a memorandum from the House of Commons law clerk and parliamentary counsel that, of course, says not only is my private member's bill, Candidate Gender Equity Act C-237, not only is it constitutional, it actually would enhance the Charter and help move us toward a goal of supporting gender equality. Madam Speaker, Bill 237 is an important move forward in the fight to bring gender parity to this House of Commons. With 26% of women in this House, a mere 26% of women sitting as MPs in this House, we're far, far away from having gender parity, and in fact, we're ranked 64th in the world when it comes to this when it comes to this certain characteristic of our House. It's extremely disappointing, and why I asked the question in the House of Commons to the Democratic Institutions Minister, to the Status of Women Minister, was to get clarification as to why they're opposing my bill. They don't have any themselves. They don't have any ideas of how we can increase the number of women in the House. They just have been trying to put up a smokescreen to stop my private member's bill, and I think that's extremely disappointing. Madam Speaker, we're in desperate need of some kind of legislative change here in the House. The bill that I put forward is an incentive. It's not a quota. It uses existing funding that's provided to parties by Elections Canada, and it uses that money as an incentive for parties to run more women candidates. And we know from the research, Madam Speaker, that we need more women candidates to have more women MPs. That's just simple. It's not physics, but it's a simple conclusion to come to. And the reason we don't have more women candidates is because parties simply block women from becoming candidates for political parties. In one academic study I've been studying this for 20 years, Madam Speaker, did my PhD at the London School of Economics on this. We found in one study of Canadian legislators that women are in head-to-head competitions in nomination contests, women are 6 times less likely than men to win simply because of bias within the parties. So, Madam Speaker, again, I just wanted to rise and say that the bill that I put forward is constitutional. I have documentation, which I'd be happy to table or show to anybody if they're interested in seeing. But it's also I'd like to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary as to why they said they had legal advice when they actually didn't have it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Status of Women.
Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais remercier
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for having raised this issue this evening. We are committed to gender equality in our public institutions and in all aspects of civil life, and I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to speak to this issue. Our government committed firmly to gender parity in public life. This commitment is reflected in the parity we see in our Cabinet and in the mandate letter sent to ministers to ensure gender parity. This issue, gender parity, is our objective, but the proposal by my colleague opposite to legislate quotas is not the approach we must take. I say this for 3 reasons, Madam Speaker. First of all, while the government supports the objective to increase gender parity in Canadian politics, a mandatory quota presented through this bill represents a number of problems with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The problem will be for our smallest parties, Madam Speaker. If a party only has one candidate, there would be a 100% disparity automatically, which would result in a reduction of 22.5% of expenditures. The large parties have an opportunity and an ability, rather, to adjust to this, but not smaller ones, and they would not be eligible for reimbursed and would be disadvantaged. Moreover, Madam Speaker, this bill will create political and financial reasons to reject qualified candidates because of their gender. As a result, this bill, or the bill rather, will limit to independent candidates, and independent parties will be hindered as well. So there are limits with respect to their choice of candidates, as well as with respect to their choices for parity. If, for example, a party made up exclusively of women were created to enhance their or increase their participation in our democracy, under the bill, it would be penalized.
This bill, Madam Speaker, relates to transgender candidates, as there is no mention of non-binary candidates in the bill. The government has taken a strong stance on gender identity and expression and has introduced legislation that explicitly protects the rights of non-binary Canadians. In this vein, it would be inconsistent to support a bill that fails to recognize the transgender community. This bill reaffirms the notion of binary gender identity and in doing so excludes transgender people. It ignores transgender people altogether, and we don't do that in Canada. Lastly, in addition to these concerns, Madam Speaker, I believe it is simply premature to adopt a gender parity measure designed for the first-past-the-post system. Our government has committed to reforming our current electoral system. As the voting system for the next election is still unknown, it is not logical to impose a legislated gender quota for a first-past-the-post voting system. In a first-past-the-post system, gender parity amongst party candidates does not ensure gender parity in the House of Commons if women candidates are not run in winnable ridings. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm sure the Parliamentary Secretary will go back to your Cabinet meeting tomorrow and get a big slap on the back for putting up another smokescreen about my bill. Of course, she knows it's not a quota, Madam Speaker, it's an incentive system. Of course, she knows that the 10% threshold is in there specifically for non-binary candidates. It is just astounding to me that she could be the Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women and not support this bill, Madam Speaker. It is just beyond me. And secondly, not to have any suggestions as to how we get past 26% women in this House. It really is astounding that she's picked partisanship over being a feminist. And that's too bad, because tomorrow night we're going to have a vote, and then in 36 months when we have another election, she'll look back on her career and say, what did I do? Did I stand up for feminism in the House? I didn't. And I think that's a shame. So, Madam Speaker, we all make our choices in this House, and I'm sorry that she's made this choice. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
I find my colleagues' comments very unacceptable and very undemocratic, but he's entitled to his opinion. Gender equity is a laudable and necessary objective, Madam Speaker, and one which we support wholeheartedly. In working towards this goal, however, we must select the most effective way of achieving it, and it will happen. As all members know, the government will in short order be working with the other parties of the House in the form of a special all-party committee, which will be mandated to examine a variety of reforms to our electoral system, including into other electoral systems such as preferential ballots or proportional representation. So my colleagues' concerns will be addressed when we do this. In other words, Canada's electoral system for the next election is still unknown. I believe that under these circumstances, it is premature to impose a legislated quota. Thank you.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure you'll guess that I would have been happy to cancel this debate if between the time I asked the question and today I had seen some action or even some hint that some positive action had been taken, but that's not the case. So for those who are interested in the creation of an ombudsman who would be responsible for monitoring the activities of our mining companies abroad and of conducting investigations when necessary, let me just remind you of the history of the situation. I became aware of the situation in 2009 At the time, the Conservatives launched their first corporate social responsibility initiative. So this was reflected Conservative values, so it was voluntary and non-binding, and in the end, it was too voluntary to be effective. At the time, the NDP and the Liberals expressed serious reservations about this initiative, which we reiterated in 2014 when that strategy was being reviewed. In the previous Parliament, the 41st Parliament, a solid NDP bill was tabled by my former colleague, Ms. Eve Péclet, whom I can now name personally because she's no longer in the House. And that aimed to create an ombudsman who would have true investigative authority. At that time, the member for NDG Westmount, who is still a member in this House, had said, I repeat that this is a well-intentioned bill. The Liberals are aware of the issue, and that is why the Liberals will support the bill. But after the Liberals were elected in 2015, there was a lobbying evening with some of our international development partners, and at that time they were still saying that, this ombudsman might be a good idea, having this ombudsman to look into the mining sector. But as you can see today, there has not been even the tiniest hint of a bill that would create that. At the International Affairs Committee, I had the pleasure of speaking with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who answered one of my questions by saying, we are not yet at that point, but I wouldn't want to go backward either. Since then, we still haven't heard anything. So my question is very simple. Where are we today? Where do we stand on this issue of appointing an ombudsman to look into corporate social responsibility? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for his question and for his interest in this very important file. In fact, it's a file that will become increasingly important throughout our term. Inclusive economic growth that benefits everyone is a priority for Canada. We expect our companies that operate abroad do so responsibly. We expect them to respect human rights and all applicable laws. And we expect them to act in a way that respects the environment and that is socially responsible. Canada long ago committed to corporate social responsibility, and notably by deploying efforts to establish international standards, recognized standards, to have responsible business practices. And these include efforts that we have deployed with the OECD. We understand that the way our companies do business abroad has a profound influence on Canada's reputation. Canadian companies who operate abroad should show leadership when it comes to developing responsible business practices. This is for the good and well-being of people everywhere on the globe. The Canadian extractive industry plays a critical role here. These companies have a strong international presence, and so there is considerable potential for them to demonstrate responsible business practices. This could go a long way toward improving the lives of people and communities. We've been clear that all companies need to reflect Canadian values when they operate abroad. And we recognize, however, that sometimes companies and communities need help in order to ensure that their projects are beneficial for the company as well as for the local population. Our government is actively considering the role of an ombudsman for corporate social responsibility and to find ways of improving those practices. We are giving considerable thought to mechanisms that would help show international leadership and corporate social responsibility. Canada's current framework for corporate social responsibility is founded on recognized international standards, the development of networks and partnerships with concerned parties, and the facilitation of dispute resolution mechanisms between Canadian companies and those who are affected by their operations. On this last point, we need to consider these two dispute resolution mechanisms that currently exist. The first is the National Contact Point of Canada, which was established in 2000 as part of our guiding principles for multinational companies. The second one is an advisor for corporate social responsibility for the extraction sector, which was established as part of the strategy previously mentioned. So, that said, the government is actively reviewing its approach in corporate social responsibility in this international context. And we're also attentively listening to civil society and companies who operate abroad. The Minister of International Trade, well, I would just say that we are still committed to showing real leadership on this file. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that answer. Unfortunately, the answer was a bit evasive. It was full of good intentions and nice thoughts, but clearly this demonstrates a step backwards. If I've correctly understood what my colleague has said, they were trying to possibly strengthen the situation, but by following the conservative approach. Whereas in the 41st Parliament, the Liberals and NDP had the same position. They were both calling for an ombudsman who would have investigative authority and the power to influence. Now, Canadian companies who reflect Canadian values abroad are obviously not a problem. What we want is a significant influential mechanism that would allow us to take action against those certain companies who are harming Canada's reputation abroad and who are also creating significant damage in the countries where they are exploiting natural resources. Well, I'll stop there. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, this isn't a step backwards. We are evaluating all of our options. We are trying to find out how to strengthen Canada's approach in corporate social responsibility, and we have a lot of tools available to us. For example, I could mention the 150 Canadian business offices abroad. We could facilitate dialogue to improve the resolution of conflicts. We could strengthen environmental practices and promote corporate social responsibility policies. For example, the UN guidelines concerning companies and human rights, or the guidelines of the OECD concerning multinational companies, for example. We have a corporate social responsibility framework in place, and we have two dispute resolution mechanisms, which are provided through the National Contact Point and through the advisor in CSR for the mining sector. Canada is taking action. We will continue to evaluate our options, and we will continue to improve things. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope that I will get better answers to my questions than my colleague for Trois-Rivières did during this late show debate. I'm going to be speaking to you about the Energy East project. And the tabling of these files, which was done, unfortunately, only in English. On May 19th, I asked the Minister of Heritage about several breaches in the Energy East file and the TransCanada file as well. At the time, there had recently been a report from the Official Languages Commissioner saying that there had been significant breaches in respect for the Official Languages Act. He had said that there was a need to do significant work to improve the situation. So the Energy East proposal was tabled to the National Energy Board only in English. And of course, that's completely unacceptable, Madam Speaker, because according to the Bilingualism Act and the Official Languages Act, both languages, French and English, should be on equal footing. One is not superior to the other. So consequently, all documents need to be tabled simultaneously in both official languages. And that's why on May 19th of this year, I asked the Minister of Heritage, who I should say is also responsible for official languages, how she could justify the fact that Francophones would have to wait 1 month more to have access to those documents in their native language. Now, after all of these months, of course, the file has still not been dealt with. This is not a recent situation. In fact, in December 2014, you can see there were problems a long time ago, the Centre for the Environment in Quebec, which does excellent work on this file and which strives to ensure that the Official Languages Act is respected, they really do great work on a number of files related to the environment. For example, a file that I followed very closely, they managed to protect an area in Quebec, and I think that this council really deserves to be congratulated for their brilliant work. But so this organization submitted a request to the National Energy Board concerning the fact that they had published documents from TransCanada in French on their website. So rather than publishing all of the documents, 39,000 pages worth of documents in French, they simply posted a 6-page summary on their website. Now imagine, Madam Speaker, if you're a Francophone and you care about a pipeline, a TransCanada pipeline that might be affecting you, you only get a 6-page summary of the situation, while Anglophones have access to 39,000 pages of documents to help them prepare for public consultations, for example. This is completely unacceptable, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the Liberal government had said that they were going to reevaluate the environmental assessment process, that they were going to remove that from the NEB so that they would have a simplified but also a more strengthened environmental assessment process. I'd like to have my colleagues' thoughts on that. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Drummond for his question. It's clear, beyond a doubt, for the Canadian government and all Canadians that access to services in both official languages is critical. We obviously believe that Canadians who want to have public information from federal institutions should be able to do so in the language of their choice. We are all aware that all Canadians have the right to communicate with the government and with federal institutions in the language of their choice, and that federal institutions are obliged to provide services in respect of the Official Languages Act. We also believe that both languages are equal. Now, concerning this file, Madam Speaker, the National Energy Board had asked TransCanada to produce a summarized version of its submission in both languages, which TransCanada agreed to do. So the French version of that document is accessible. Last May, the Minister of Natural Resources had answered questions during question period in this House concerning this issue, and he had apologized for the fact that TransCanada had not provided the French documents. Our government continues to work to take the necessary steps to ensure that all Canadians have access to these documents in the official language of their choice. And as the honourable member knows, given that he sits on the Standing Committee for Official Languages, our government believes in the importance of promoting the use of official languages all across Canadian society and in all sectors of activity. So in this context, we are coordinating our efforts with our partners in order to improve services offered to Canadians. We are working actively with the President of the Treasury Board to ensure that all federal services are available in a manner that fully respects the Official Languages Act. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, despite all this, it's true that the documents are available in French, but they were available a month late, so that's not really equal. And the text in French doesn't actually have, it's not exactly the same as the English text. So the English text is the full valid text, and the French text is simply a reference document. It's not reliable. So the two documents, when they are tabled, are supposed to have the same value. And currently, no, and this is why the center I mentioned earlier is still before the courts, but we want both documents, the French and the English versions, to be authorized and to have the same value and to have the same value under the law when there are meetings with witnesses. Currently, one is better than the other, and that sits very poorly with me. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, our government is determined to promote the use of both official languages everywhere in Canada, particularly when it comes to communication and serving the public. The Minister of Heritage works with the President of the Treasury Board to ensure that all federal services are available in a way that fully respects the Official Languages Act, and we are fully committed to meeting that objective. Once again, I would like to remind you that the National Energy Board has already taken the initiative in asking for French versions of these documents. TransCanada accepted the request. We will ensure that all Canadians have fair access to these documents in the language of their choice.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne.
The motion that this House do now adjourn is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.